Hello and welcome. We're all getting set up here to watch some CitizenCon live. Pretty hyped, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. The first CitizenCon, so. Wait, let's see if this is working. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, watching it with a few people in the Discord. We're probably gonna be discussing things half the time, but I'm kind of excited to see what happens here. Yeah, I was just checking out the boys' Star Citizen Bingo card. Second. Oh, 1 second. Let me shut this off for a second. Alright, turn this on. I'm gonna propagandize the Discord. Yeah, for the next little bit, we're probably gonna just talk about what we expect to see here. Go over their bingo card. I see that they have the bingo card. Yeah, there we go. There. So what do they have here? Release date? I can't see it. Persistence? They're gonna talk about that. New ship. I have to go over that here in a minute, but I have my own theories on what's going to get announced. The Herald, Squadron 42. I say they'll say something about it. Tractor beams, that'd be nice. Chris Roberts says nothing. Hilarious. Building blocks, yeah, you're gonna hear that word. Server meshing, outposts, the Banu, I hope so. I want to see some stuff on the Banu. Sand caves, 30k. That's they might not talk about it, but it's everyone knows. Definitely send with bingo card. Corsair, Vulture, 318 PES, jump point, checkpoint. I'm not sure with their jump point weekly thing, I guess maybe. Origin, Pico, Cutlass, Hacking, Dirt and Garbage, of course, Gat Attack, and Moby Glass. I don't know. I'm sure you'll see half of this stuff. I could probably make it my own bingo card, but I'm a little late here, so we'll just go with the one I have. But yeah, I have my theories on new ship. Not only do I have theory, I have what I would hope for most. I know it's not going to happen, but imagine a surprise Perseus for CitizenCon. I know it's not going to happen, but surprise Perseus would make my day. Because I was talking to one of the boys the other day, and he was saying that the Hammerhead was released during a CitizenCon, and I think surprise Perseus would be amazing. But when I go into my theory on it, I'll actually pull up the progress tracker because they do not. It shows on the progress tracker what they have ready, and it's most likely going to be 2 ground vehicles and maybe 1 small ship. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here in a second. What's up, Cryptics? How you doing? How you doing? Let's Emperor, no dead. We need the Polaris. I can't see Polaris. I'll show you why here in a second, Emperor. I'm gonna get up their thing, but I'm gonna let everyone in Discord talk for a second here.
If you go into this belt near Grimhex, is there Quant in there?
You might find something but I think it's like a rare find.
I feel like in Pyro, what they need to do is put massive quant-rich rocks somewhere where everybody goes, and that way you have to have guards to mine there.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wouldn't either. Anyway,
yeah, I'm looking forward to Pyro. It's gonna be a logistical fucking nightmare getting out there, though.
That asteroid belt. Me and Sunflash were talking about this the other night in depth. That first asteroid belt, we're gonna have to set up a bait. Like what we're gonna have to do is when we get out to that first asteroid belt, I'll pull it up here in a second on my on the star map. But that asteroid there's a belt of asteroids right in close to the sun, and it's the closest thing from Stanton into Pyro, like where you'll end up. And I was thinking we're gonna have to go in there and search around and find a massive asteroid to hide behind. So it's like our staging point. So we like are protected from those solar flares.
Yeah.
What up, Emperor? What up, Smoking? How you doing?
What up, bro? Doing good, man. How about yourself?
Ah, pretty good, pretty good.
Hey, you guys get out of the turrets, please, so I can fit.
Getting out of a turret.
Wow. So bossy.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Wow.
being fit with a...
Wow. Alright, so let's pull this up here. Now, me and Sunflash, the other night, we were talking about this for a while. If you go to the release view on the roadmap, I know they don't have everything on here, but this thing is such a good, like, for speculating on what's coming out. If you go to, like, EU
Okay.
vehicles, because you can see what they have, like, kind of ready and what they don't. Let me pull up vehicles in EU and vehicles in US. Because I can almost predict. I'll give you my prediction, and then let's see what actually happens on vehicles that they will release during CitizenCon. Now, here's the thing: I have no idea on like concepts that they may release, but on things that'll actually be like released to buy and use. It's almost like very narrow what they're gonna have here. So if you look at something like the Banu Merchantman, they've been working on the Banu. Banu's not the best example. I'll probably use the Corsair as the actual example. But they've been working on the Banu apparently since June 2021.
What the fuck?
And it's not going to be ready until June 2023. You know what I'm saying? So that's how long a big ship takes for them to work on. If you go down to the unannounced, one unannounced there. They've been working on it since March. Or no, they didn't even start working on it. Let me go back a bit. My bad. Yeah. So yeah, here's the 3 unannounced. They've been working on one since April to October. So there's no reality that could be anything the size of the Banu. And also, if you want to get, you can click on it, and it says that one that they've been working on for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 months has 5 art, 1 design on it. Whereas something like the Banu Merchantman, let me go up to it, has 10 art, 3 design. So it's like, you can kind of tell that it's not as big as that.
Yeah.
So it's probably something, maybe like a light ship at most, but probably like some sort of like big ground vehicle, maybe. You know what I mean? Like theoretically. And then you can
I mean,
see
Maybe that luxury Ursa.
very
It,
possible.
Luxury Ursa.
it could be a medium utility at that
That'd be
point.
nice.
Well, I was gonna get into the Corsair as an example here in a second, but like if you see these other 2 that are underneath it, they've been in work for I think 6, 9 months as well, and the other one's like 8 months. So like, just keep in mind like these unannounced ones is about 8 months of work. Now let me go down to the Corsair. Yeah, the Corsair. So the Corsair is like a medium ship, theoretically. They've been working on the Corsair since November 2021, and it won't be ready until like midway through this October. So that's about a whole year of work on it. So theoretically, that's about how much time it takes to do a medium ship. So if you look at the unannounced ones in America, yeah, they're 1 month, 2 months of work on them. So like, there's no way that's
Corsair's a
anything other.
medium to you?
Well, it's only like 55 meters long. It's like a medium ship, well, large maybe.
How big is a Andromeda? Do they classify that
Andromeda's
as
like
medium?
80 something, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Let me pull it up.
I thought the Corsair was bigger than that. Maybe not. You're right.
I did too, but apparently it's only 55 meters long. I thought it was bigger as
Huh.
well, but me and Sunflash were going over this for like a couple hours the other night.
Yeah.
Let's go here. Let's pull this up.
Oh, you're pushing me out of the elevator.
Look at this helmet I found.
Where is?
I mean, because if you look at the canopy that they're sitting in the Corsair, it's sort of. I mean, it looks small, but again, that's not indicative.
Drake. Let me pull this up. Now again, their website
Really
statistics may be incorrect.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but it says the Drake is 55 meters long.
And that compares to.
Let me get the Andromeda up. Yeah. RSI. All the Andromedas are the same size. The Andromeda is 61. Okay, so it's not that much longer. So it's a little smaller than an Andromeda. I guess you
Yeah.
could call an Andromeda a large ship, I guess. So like, it's a year for a large ship.
Yeah.
But would you
And-
like the Drake Vulture? What would you consider that in size? Like a medium, like a medium
Medium.
utility.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
so.
Do
Yeah,
we have
medium.
assigned corners.
Well, actually, the
Yeah.
the Vulture would probably be classified light
It
utility
is.
because
Yeah, it's only
a
33
one-man.
meters long.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's a one-seater.
Okay, so let me pull up on this release view the Vulture, because I think that was like a year too.
I'm gonna go to the bar.
Yeah, let's have a beer.
Yeah, the Drake Vulture was from June to almost June, so it was 1 year on the Vulture. So like
Yeah.
almost any ship, it takes them about a year. Where some of these unannounced are literally 1 month, 2 month. So like, there's no way it could be a ship. But yeah, that's my theory here.
Do you think they're going to announce something new, or they're just going to say it's done? Here it is now that you've been waiting for.
I say there's going to be one
Found one of your
small
followers on
ship
Vol.
that they're like, this is done, and there's going to be 2 ground vehicles that they say, here it is, it's done, and then I think they might announce 1 new ship. That's my speculation.
I still feel like I get it that the Legionnaire is like not, but so like an MSR isn't complete because you don't have like data running and all
Yeah.
that stuff. I still feel like they're gonna like at some point be like, oh, here's the Legionnaire. It's not working at its intended, but here it is. It's done. You know, like in terms of like insides and
Yeah, no, I hear you.
obviously there's no like breaching stuff and all that, but I'm kind of wanting to like check that one out and really find out if I really actually want it still.
Yeah, the
Where
Legionnaire.
it's like, yeah, just see,
I think
like,
it's going to.
get a feel for it.
What is that?
Nope.
Appreciated that you didn't make a hard time that I cheated and did an auto land there.
When was that? I wasn't watching.
Oh, okay.
What are you guys on the game right now on like 890 or something?
Yeah. I
We're at
parked
the bar
car.
at Grim right now.
Oh, the Grim Bar. Okay, I'm gonna hop on too here. I think that'll be
I'm gonna
hilarious.
have-
Arcade.
I
Hey.
feel like this bar is not that cool. We should go to the other one.
Give me a second here. Shut
I
that off.
definitely need a stiff drink. That's for sure.
I like the one that looks out in the asteroid field and you can see
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
Yeah.
We should go to that one once you
Yeah.
get your drink.
I'm launching game right now.
I'm just gonna get a fancy GT.
All right, let's get my computer yelling at me. Let's get a bunch of things going here. Also, Cryptics, I thank you for the shilling, but unnecessary. I thank you though. It's the thought that counts, but I don't ask people to sub for the most part. I just let people do what they want. So I'm not too worried about it, but I still thank you.
Fucking kill him. You wanted a lime, right? No, you fuck.
Liquor. Fuck.
I assume your power's
Any-
back on because you're here, Frizzy.
Yeah, man. Well, probably in the middle of the night, old Bob.
holy shit, dude.
Still stuffing your face, aren't you? First.
Literally stuffing.
What did you say?
I know, I'm just like, it's a good turkey sandwich, huh?
Are you on the game, Mesa?
No, I 30K'd and I said,
Oh,
fuck it, I'm
oh,
done.
okay.
Oh Jesus!
I'm just gonna
Why did
watch
I even
Citizen
try
Con at this
talking
point.
with my mouth full wide.
I don't know.
I can't get on your guys' server. Shame.
Oh, it's 30k time.
Yeah, 30K's in the chat, boys.
Sure. Always.
Oh, there. I
Do
got
you
free room.
Dude, you know how many people are onto that now that are like super
I know.
hardcore, like saviors for BWIN now? It's like, holy crap! There's a whole movement now.
Here's my question. It's like, they were the crazy people that are like, as soon as they see it, they like Alt F4 or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like,
I
why
know.
not just let
Yeah.
the 30K take you?
I know.
Where's the
That could
cool
actually
bar?
mess your game up if you Alt F4 during the 30K. It could
Yeah.
give you that infinite loading bug.
Yeah, I've had it where I couldn't recover and it wouldn't like,
Nice, Cryptics.
kicked you or I don't know.
I can't get in on your server. This is annoying as hell.
All right, maybe I'll start back up again too.
Let's try to spam join here. What do we have? Like 10 minutes? Yeah, 15.
Excuse me, sir, in the black armor, or
13
madam.
minutes and
Sorry.
24 seconds.
All right, what's the Corsair's role again? It's like medium exploration essentially.
Yeah.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
Oh God. I gotta go.
Oddball go down.
He's out canvassing Grim Hex, is he? Trying to
I
give them
take
religion.
that as a no.
It's going to be a tough one, bringing religion to the Nine Tails.
Yeah, she didn't want to talk about Jesus. She
Have you
gave
been
me the fucking
saved?
Finger.
Jesus loves you.
You should just crouch and say,
Oh
"Do
wait,
you want
I
that
went
head,
the wrong
madam?"
way. The bar is not here. Sorry.
Are you drunk already, Freezy?
No, I
Yes.
just had a coffee. So
Okay.
I should be less drunk now.
What's it, an Irish coffee? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just decided I was up like really early today. And then earlier I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna start drinking wine. Just why not?
What are you going by the box?
Oh,
Oh, thank
Thanks,
God
Mike.
no. But
Where the fuck did you go, Percy?
God
yeah.
damn, let me in the server. Let me in! Let me in!
We don't need those guys to start our own server.
Yeah.
Blackjack and hookers.
Ah, there you are.
Don't forget the server.
I have to leave freaking Loreville again. I made the mistake. Do you guys ever do that where you're in a big city?
They come and go. I think it's dependent on how many people are in the stream.
Can then you go
She's
back?
religious. She
every
followed
time.
you. Followed you.
Every day, every time I log on, I tell myself that same thing because that's where my home is, Loreville.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, I should have set my thing up to Everest, just at least Everest. Like, get me out of Loreville.
I think this is the VIP section up here, probably.
Are you guys excited to see like the Loreville rework?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be cool as hell. Like fresh, like a 2020 like 3 2022
Maybe a little,
level
maybe some
city.
shit cows, some
Yeah,
some
some shit
fauna,
eaters.
you know?
The shit eater pens. Oh, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in, boys.
Yeah, we're at the Sky Bar in Grimax.
My
Oh,
wallet is
yeah,
shaking.
My drink. It went in.
Someone say did someone say their wallet is shaking?
Yeah, me.
It's quivering.
Nice. Mine's too. It's
Yeah.
like trying to come out of my pants here.
Thankfully, I have an idea. I'm just going to trade in the mole for if I want something.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, the mole's a
I have
good,
a prospector, so I'm good.
a good
Well,
thing
if
to
you had a
trade.
vulture, you'd already have a prospector, right?
Your drink is in your
Ba,
hand,
ba, ba, ba,
Freezy.
ba.
Oh, now it is.
Let's try and see if they kind of jump the gun, and let's see if there's any new ships on the store right quick.
Ooh, there you go. Dude,
all you
I
gotta do is follow this tracker,
I had
the
to
one
scoop
from
the
their
vulture.
Discord.
Oh, okay.
You'll see when they delete and add stuff in, like immediately.
Yeah, there's nothing new. Yeah, I know.
Chris Robbins, president and CEO, replace him as God.
Oh,
No, 10 minutes.
RSI.
All right, let's go.
6.8.
There you go. You should add like a whatever you want to call RSS feed for RSI updates, so we could see anything that happens in that section.
Yeah, for sure. Can you do that, Mesa? for some reason, I think
Yeah.
you should have privileges to do that for sure.
I think so. Yeah.
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 Maybe do it in like Star Citizen News, I guess. Channel.
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
an
That'd be
hour.
good.
All right, boys.
It kind of gets.
Let me
It
get-
kind of gets a little spammy though, because it tracks everything. Like when a developer like says something on a post, which is kind of
okay.
good, I guess.
Yeah, I thought it
I'll-
would
I'll
like
see,
just
yeah.
track the shifts, but yeah, regardless, I'm not too worried about it. Even if it is a little spammy, we can always get rid of it.
All right.
All right,
Yeah.
let me get Okay, I know what I'm wearing. Yeah, we have to. There's no time. There's rarely times that I get to wear this, so this is what's coming.
I need a drink. Let me get a drink.
Let's see here now. We need to
Missing
get
like
this
half my
party
clothing here.
started.
I really like this music.
8 minutes. Let's go.
Are you guys listening to the music?
Yeah. I always listen to it anyway because it's on my launcher. I always make it like always play in the background.
Game's a lot smoother now, so probably help me through the boys and stuff. Game's better. Nice cryptics. It's good to hear. I swear I had red gloves, but you know, I'm not too worried about it. I thought I had some more clothing on the go. Undersuits. Ah, this will probably be hilarious. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's. Can I put this on? Ah, it won't let me put that on. Terrible. Yeah, they need to do more with clothing. It kind of drives me crazy how like you can't have a pistol on your clothing or. Oh well. Alright, boys, I'm coming. Perfect excuse for me to whip out the drip.
Good morning.
What's up?
Good morning.
Way too early.
What's up, boys? Got that drip?
Boss man's here. Look sharp.
Yeah. Put your glass down, Frizzy. Boss man is here.
Alright. I wish they had some seats like actually here so I could stare out at the astronauts.
Pretty cool helmet.
Alright, let's
I don't think it's
pop
one
a
of the
squat.
Halloween ones.
So how are we actually watching this then?
It's on Twitch, but
Yeah, I'm watching it
I
on
have
Twitch.
I have it up on my other screen here. There we go.
Oh, I see.
6
I
minutes.
definitely have it
countdown
on
starting.
like 3 different devices just to see which one's fastest streaming. Like
yeah. Probably smart.
with the countdown right now.
Doing this right now. So you have something to watch. I close my tab down. Star Citizen News. What's this? Oh, Citizen Con alerts. I'm starting to end up in like I'm not nearly as bad as some of the people who are like I have at max discords. You know what I mean? But I'm starting to have quite a few Star Citizen discords going.
I heard someone talking. I hear
I
an
hear
open
voices.
mic. Hot mic.
Bad audio engineering.
Yeah, let me try to get rid of this stuff. You know what drives me the most nuts, and it's probably my most hated thing about the Star
it's Jared
Citizen
talking.
Discord is I hate having like unchecked pings for like Discords, like the little white dot. I always just go and get rid of them all, but like there's no way I could ever get rid of them all. The Star Citizen.
Right click, read.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, if you right click on the Discord, you can say read all.
No way. I don't see that. Marcus Red. Oh my god, you're a fucking G. I didn't know that. The thing, yeah, the more you know.
2 things that bother me in this world: notifications and messy cables.
Yeah. I hear you there.
Oh,
So it looks like they're not doing this on
Look at
YouTube.
this fancy drip.
No, it's on Twitch. Yeah, I got the drip out, boys.
Jeez, I've never seen that.
At the like
I've seen the
the
monocle and the hat, but not the chest.
yeah, it's the like Terravan War kit.
Three minutes.
Yeah, T-minus 3 minutes.
Jared's hyping people up.
I'm kind of fucking hyped myself here.
Yeah, I'm hyped just from that 7-minute. Imagine we're hyped from that 7-minute video that we watched the other night. You know?
Oh man, me and Sunflash ended up for like 2 hours. I was when I got off because I was gonna go to sleep. Ended up just talking to Sunflash for like 2 hours about like pyro and theoretical fucking shit and
Theoretical awesomeness.
yeah, exactly.
I love those discussions.
It was a good one too.
If you're in your inventory, will you be kicked out for inactive even then?
Yeah, you should probably just like hit your mouse every once in a while, I guess. Who's this here in the white flight suit?
I don't know.
Oh, I said it's a Star
Yo.
Citizen watch.
We have a revival meeting here.
Boys. Yeah. Have you been saved, good sir?
Hey. I'm forever stuck in Lorville.
I'm moving away from the garbage pile here. At least the boys could do is clean up the old fucking. Oh yeah, right by the cigarette. It's just like a keg, but I would use it to put cigarettes out.
Yeah, I gotta link this to a friend.
I'm gonna close the chat because it's gonna be pointless. It goes too fast.
Oh, like
yeah, I've been just full screening
Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I immediately.
I'm just watching it zoom by, and I'm like, man, that's pointless.
All right. Scramble race. Do you guys see? Did you ever notice that?
What?
The screen above the big glass window, it says Scramble race, and it's like a ledger for racer name, ship, and race status.
Oh, so you're in the area that's down by the store?
Yeah, it's like kind of like the VIP lounge thing, where there's clearly the boys are getting drunk. Is that? Oh my god, they have like the multi-sided die there. It's fun. What's in that container? Is that a box of condoms? Looks like a box of condoms. Is that what that is? Is that what that is?
Probably.
No, it's pills.
Tablets of some sort.
Calcium. What is it? Calcium.
Control symptoms of a diarrhea, including traveling space-time bowel issues.
Oh my god. Hilarious. The little things in this game, man, they make me so weak.
Holy fuck, that stream sound is loud though. Jesus Christ.
What is it?
Turn it way down.
45 seconds. Woohoo!
All right.
Okay,
All right. Let's
alright.
go. Let's go.
Alright.
Surprised we don't have a bingo drinking game.
Okay, let's get the. There is a bingo card on the. What's it called?
Yeah, I think tabs. I think they're.
No,
Yeah.
I mean for CitizenCon.
In memes. 30K is obviously like the free space.
Every time they say 318, you take a drink.
Hey, what's up?
What's It's starting.
No.
18, 17, 16,
Nice, we're all
15,
synced up.
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8,
Twitch.tv.
7, 6, 5.
1, 3.
I'll send you a link.
Twitch.tv/.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say? It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on. The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I
Jack, how loud are all you
Always
guys?
happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
Like half.
When I first did the
maybe
Citizen Con, where
I was
got
just
to
seeing if I
fly
could
the
hear you
carrot,
guys. I might turn you
everyone
guys
was
up a
so
little bit.
supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Dude, the throat.
No, I can hear Mason fine.
Their effort they put into like their creativity.
Such
Hello.
as
How loud
building
am
a
I?
simulator inside of an entire RV or
The cinemas. I love
Hello?
watching them on my lunch break.
There we go. I hear all you guys.
I enjoy watching the videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like
Exciting.
100 players
Oh,
entering the
my bad. There we go.
That just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas.
Make sure I don't get kicked here.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
Break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do, and it's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events, going to bar Ciizen. It's always
Yeah,
fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person, even if they're like really frustrated.
Just let me check
you
out
can
loud.
tell It's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep.
All right, everyone on stream, how's this sound? Can you hear it fine, and then maybe us when we talk as well? Am I too quiet, too loud? What's up?
What did we do right? What did we do wrong? It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Oh, he got the head tracker on. He's serious.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one.
Oh, ads, get off.
And if somebody said
You kidding
had
me?
to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
That's bullshit. You have ads.
I had an ad pop up. Fuck off.
About ready to sub to Prime. Here we go. So
Oh
we get
man,
ads.
literally. NHL trading cards. Fuck off,
Here we
Twitch.
go,
Are
here
you
we
kidding me?
Ever since I saw Star Wars as a wide-eyed 8-year-old,
Hail
I
Chris.
dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy or a lovable.
Alright, let's turn this up a little bit.
I'm getting ads too.
Yeah, I need a
He
fucking
looks sweaty.
sub to these guys.
After 20 years
God
of
damn.
making games, I was burned out.
Oh no, it went away.
But I never
Alright,
stopped
fuck it.
playing games nor loving them. And now I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on.
Old
But I don't want to
school,
build
man.
any old game.
The Daddy
I wanna build
Roberts.
a universe.
Daddy.
I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One
Where's
that
my
you can
mic
fight
on?
for carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster out and find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes
He's
you.
left.
I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out
Pull
there.
this
And I
off.
want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do.
Dude's rolling his
None of this
ass
would have
off
been
right
even
now.
possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost and the gaming community embracing talented developers via crowdfunding, I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision. And so I thought it was best if I
It's a little
share my
sweaty
ambitions
there, Chris.
visually.
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited by how it's turned
it's
out.
hot. It's hot in there.
So why don't you come join
Yeah.
me for a sneak peek?
He's
wearing Idris, maybe?
long sleeve. 10 years ago, I stepped out onto the
Hockey
stage at
jacket,
GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never
This is
been
just like
accused of
Steve
having a small
Jobs.
vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community,
Try to get the sound right
without
here,
which we
because-
would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million.
He even said Horizon, boys. Do you hear that one?
7 million of them having purchased the game.
That's it.
And while we still have lots of features,
They need to get their character actors to stop saying it.
But he's British, so it doesn't count.
Playing more. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 150,000 several times this year. This compares.
So how many servers is there then?
10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year.
I mean, yeah,
The most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back
so
in
there's like 450
it was 48
servers
minutes,
technically.
64 minutes in
Split
2018,
amongst
and then jumping to 2
the
hours
3
in
regions or
2019.
4 regions.
From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been. And the increasing amount of features and content that are available making for viable daily gameplay. Even in
I think you should have went for the black turtleneck.
Cloud Imperium Games
full,
has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide.
Full tech guy.
To building the most
A lint roller would have been cool.
In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new
Just shredding Chris.
yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming.
Don't listen to them, Chris. I love your game.
It's down to your patience and support.
A haircut also would have been good too.
Detail and scope of Star Citizen.
That poor bastard takes so much shit from everyone.
To outside, from space to planet.
Yeah, I don't want to add on the pile.
All with millimeter detail.
Man, I think Funky gave us a good space game.
With thousands of players online together.
You could see the stress on his eyes.
The most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming. I'm very humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dreams to build a truly immersive universe.
His wife left him, bleeding him dry.
By building it outside the traditional publisher system.
Wait, Sandy left him? No.
Secret source, you.
I thought she did. I thought they had gotten a divorce.
The Star Citizen community is the real unwritten
What a bitch.
longevity and future.
She should have let him devote all his time to Star Citizen. What is she doing?
Inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year we've had 140 Star Citizen events put on around the world.
Says Chris's
Some
wife.
of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Star Citizen had over 300 attendees and a
They're allowed to play Star Citizen in China? That almost surprises me.
From Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully,
there's no skeletons in the game, except for the reclaimer.
Winnie the Pooh's not in the game.
We'll have the chance to spend
My
some time.
buddy in Japan has a hard time playing. He keeps
Let's get the
disconnecting.
show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I
Get it
arrived
on.
on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the
So
future,
Asia servers
we're
will
going
be
to need a
nice.
bigger ship. I present to you.
Oh, what's he present?
The only constant.
Oh.
Dun, dun,
You may
dun.
have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the
And
future.
fancy helmets.
That
Here's a
set's pretty
dedication
cool.
plaque. The only constant in game development.
30
is
Ks! The only constant is 30
Constellation
Ks.
Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototyped by Robert Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched
Right there,
October
boys.
29,
Pure
52,
gold
Manchester,
and titanium. There's
Yeah.
all our money.
Those dirty bastards.
Jared, that wasn't the deal. You weren't
So
gonna
he's
be
like
part of
hosting
the
this.
ship.
Also, I love the Constellation Phoenix too.
That must have gone in my junk folder. Take a seat. Okay, well, that's not bad. It's
Oh, he has a
quite nice
P4 on
little
the
selfie, isn't it?
table, so that confirms P4 is the best gun in the game.
I know,
Garrett's
I could do
wearing
something
Marty's
good
jacket
over
from
the
Back to the
UK.
Future too.
He knows what I like.
No words, you didn't miss it, just started.
Well, let's do a
High
science
class
fiction
liquor. We're gonna talk
drink.
about that.
Can you do a Pangalactal guy?
So, is he going to announce that the Phoenix bar is going to actually work soon?
No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared.
There's a knife there, so maybe Jared will just stab him.
It's our first show.
Oh, imagine that. That'd be the worst thing ever.
Right in the jugular.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Chris.
So what do we supposed to?
Well,
Affected
the past
drinking
10
this
years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh no, don't say that, Chris, please.
And cheers.
We didn't even plan that. All right.
Wow.
All right. So
That is strong. Ooh, vodka.
that's
vodka.
why we didn't cover anything. So
Water. Literally water.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Voyager. Nice.
No way, it's not water.
If you did his job straight vodka every day, straight day, would you be surprised?
Roxbury. Yeah.
Twinsies. I don't be a twinsy with you.
Twinsies.
Let me check the rest of the set out.
Yeah, the look on his face.
He's gone. Not even finished.
Shut down.
Just yet.
Oh, wow. Look at all
Instant.
these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool. The Citizen contract.
Lando Calrissian.
I think it is
Brilliant.
Lando. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up.
He got in that seat fast. Oh, the frag pistol. I guess that confirms Sunflash saying frag pistol, best pistol.
Bobblehead. This is a great
I've
place
never
to meet
used that
people
pistol.
Oh, they're gonna announce a Jared Huckabee bobblehead, guguaranteed.
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is.
I'm getting that.
Is that Saber?
I think we
Oh, that's an arrow.
Oh, that's a pink dragonfly.
First presentation of the day.
PTV. He confirms best PTV best ship.
Frankfurt studio.
Oh, here we go, Pyro.
But you know the
neat locations
Green
coming in the upcoming
Prospector,
Pyro system.
it's right
the
there.
first
It's
of
Yeah,
the
we're-
4.0 presentations of the day. So take
the
it away.
skin's in the store right now.
Yeah. Word said that's where the millions of dollars went, is the set. Alright, here we go, boys.
Pyro, let's go.
My name's Max. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years.
Okay, Planetary Pyro. Can I get up the bingo card? Because we already knocked off half of it.
So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the
Like that
current
color.
version of Pyro, so we're still going to do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you what we
Alright,
have
boys.
so far. So
Start
the
theory
idea
crafting.
behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team.
Sounds
and
terrible.
The way
Do you see
they
that storm?
visualized these solar
Yeah,
flares
dude.
That's
was
nuts.
Like glowing marks and streaks.
That looks like
all over
5
the planet.
FPS to
Unfortunately,
me.
the tech for
You see
the
that
glowing
storm,
part
guys?
of it is
So
still
your
being
hopes and
worked on.
dreams go to
So
die
we had to make
while
do
you're on the
with
planet.
what we could
That's where we
use.
lose the first
So
fleet.
it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the
Imagine
blue
walking outside a bunker
coming
and that
in.
storm
Yeah, as
just
you can
hit
see,
you,
Pyro
like, you
1
forget the
already
storm's
has
there, and you
some
walk out, you just
volumetric
go
clouds.
flying.
Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet.
Okay.
I just tweaked, like,
The ground is cool color, yeah, like you're saying.
make it look
Yeah.
a bit nicer.
I bet there's a bunch of Aphorite on that
See
planet.
why it's blue. We added
Ooh, that's
like,
cool.
Crystals are
tons of
cool.
these crystals in
Yeah,
Pyro
that's
1.
sick.
So when you land in them, it
We've
just
used
stabs.
crystals
Just,
on
yeah,
Wada,
pierces the
we
hull
played it a
instantly.
bit yeah, we played it a bit too safe on Wada. I
Impaled.
think we only
It's got that blue
like,
magic
crystals as
growing
ground
right
cover
there.
Yeah,
assets.
Cryptics. That looks like
But
5
Pyro 1
FPS.
really
Yeah,
wants
you're
to
not wrong,
push the
Cryptics.
shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting
Heisenberg.
thing to
Yeah.
highlight.
More
here,
plants. Look, they got
plants
more
over
plants.
there.
All right.
So what's interesting about those?
You should be able to
is we
harvest
made
shit
them,
like that.
Like 3 or 4
Yeah.
years ago, they were supposed to be part of like a
Now,
mission.
It looks like
in,
there's mad wind because he's
on a
like
space
bent over.
station. The mission was
I know, right?
scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then, this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plant set, and I'm happy that we finally
That
found
blue haze.
a spot.
Isn't that
Yeah.
the same plants that are in prison?
This is another
Yeah, that
thing
looks
I
like
wanna
it.
highlight.
That
It's
looks cool as
also
fuck.
important for us
Oh,
that
yeah,
we
yeah.
do
That
something
does look
memorable
sick.
The
with
rock
each
formations
I like those
are cool.
rocks on the left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they look like
Pyro
ships.
One,
Pistol,
this
best pistol,
spiky
obviously.
rock set that looks really intimidating.
Well, it's just because
We
that's like what
tried
you
to
get when you
push
spawn into the game.
scale of the
Nope,
assets
best pistol.
for
Know what
the
you're
Pyro
talking about.
system. We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made.
Oh, good. More
it's
things
not
I
done
can
yet, it still
hit
needs
while
a
I'm trying
polish
Yeah.
pass,
trying to
but I
dodge in
want
a
to show you
dogfight
guys
close to
what
the
it feels
surface.
like when you're in game.
Fantastic.
Blades
walking
Edge.
around
It'd be cool if
here.
with persistent
Now I
ships,
wanna
if you
show
could
my
like
personal
if
favorite
the crash should
biome
be
of
persistent, if you
Pyro
could impale yourself on one of
One.
them.
This biome here
Ooh, yeah,
has
that's
these
cool.
really
Anybody want to go
cool
try
rock
landing on some
formations.
rocks?
They are
Yeah.
massive in scale. Like if I jump in game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them. yeah, it's possible to land your spaceship on them.
Okay, confirmed.
It's
There you go.
probably fun to,
Confirmed.
yeah, race through here. We can
And we need black holes.
imagine
I'd say
What do you
black
gotta
holes
say
are
about
coming.
that now?
combat space as well because they do provide nice.
Now we got some
nice
place to make
cover.
somebody
Let's
walk
just
the
jump
plank
a couple
to their
different
death.
areas on Pyro
Yeah.
1 before we move to Pyro 2.
Yeah, it's
that's
like
a good
Rome.
point. I like this. Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, it looks legit. They need to make every rock mineable though. I still am an advocate for that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Pyro 2, boys. Now, is it Pyro 3 is the one that's like
In
habitable?
comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the planet is like way more colorful. There's more variation in
red.
the use and values
Yeah.
of the
PEI.
colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean.
It looks like a No Man's Sky planet.
Volumetric clouds yet,
Mhm.
but they will be there at release.
Definitely.
So now I jump to one of the
Okay.
biomes of Pyro
Okay.
2. What I want to highlight
Like
Looks
the look
like
of this.
Nevada, like red rocks or some shit.
the
Yeah.
improvements that we made to how acids spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do. To have
It just
some natural
doesn't look-
transition from the terrain.
I mean, it looks
to the
great. It
geometry,
doesn't look
and
like
then
that
also have,
super
like, the rocks
procedural stuff, you
form
know?
in a natural
Yeah.
way.
Unique,
Now
I guess is what I'm
we
looking.
can
He did say
have
that there
rock
was
formations. It's
no
not
clouds
there
in yet, but they will be. So
there are still
it will
Yeah.
look
improvements
even a
planned
little bit more
for
cool.
it, but I
If they do
think
cool
in
clouds.
comparison to what we had
Let me turn it up a
before,
little bit more.
this is a big step forward. Also, what you might see is the drawing distance of acids has been greatly improved.
Yeah,
so
it's really
everything
nice.
you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see that this is
Okay, I approve.
Confirm my graphics card is blowing up.
Yeah, you need a
as
new
an
graphics
really
card now.
cool, like
Official.
the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly.
I know you guys are focusing on the video, but last night, Asteroid found a Pico ball.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna use the camera in editor. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool
What is a
biome on
Pico
Pyro
ball?
2.
It's just a thing in the game,
It's
collectible.
simple,
Ooh.
but I think
Okay, I like
less
Super
is
rare
more,
collectible.
in
This
the
reminds me of
game.
Fallout New Vegas
What
right
sets
here.
this biome apart
Yeah, that
from
looks
the
cool.
rest of the planet is that we added
Nuketown.
these
Yeah.
calcified trees, and they spawn in very dense clusters.
What are you guys
so
watching on
almost get,
Twitch?
like, little
Yeah,
forests of
that's
them.
on Twitch.
It's
Almost
supposed to
reminds
look
me of like
very
some places in
dry
Conan.
and kind of dead.
Just
Yeah?
watching
still,
Space Tomato
yeah.
stream.
pretty way.
I like
Okay,
this.
if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that
I
you
like the
have,
water. Water looks
Oh,
good.
that looks
here on the
nice.
terrain,
Good.
It's pale, it's dry.
The
but then
mountains
in the
around
background you
it
have, like,
Yeah.
a
looks really
nice
cool
clear
too.
Blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we
This
tried
all
to
looks
add, like,
really
a lot of
good.
different
Yeah.
geology assets.
I mean, because how much can you do? It's like,
good.
Bushes
Yeah.
and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind
Yeah,
of
it
lively.
does look good.
And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
looks
another
really good.
nice contrast of this planet where you have
You're
like, the
absolutely right. It
saturated
doesn't.
red
It doesn't look
terrain,
procedural generated.
and the
Yeah, it's
dark
like
You
it's
see the Brock's
handcrafted
popping
type
in
of
there
thing,
though a
you know?
little bit.
point
Look
here,
the little fucker.
what
Yeah.
I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground.
Ah, this
textures.
also looks great too.
So
Oh,
Looks
yeah.
like lava flow almost.
like 2-3
Yeah.
years ago, we had to rely a lot
Like
on
molten would
ground
spin.
cover acids to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us.
I was gonna say that
but ever
that
since
last
we
one
got
looked
terrain
familiar.
displacement,
I've seen scenes like
we
that in
get,
like
like,
New
really
Mexico and
nice,
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Shapes just from the textures alone.
I just love how it doesn't
And
look
then if
duplicated.
you
Like these
That
farm
grass
textures.
combine it with
really
ground
good.
cover acids, yeah, the result is
Yeah,
really
it's not
successful.
gritty
How
at
things
all.
blend together,
Like-
We gotta ask them what
and the
NAS
amount of
computer they're
detail that
running
you
on.
see on the
The
ground.
40 series graphics card.
There we go.
Pyro
They have the
3.
50
Now,
So now
series.
we're on Pyro 3. You saw
is this
some of
where
this
Levski's
during
at?
last year's
Pyro
keynote
3?
demo,
Well, they
but I
have an
wanna use the
entire server
opportunity
room
to give,
dedicated
like,
to
an
it.
in-depth
Yeah.
look at some of
I don't
the
remember,
biomes.
Ted.
So last year you saw
Yeah,
that
this
like
is it.
yellow is kind of
Oh, yeah, it
the
is, yep.
accent color of Pyro 3.
That looks
This is the one they showed off
So
last
from
year.
this distance,
Good
you
morning,
can see
Raven.
through the volumetric clouds, like a lot of the yellow coming through.
I can.
We talked
I think I
about
can hear it
what's
voice
making
coming
it
through your
look
mic a
yellow,
little bit.
which is the moss.
Oh
And
no,
I
you're
wanna,
good there,
like,
Gearhound.
jump down to the planet surface and show you the amount of detail that you will see when going up close to the moss. So we're down
Ah,
at the surface
yes, this
now.
looks great.
We're just gonna jump
Oh
in game.
man, that looks
A
so
lot
good.
of time and effort was spent.
We
on
spent time on the moss.
the moss looks just right.
I
So,
want
like,
my
the
moss
right
looking
level of
good.
Fluffiness,
Yeah.
And density.
Not Fuck
that
you,
looks
bro.
really
I
nice
appreciate.
when it like covers these rocks.
Fluffiness,
And then we also have
6
like
months
lots
on the
of
progress track
smaller
for
mosses
For
around
moss,
the
yeah.
combine it with, like,
100
Rock
yards.
moss.
and it makes for
It
like
looks
a
so
really
good, though.
interesting
Oh, I love it.
biome.
Yeah.
So it was really
This
important
is
for
looking
us
good.
to
That reminds
make
me of
this
like
biome
Scotland.
really dense. So
Like,
we pushed the amount
all
of
the
assets
fens.
that we're using. So it's basically
Just more
6
yellow.
artists and 2 developers spending 6
compared
months
to
on
Percy, for
fluffiness.
example, which Person and
We need to fluff this stuff up, boys.
But now they have it as like a procedurally generated fluffiness tool, I bet.
way denser.
Yep.
The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a pyro coast biome. The improvement
Ah,
to
dude.
coast biomes
They
is
actually
that
have
we
coast
use,
now.
OPR override
Sick.
for every single biome.
That looks like snow in the
Previously, we
distance
could
too,
only
so
use
this is
one
like
global
boundary
override per
between like
planet, which,
snow
as you
and
can imagine,
non-snow.
is not enough when you have something
Yeah.
like Stanton
Snow
4,
or ash,
where
because
you
there's
have
that black
snowy
mist back
regions and
too.
Could be ash.
tree regions.
You still see
and one
stuff
object
floating
preset
in
I was
Yeah.
just gonna
and
say that.
cover every
You're showing off
coast.
floating items.
We added
Well, that's
these
like it looks like
coral,
ash or something in the atmosphere.
No,
Or
it was
snowflakes.
literally like
coral
a
geology
coral
set,
floating on
Oh,
the
okay,
to have
yeah.
some of the yellow
Yeah.
also
Surprised by the
along
waves.
the coast. So you see
But
here,
either way, it's like
we always have like
a
a
lot
little
of
bit of
stuff
yellow
to deal with.
coming through, and eventually it transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously, when we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral,
Okay,
seaweed,
water vehicle
different
when?
pebbles and rocks and other stuff.
When-
Now I jump
when
to
water
one of the
physics are in the
volcanic
game.
regions
Yeah.
on Pyro 3.
Oh,
You
this
might
looks
not
good.
expect to find
More plants?
vegetation here.
That looks like
but we
fucking
did
weed,
add a little bit of
almost.
vegetation
We
to this
need an
region
amphibious
to make it a
Spartan.
bit more interesting.
So when can you smoke that?
What I want to highlight here is the
When can I grow and
quality
consume?
bar that we set for
I'd,
ourselves
I'd say
when it comes to improving
4.8.
the look of our
Yeah.
vegetation. So
What's up
this
with that? You
is
know, the
one of
4.20.
my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the
Just
amount
like
of
all
detail
cola.
on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like
I bet chat is
dots
just
or
like
whatever,
in
pots.
Twitch is just like
And it's just,
spamming
like, a
losing their
really
mind.
cool asset
Yeah.
set. So
Yeah, there's a whole
flying
bunch of
over
weed.
the volcanic regions, you
I
will
do
find
it. I
pockets
call that
of
shit.
these,
Space
scattered
ganja,
all
weed,
Yeah.
over,
weed,
just to
weed.
make the area like a little bit more lively.
It's weed.
Before we move on, let's jump around to
I'm
a
not.
couple more
Official.
places.
Okay, this area looks sick.
Ooh.
I like
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
too.
The
Oh,
Pyro
we-
3 is a sweet looking planet.
Yeah,
to be honest
Really
with you.
is.
I think that's where we're
Oh,
probably going to be
yeah.
setting up home base in one of these outposts there.
Now we're on Pyro 4,
Yeah.
which is my personal favorite. of
Pyro
the
4 is the one we
system.
have not
Yes,
seen
it's his
any of
favorite.
yet.
Rotor, you can probably
Yeah, you're
tell
right.
that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit
They look
dusted,
cool though,
but
like rolling
yeah,
fog
they
clouds.
will look amazing once the planet comes
Pyro's
out.
supposed to
let's
be,
focus on
like,
the terrain
a
shapes. We
mining
created
company
some
set
of
up in
these
there
terrain shapes
Yeah.
and then bailed
special
out.
for Pyro
They
4
went bankrupt.
because it's loosely inspired
Yeah.
by like Scottish
Yeah,
highlands.
so maybe we'll actually have some
So
roads.
there's not a lot of like verticality,
Ooh, the
not a
Scottish.
lot of trees. So everything is kind of coming from the
Yeah,
A lot
that's
of
a cool
fens and
looking,
plants.
smaller assets.
Look at
that
how
we
sharp those
scatter
mountains
on
are.
Yeah,
the
they're like granite
terrain
almost.
geometry.
Yeah,
So
like,
it's
Yeah.
like they have
game,
slopes,
and
sort
then
of.
you can see
Okay,
the
this looks
amount
legit.
of ground cover assets on display.
It's
the
gonna be hard not to be in
variation
Pyro.
color,
These plants are
but it's
far
all
nicer than Stanton.
grounded by
Yeah,
like,
Stanton
the
sucks.
Stanton's
color
been
of
like
the
shit on.
soil.
Well, Microtech's not bad, but like
And it just looks like
Hurston's
we
a
have
Microtech's
pile of
multiple
garbage.
new vegetation
Our
sets
corpse
on
is
display
city.
here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called.
These trees look good. I like
I think
these
it's called
trees.
a fire stalk.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's
But
kind
yeah,
of like
it
a
is like
modified
2
version
FPS.
of
You can
the
see he's
real
trying not to
world
move too much to
thing.
the side.
They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. if you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones,
Reminds me of like fucking
the
Bannerlord
geometry
looking
count is
trees.
way higher. The
Yeah.
texture resolution is a bit
The
higher.
stumps on them, I assume there's more
and
work
they
to be
just
done on
look
them.
more polished.
He's
and
trying not to get
nicer,
close because they
which
look
means
very
that eventually we have to go
pixelated.
back to Hurston, to Microtech, and
Was
give
that birch?
the trees there
Some sort of
like a
thing, yeah.
little makeover.
They look nice
So what
though. I
was
like
really
the
important for
style.
us was
Yeah.
to
Some sort of
improve the
elm.
blending between
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
biomes. So you see here,
Yeah,
these
blending
are two
is
fairly
kinda
simple
nice.
biomes.
Yeah.
There's a clear
Fade's
distinction
nice.
between them.
Yeah.
But the transition still feels very natural. So if we go down here, you have like the red grass, and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural. Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so
Straight
far.
into the
So
canvas.
this biome
Okay.
here, the
we go.
concept
This is
art
where the
is
races
really,
are gonna be, boys.
Some
Dude, this
really
looks sick.
interesting
This is where I'm gonna
concept
crash my
art,
ship
because
into that
this is easily
circle,
some
trying to
of
go
the-
through it.
the biggest rock
Yeah, there's
formations
definitely a barrier in
that we
between
have
that circle.
in the game.
Oh yeah, for sure, Cryptics.
so
Yeah,
far.
anytime. It was
Actually,
good
we
having you the other day.
tried to
Thanks for
fly
modding as well. I
a
appreciate it.
ship, so you can see the scale of them. So they're
Okay, they're
massive
fucking
in
massive.
scale.
Oh,
This is the hardest
Yeah.
All right, this is where we're gonna
That
have
looks
races
sick.
through the clouds and
to
rocks.
look right is that they're
That's
supposed to look
sick.
Yeah,
really
this is
good
cool.
from a distance.
I like that layer of fog on the
Yeah.
ground as well.
This
Oh.
big,
Just these hills are
yeah, to be
above it. That's
visible
sick.
Yeah.
almost from space.
Is that me seeing him
Then
flying
the
decoupled?
tricky thing is also to make them look good when you're standing up close
Well,
to them.
banking sucks
Let me
on
jump in game
atmosphere,
so you
so
see how big these rocks
it could be
actually
decoupled.
are. So they are
I think it was.
massive in scale.
Dude, they're huge.
Holy
Probably
fuck,
land your
bro.
spaceship
That looks
on
good.
them and walk on them.
Okay, so
and
Ballista's on top of them. I see.
Ballista's on top.
Visual that you have these like
Gonna get me
dark
started on how disappointed I was in the
rocks
Gladius and its
against
hand blowing
the
in the atmosphere.
crimson of
Yeah, well, it's kind
soil
of
and
chunky.
grass.
It reminds me of
Yeah.
like
Here's a little
what was
happy
that fighter in
accident where we have
Vietnam
the
that the
volumetric
Americans
clouds,
used? That was just
Ooh,
like,
that looks cool.
covering the
Oh wow,
terrain.
look at that.
And
yeah, I
because
love the clouds.
height map, the
You got
difference in
4?
height is so large,
Phantom?
we actually get like
yeah,
shapes
it's
of the
like it
terrain
was just as
over the
aerodynamic
volumetric
sideways almost
clouds.
as forwards.
Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues.
It was
that
like a
we have
block.
here, which is
Yeah,
something
the
that
Phantom
we
was
still
like a
need to look
dart.
at.
Maybe
But like
maybe
I
the
said
S3.
before, this is
I
still
forget.
work in
I'd have to look it
progress.
I remember the pilots being like, "Yeah, it was a piece of shit.
Because
It
I
handled like shit."
mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before.
That was most
I
places.
just wanted to highlight what one of the coast
Very
biomes of
muddy,
Pyro
muddy
4
coast.
looks like.
Yeah.
So this one is kind of this wet,
Very
sand,
northern California.
I wish.
we've
Hey
scattered some
guys,
of
we
the
gotta grab a bottle and throw it in there.
seaweed,
We gotta start the.
some of these
Yeah, it's not dirty enough.
lava plates.
We need some
and
plastic
some
in
of
these
these
waters.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that'd be so
And then
cool
we
if with
also
like
get, like,
persistence
nice
we
Throw some
made
turtles
this.
in there too, so
moving
people can
with
start bitching
the
about that
waves
too.
of the
It'd be
ocean.
cool if we could make
One
this like
interesting
Hurston and
thing
just
of
start
Pyro
piling
4
garbage
is
in
that
the
we
ocean
have
and you
a
see it like
massive
floating around on the server
crater
for like the
region.
whole time.
On other planets, we have
Forever. Till the
individual
next wipe.
craters
Oh,
that
is
are
this like a
along the
caldera?
Look
or
at
This
that.
looks
three or
sick.
four smaller craters
Yeah,
on one
that's
height
sick.
map, but this is actually
Those
multiple
craters
height
are
maps
Inside of
on
that-
one in the
one
middle.
large
Yeah,
crater,
inside of that like
and you can see it
yeah,
all the way
amazing.
That's
out
what I
into
love about their
space.
planets,
Like
man.
this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like
I want to see in
global
between those two
displacement,
like mountains.
texture,
Like that's where I would have
and then
base set
Yeah.
up.
The
Yeah.
in
of the
between of those, yeah.
ecosystems,
A
sprinkled
ring
on
of
top
ballistas
crater.
around this crater too.
plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very
Oh,
yes, spooky and grim.
I'm just
and
realizing
kind of
that
dark.
there probably
So we
won't
have
be a lot of
these,
jump points.
No.
dark fantasy
No,
Nope,
very
man,
few.
Probably not.
looking
And everything
trees,
has to be traversed manually.
yeah, which
Maybe
make it
OM
kind of
points.
creepy.
Probably.
I
Then
think
we
there
bring
might be,
some of
like-
the red grass back from
you don't
the
think there'll be
previous,
outpost jump points?
biome.
When
We
you're
go down
there?
to the
3,
surface of the
like
crater,
places like
you can see that
Levski
we
and
ended
stuff.
up this
But I
Yeah,
think
that's
on
what I
these
mean.
planets they're like
looking
unexplored.
tree-set,
Like
some
Pyro 1's
Yeah.
like a
tree
ball of nothing.
shapes, some
That's my guess.
moist,
I
Yeah.
think
looking ground cover
I've seen somewhere where they want
This whole area is
explorers to
supposed
be
to
able to
make
make
it
their
feel a
own
bit
points and
uneven.
then
Oh, that'd be
sell
sick.
jump
It's supposed
points.
to be
That'd be sick.
hostile,
Oh.
and it's not safe
Be able
without
to buy
your
star
suit
maps from
on.
other people.
So
Yeah,
That'd be
they'll
cool
be
as
able to
hell.
like go
the
and
pyro
plot
planets,
points,
so
and then
let's
they
switch
could
it up
sell
and
that
look at
jump
one of
point
the
to
moons.
players, and then those players could jump to that jump point.
But I have
Oh,
a
we're
bad
getting more.
feeling people are
5C.
gonna.
This one is
They're gonna
Pyro
Citizen
5
geocaching.
C.
They're
Similar
gonna
to Pyro
sell
4,
it,
you can see
and
that
it's
it's
gonna
Okay.
be a
a
trap.
landmark that you can see from
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean that'd be a
in this
cool
case, it's
that'd
not
be a
the
cool
crater,
loot too.
but it's like
Selling
like a
trap
long
locations.
streak of slick
They get there, it's
obsidian.
just ballistas
So let's
and
fly down to the surface of
Ballista
the
corridor.
street
Yeah.
and have a look what it looks like.
So maybe
from
this
up
is the one we have
close.
never seen anything of.
Again,
This
we
is
start
crazy
with
looking.
like the global height map where
Looks a
there's-
little
there's
smaller,
like
too.
Yeah,
little
it's like
bit
a
of
moon.
bump up, and then it goes down to form the crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem height maps on top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start with like flatland shapes, some smaller craters, and then it transitions into like these
That looks
quite
cool.
spiky looking
Yeah.
mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth.
Am
down
I
here.
correct where Pyro 5 or
jump
whatever the
to
last
this
planet is the
point,
only one with moons?
which is a really
The other
cool
ones don't
spot
have
because,
moons.
like, the sun just hits the
Oh,
obsidian
dude, that looks
right
sick.
away and everything is like nice and shiny.
Dude, look at that.
Looks like volcanic
Looks like
glass.
obsidian.
That the
Yeah.
ground is quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it's yeah, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also
Yeah.
find on Stanton 4. This
Damn, that
one
looks good.
got a bit of an update, a bit of polish.
really
So
cool.
we improved the shapes, different textures, just to make it look extra cool.
Yeah, those
like
are
the
neat.
way
Yeah.
the sunlight hits these surfaces.
You can see like the
To
grain.
make this area a bit more
Yeah.
interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey. And
Can't
it's
lie,
always
I am-
nice to have like
I'm fucking so excited for
occasional
Pyro,
pocket of
especially seeing how much of
vegetation.
it's
Yeah.
done.
To
Like,
set the obsidian
These
biome
planets
apart
looking
from
so
the
good.
rest of the planet, we went with
This
the
looks sick.
opposite route for these biomes.
it's like
here.
a different
So
Dama,
instead of being
more
It's like
rocky.
Illyria
and
almost to
Yeah.
me too.
slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand.
Excuse me.
The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some.
Oh yeah, no, this is like an
verticality
aerial
to
type
the
of
scattering.
amount of
Yeah.
rock.
But yeah, outside the obsidian.
Don't
crack,
drive here.
Oh
this
yeah,
is
ground
what
wheel
you
is
will
gonna have a
find
fucking
on the planet most of the
ton
time.
in there.
So this go-to point, I
Mules,
picked to
that's what you
show
need.
Some of the
Or
subtle
rock
color
DS.
that we added to Pyro 5C. So the obsidian crack is like
Oh, look at that skybox. It looks pretty good.
gray.
Yeah.
black.
Reminds you of like Skyrim
The desert
Night
I
Sky.
just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks.
That
from
hill
the
in the
biome
background with the
information.
like the
And it
water
looks really nice
cuts
how-
going through it
how
looks
the
good.
red,
Mhm.
creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background.
Pyro 6. Okay, I thought
Ooh, still good.
maybe.
And
Oh
our
yeah, I
showcase
forgot.
today
Never
on
mind.
Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like
Very
the
moon-
yellows and
moony.
Yeah,
the
it's
pale,
like
beige
Ida
tones
type
of
thing.
The terrain. And
That looks like a
then
lot of
you
water
have
though.
Another blue ocean.
Yeah.
As
Oh,
you
it is
can
an
see,
ocean,
the
wow.
terrain is
It's like
kind
puddles.
of ridden by
It's
craters.
like the
And
idea of
you
how
get these
water got
really
on Earth
cool
of like all the
shapes where
asteroids.
The ocean fills
All these
in
pot marks.
Yeah.
those craters. If we jump all the way down to
That
the
looks
edge
nice.
of one of
Yeah.
those
Yeah.
craters,
It's like luxury.
The
almost.
water looks
edge
deep as
of
hell.
one of those
Looks like
craters.
it would be deep.
I'm jumping in game right
Yeah.
now just to show you what it feels like walking along here.
Imagine if you seen them go jump in the water and start
Yeah,
swimming
this
around.
is very.
Some
This is very unique looking.
dramatic
I like
Yeah.
this too.
looking,
They look like
coral
corals.
shapes.
Those like white
Maybe
things.
And
white box
eventually
corals.
Yeah, it's
maybe?
like this
down
whole bit was
here
underwater and
towards
then
Yeah.
one of
slowly
those
drying up.
craters that's filled
Yeah.
with
Take a
water.
phoenix
We
here,
have
you
a
know,
couple of floating
constellation.
meshes
Okay, they're
here on the
floating.
left.
Those things to the
This
left.
is still work in progress.
And
Yeah,
space-
yeah, he
space
even
battle.
calls it out.
One of
That's what he's
us,
like. These things are
probably
work in
me, has to
progress.
go in and adjust the settings of the spawning.
That
here.
water looks deep. I don't know
Then we're
why.
right
It looks
at the
super deep.
edge.
Need to
Very
make a work in
emerald.
progress watermark.
color
Imagine
of
if you
the
seen him
water
start swimming and it's
and
like
how it
swimming
looks
confirmed.
against the backdrop
It's
of the
definitely deep
terrain.
though. You can see.
Rocky terrain.
deep.
Then over here,
Fishing
I want to
confirmed.
introduce you to
What?
our human scale ref mesh.
Okay, I was gonna
I
say
thought that was an alien.
stone
That was an
men.
alien?
Yeah.
And he's super helpful
Moon Knight?
when we set up object
Moon
regions,
Knight, yeah.
because you can immediately see how the scale of assets feel.
Why do they make his
when you
balls so
have them
big?
in situation, like he adds context to the scene.
It's just
He
hung like a
spawns
fucking donkey.
every time that object
Yeah.
preset spawns, and
He's a star citizen. He's hung.
yeah, he helps us find. The
Okay,
right
this all
values,
looks cool as hell.
when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the
It blended
assets that
very
we put
good.
on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same
What do you
rock
guys in chat? You guys
on
hyped
both
for
of
this? I'm
them.
not even gonna lie, I'm pretty hyped. So far these planets look
Makes
amazing.
for, like,
They do
a
this
nice
so
amount of
well.
detail on the
Yeah,
ground.
they know how to put together a planet.
And occasionally
Dude, by the time they get to
also
Nyx, they're
these
just gonna be like
spider
Control C,
looking,
Control V.
yeah. meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles, the monochromatic terrain, the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the volumetric clouds.
Yeah, it looks
here.
sick.
And then if I turn the sun and we make this
yeah, the night skies looks deadly.
dark, and I jump in game,
Oh yeah.
you can see
Oh,
It's
how
amazing.
drastically
Like the pulsating?
skybox
Yeah, from the
impacts
Starman.
lighting, when you're on the dark side of the planet, and the skybox is just. Yeah,
That's a
it's
neat lighting. Like
Dude,
for
it
the
looks
dark side.
sick.
Look
the
at
skybox
that.
for the entire pyro system, so you will see it on every single pyro planet. It's just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
Yeah, it looks so good. So they didn't show any of the moons really, I don't
I'm
think.
happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm
And
super
that's the
excited
Citizen
to
Con.
see you
Yeah.
guys
Thanks
explore
for
the
coming.
Pyro
Please
system
buy our
for
ships.
the first time, to hear your feedback.
Buy our ships.
See ya next
There's
year.
still
Plots
work
our
that we
land.
have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after.
I'm excited. Not even gonna lie. I'm actually
He looks so excited.
fucking
I'm
hyped.
so
Seeing
excited.
surfaces of those fucking
Okay,
planets
this is a
got me
different one, is it? Or no, that's that storm that we've
Oh.
seen on Pyro 2. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Nice. Little cinematic
I like
video of
those
it.
pixels.
Okay, look at those little weird flowers.
Yeah, that's cool.
Man.
That's poppies. Space poppies.
Space poppies.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
We want every single fucking opioid we can get.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to grow some weed on there.
Dude, they showed weed. They just showed it. Like,
we
there's
saw-
space
we saw
weed.
some space
Yeah.
buds.
We're gonna get some space
It's
buds?
straight colas. That's all it is. It's colas.
I just got home, so I'm sitting here watching your stream on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty fucking hyped. I'm gonna be going back and watching this shit multiple times.
Yeah, these planets are really good. It's gonna be
Look, get a good
hard
video.
to
Go through and watch it enough times to pull out all the
That was
highlights.
gorgeous.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
It does
Oh,
look.
the moss.
Moss.
There's the weed. There's the weed.
There's the space weed.
It's all cola.
That's all it is.
Loco, I can hear meat coming through your thing.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me mute.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't even hear it over my headset, so it's my sound.
There you go. You're good now.
Yeah, no, I muted it.
Oh man, this is sick. Some of these planets look amazing. Like this looks amazing. This planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
Yeah.
I grow pot on Star Citizen. It's gonna be great.
I really
Yeah.
like the cloud mist in there and the moon.
So where do the boys think we're gonna set up home base at? What planet you guys thinking?
In that big fucking crater.
Yeah, the big crater's cool.
That one.
That one right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the.
Yeah, we're setting ballistas up all around the hills.
This is a nice one.
Yeah, that's
that
the
one.
crater. Yeah.
Right up on top of that mountain in the middle.
Yeah, and that flat area in the middle is like staging. They have everything laid out.
Put a fucking flag down, claimed by STAARS.
That's where we're putting the
Stars
fucking
flag.
That's where we're putting the ballistic garage at. Is right on top of that mountain.
Yeah, you can buy land claims. I'm so tempted to buy one. It's such a waste of money, but I want one so bad.
You would. You fucking would.
I would, man. No fucking doubt. Instant. I'd buy the big one too. That's like 8 square kilometers.
I know you would. I know you would. That's why I'm laughing.
Or it's like 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers is what it is.
Well, just get me a pill or whatever the pilgrim to go with it, and I'll go.
Yeah,
set
the
up
Pioneer.
shop.
Yeah, for
Pioneer.
sure.
It should be called the Pilgrim. If you
Pilgrim
get
would be good. You'd be like, hello, Pilgrim.
Hello, Pilgrim.
Come set up settlement right here, boys.
Well, he's a
All right, here we go. So that confirms the best ships are what's on the desk there, apparently, in their ideas, in their mind.
And he's left. I don't know where he went.
PTV right in the center.
Should not be let back in the door.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, black shirt.
Pisces right next to
The Roberts is gone.
Yeah.
He's not coming back. This is how they announce it.
Yep. Because he sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live?
Well, you know, Squadron 42 is going to come out in about 3 years.
Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952.
turn
I'm your
this up
host,
a little bit.
Jared Huckabee, and yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by 2 CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers.
Okay, this is goofy, but at least it's not.
It's not cringe. Yeah, it's like.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Not too bad. You were looking at me.
Like I remember I watched like an announcement for like a Blizzard thing, and I was like cringing the whole time. This is just kind of silly, but I still
I've had
enjoy
6
it.
of my own, and my job hasn't changed. I can't tell you. So,
I like your
Boy.
that's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Absolutely.
Good.
You like it? Like it? We have
Is he
been
drunk this time?
talking about this, dreaming about
Here's
this,
the thing.
and just imagining.
If
doing
you
this
had
since
billions of dollars to
every
spend, would
time
you
we
build
talked
yourself
about
one of these
changing
sets to
things,
play Star
surviving,
Citizen in?
whatnot. What should we do? And it was always like, we should build a spaceship.
Well, we know where our money went.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Now that laptop, the RSI laptop
And you
thing looks
you're
legit.
always
though.
marble.
Yeah.
Constantly, so having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952.
Get out on camera.
A brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two
Kind of want that
recently took
bobblehead.
kind of
Not
a
gonna lie.
whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of
Probably
the
find a 3D
communities
model
over
for it and print one.
Yeah.
So it was actually quite a lot of fun for us and actually a great experience in terms
Is
of
there a
learning lot about,
repository of the
the
3D
community
models
over
online
there
somewhere?
and what they would
I think they
like
pulled
and
them
all that
down,
stuff. And
don't
so
they?
It's actually one of the better trips I've been on. and really
everybody,
enjoyed it. Got to meet
for the
fantastic
ship showdown, everybody was managing to
people,
get the 3D model.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
The events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea.
Talk to
Had
only
a nice bar
Yidis.
citizen out there, hung out
Yeah.
with people. Great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea,
Does he have a?
we did a live
Is that a
stream into the China bar
Star
citizen
Citizen
happening at the same
tattoo
time.
on his chest?
So
or
we
my-
had some technical difficulties.
Looks like
streaming
stars and
while we were
That made
there.
it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them, and so
Looks like
on.
a For All
Did they have a-
Mankind tattoo.
I've got like a 15
And then the next week we
second
jumped over to
delay
Singapore,
compared to what you guys are
and,
watching because you
hung
guys
out with
keep
those
commenting on things.
I was gonna say
Okay.
we haven't had any technical
don't see.
difficulties so far today.
I guess the 4-hour time difference for me.
I don't know what.
Well,
Yeah,
we're talking about this, yeah,
I was going to say nothing in here is actually wood.
Well, so
There's
while,
nothing
while,
from-
while we're talking about it, the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This
so
is
you
Korea. Yeah, we'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you.
Interesting.
It's
don't
freaking
know the
anthrax.
full history. Like a replica of an ancient scroll.
I like the scroll though.
But
I
the
appreciate it.
characters are put together as
Okay.
Star Citizen.
Oh, cool. It's cool.
Which is really
Oh yeah,
Which is incredibly cool.
that guy.
It is
that,
cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you
Yeah,
so I don't get out.
absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
Good string in the right- Yeah.
That's
Does
really
look
cool.
Incredibly cool.
Yeah,
Alright, now
I
go backwards.
appreciate
Yeah,
the
I'll mess
And
it up.
then the
The effort.
and then
the
from
scroll.
Singapore,
Yeah.
we got
Yep.
really cool
It's cool. Then we jumped over to Singapore, and
Don't
while
get that
we were
one over
there,
here in the Western.
this is one we'll also have.
Singapore. Okay.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
Bro, okay, I was gonna say it was mirrored.
We got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Hashtag 30K.
Oh, is that what someone put up there?
Yeah, someone got that.
They did.
If you want,
30K
they
on
have
that.
really cool little coins they made.
Represent
and
Singapore.
cards and
Please
stuff.
be
Yeah.
Of
Jared
course,
Huckabee
if you're not
bobblehead.
familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate. Basically,
I don't know why I like that
gatherings
RSI
of
laptop,
citizens
like the
all
marble
around
with
the
the
world,
gold.
including
Yeah,
most
it's pretty
recently
sick.
Singapore and
I know it's just like
China
a
and South Korea.
skin or whatever.
I know. I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore.
you guys been
It's
to a
made
Bar
by the
Citizen?
community, and
No.
it is what is that?
I had the chance here at Dragon when they did
Oh,
the
it's a-
Dragon Con in
it's a Bar
Atlanta, but I
Citizen card.
didn't make
It's
it.
like it's metal.
There was one about a month ago in San Jose.
Oh, imagine if they had like a ship savings
There's some
card.
other challenge points and stuff. We will go through this
Absolutely.
on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move
I
on
like
to the next
him.
thing,
Yeah.
Ryan,
Yeah,
Aaron,
Jared.
it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary. 10. It's
Yeah,
10
that's
something.
crazy.
There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary because the anniversary is sometimes in
get to the ships.
November. The birthday is in October.
Yeah, shut up. I want to see
Whatever it
ships.
is, It's 10.
Yeah, what's the next part on the itinerary?
Oh yeah, I should pull that up. I don't.
Memories of something.
Yeah.
I don't know
Or
how
maybe
long
one of you guys give
think
that.
it's in order. I got you. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about
I got
8
15
years,
minutes
right?
till I got
So
to get
a
to
fair
work.
amount of the 10. The first one that comes to
Hey,
my
Dad, are you
mind,
still in
there's
game?
a lot, but
Oh,
the most
shit, I
memorable
forgot.
one, I would say would be
No, main menu.
2016.
Okay,
at
it sounds like I
CitizenCon
showed
in
up
Los
where you guys all were, and
very first
everybody's gone.
CitizenCon I did.
Yeah,
So
we
really
too hyped. I
haven't
wasn't paying
interacted
attention to the
face-to-face
game.
with the community that much.
It's all good.
We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going
I
to
should
show.
probably just close it too.
It's gonna
Chris is on
be
stage. He's about to show everything off.
new mission
I'm looking for a
archetypes
seat.
next.
I couldn't find a seat.
Nice.
I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat
Well,
on the
I'm
floor.
gonna keep
in
watching,
between
but I
all
gotta
rows
go.
with
I
all
gotta
the
go get my
backers.
shit ready.
Yeah,
And
Catch you later.
as I'm sitting
Have a
there,
good one.
the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground, and everybody blows up, and I'm kind of
not the
below everybody
sandworm.
because at
Quit
this
talking
point they're jumping up, and just to be there, and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget.
So he's
Something
responsible for the
you're at that
sandworm hype.
level,
Confirmed.
You're feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off, and you get this feedback. And it was my first
Confirmed
basically
coming soon.
interaction with the community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do and you know haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage.
Looks like I missed
so
Bar
literally just
Citizen
go
last night
find,
for TwitchCon.
I like to go out amongst
Didn't even know.
everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event.
I probably would go to one if it was like near me, but there's never gonna be one near me.
Apparently it was down the street.
Oh, damn.
Actually, good friends.
Didn't even know.
With people in the community.
I should have figured since TwitchCon is here.
Community members now who enjoy going to Ciizen again, all this sort of, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, one event. I mean, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, but I mean, but
It's
but really,
this crazy thing is like these guys are all gonna be like retirees by the time this shit's almost like actually.
Overall, just the journey.
Yeah, they can play their game then.
Yeah,
That's the way I look at
exactly.
it.
When I started in
retired,
Frankfurt
now they
with
can
a
play.
handful of other people in Germany.
That's what they're aiming for. For that like
Hassan,
55,
IT
60
in the
window
UK,
for it
loaded
to
up
come
a
out.
van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right, what
Wasn't
is
it the
Star
event after
Citizen?
that where he basically was working so late?
Ah man, I'm just thinking about those plans. I'm not even listening to anything they're saying. I'm thinking about all those
He basically
planets.
got locked in, and so he basically
Dude, they look deadly.
This guy looks.
sleep in the,
This guy looks just like my drummer I used to have in my band. He absolutely used curlers.
The guy on the
events,
right,
all
yeah.
that kind of
The
stuff,
guy
to
on
show
the
the
right.
stories. There's so many times
Yeah, that
we've
dude
met
looks like a
people
band
and
member.
just all the events. It's been fantastic.
He does.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Yeah, he's good
Here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with them on that last
Ship
day.
that's right next to that dragonfly. Is that a?
Everybody's off partying.
It's an
We've completed the
arrow,
thing,
I think,
and
but
Hassan and
I thought it
are
was a
sitting
saber.
down,
Okay.
and
But
goes along with a
I think
bunch
it's an
of other
arrow.
crew. You just sit
Looks
there
like the
and go,
saber,
"I
actually.
don't know if I can do this
Get
next
on
year."
with it, asshole.
Saber confirmed as best ship, if it is, but I think it's an arrow.
I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO.
Because there's something that's flipping up in the back, though.
The next year, he had
Is that what the
2
saber does?
weeks, like before and after.
Well, the wings look like they fold, and those like sideways like fins remind me of the saber. But
and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, yeah, it's.
I thought the saber cockpit though was less square.
Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work.
Jesus Christ, what do you
Everything
think
you're
this is
about
going to
see
be?
Can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot
I'm back.
Maltby
Did I miss
who are going
anything?
to discuss an
No.
entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission,
missions.
an entirely
Okay.
new
They said
scope
318's coming
and
out
type
tomorrow. You
and
missed it.
design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So
Okay.
Here we are, design brief
Bypassing
investigations.
your
and we'll
fucking
see you when
bugs
you come
every
back.
day.
Take care.
Yeah, deduction. Yeah. How do I get around this? Yeah. All right, let's see. What's this gonna be like?
My name's Elliot Maltby.
I don't
I'm a
know.
principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature.
It's the
team. I'm
calculations
here
to
today
fix
to
their
talk
shit.
about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
Just implement it in the game.
A new mission type, and usually we don't give you a look this early.
Siege of
because we don't
Microtech.
have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
It's the same two guys.
Okay, investigations. Okay, so it's gonna be like that
So
PI
it's like a
wanted mission.
redo on.
Out of objective type.
Okay.
And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original
poor.
PI
It's funny.
Wanted is one of those.
Broke
The
bitch.
current mission types that do exist is we have delivery.
What up,
which
guys?
are essentially a
He's
form of
doing all right.
He got 160k, boys.
We have eliminate missions,
I think it was
which is just
16.
kill someone.
16, okay.
Eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill
I think it was 160.
Destroy a ship that has a person
Oh, is it?
inside of it. And there's many more.
That little clip of them getting shot by the NPCs was inaccurate as fuck. They shoot you like twice, you're on the ground.
I was gonna say he had unlimited health,
Kill a singular
obviously.
person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there. that you
Yeah,
have
he
to
would
kill
already be
as they're
dead
kind of
multiple
like an
times.
obstacle,
Didn't even lose a
for
bit of
you to
health.
get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. You know, kill this person. Go
Basically,
here,
you're
do
fucking
this.
over these new people
Until
who
now,
use
we're now looking
these
at doing one
to
of the most complex
build red.
type of objectives.
Wow, there's
Make
gonna be
a lot of
different tiers, I guess.
With
But
that
you
said,
could get
we're working
rating.
on a new mission type, and that's
Nah, tier 1, they just get fucked over.
Yeah, tier 1, it's just like a base, completely armed. You need to show up with like a tank and a full crew.
Ballista and shit.
The player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. You know, we're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
It'd be cool if there was like
we want to give players with
we had to like search through all the cities to like find clues and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that's been posed.
This is cool. This is
and
cool.
that they're able to.
Could you guys fix on the main part of like the other things that are already
and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there. So
But every mission requires us to think because we got to think of how to work around all the bugs you haven't fixed.
How do I get out of being stuck behind this box at Grim Hacks is my favorite.
We wanted to create narratives around our location.
Yo, well, it's not the elevator? Wow.
Like really dig into like.
Yeah, how do I find the invisible panel to get out of the elevator?
Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the players to use their brain rather than their gun or their
Why
ship.
avoid Grim
So
Hacks
for this
like the
mission
fucking
type,
plague?
I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story.
We already do.
Give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting.
We've been going
decide
up 0 clues.
exactly what has happened here, and then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right. You might find out.
Until the mission guide comes out on YouTube.
Yeah, me 5 seconds later. So boys, this is how it actually
You're going with that.
Yeah.
No, boys, this is really not worth the
So
time.
the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it.
Okay, this is a key idea here.
And make sure they're all happy.
If they explain how they make the pitch, that's how you should structure advice to them.
Going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with 2. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed.
It's like Fallout 4 investigation missions.
If you're smart, you'll go to that location.
Remember that chain where you're working with the detective?
Do a little searching.
Oh yeah,
you'll
yeah.
find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list, and there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is
interesting.
I already think of a way that you're gonna skip all this.
And clues that lead you to that evidence.
There's probably gonna be like 10 missions, and there's gonna be an answer for each one. And as soon as you start the mission, you're just gonna instantly hit stop, I'm done, and then tell them the pre-subscribed answer.
Which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found.
Where's this wreck at? Oh, it's just like a fake wreck.
Perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like I did it kind of thing.
Naked man.
That would get you
Naked
like,
man.
the bonus for the mission. And both pitches have their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch.
Oh wait, refuse to help sabotage the ship.
How easy it was to scale.
This is kind of
Yeah,
neat.
yeah. Definitely gonna be interesting.
Less complex narrative. But we ultimately decided to go
Question is it lucrative, and what does it lead to? Give me some special detective items, maybe, for getting through.
That's the fucking password.
The 111. Yeah.
So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pictures, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience.
It does look legit, though. I'm curious to see how these go.
Are going to be the scalability.
This is just like a. It's essentially like a whole nother.
So
like loop, essentially.
Yeah.
An investigator. Yeah.
It'd be cool to walk around ArtCorp just solving mysteries and finding dead people.
Kier, I feel this is something that you'll be like, I'm dedicating myself to be investigator guy with like investigator reporter outfit.
Yeah, like give you a title, maybe something that attaches to you, like, you know what I mean? Like they got to have those long-lasting
Stuff to work
things
for.
to work
People
towards.
just aren't gonna do it.
Yeah.
Especially if it only pays 10, 15K. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be like almost like a wrap of where, I don't know, it eventually
And the other
gets like
thing is
super
that-
difficult. You have to kill people.
Yeah, I was gonna say they only have a loop for AI, like solo. Like, how would this interact with like real players? You know?
Yeah, there we go.
Like,
using the med gun to find
Yeah, you should almost have to like, yeah, like arrest, or
you
like
have to question them.
imagine if there's like
Mini-game loop of
PvP
questioning.
versions
One of the
of where
hard
like,
things that we have to figure out
I
is
don't
the
know,
story.
like
The
theoretically like two players could accept the same mission, but like you could almost accept it from the point of like trying to throw off the investigator. Like if Ninetales is like, we have somebody investigating us, we need you to get rid of them, so that like the investigator has somebody like either coming after them. I don't know.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
Cat and mouse.
Yeah, think about that. You're going through, you're trying to find some clues, you start getting shot at.
Yeah, if you can like, and you shouldn't be allowed to like kill the guy. Like you should be able to kill him and get like minimal money. But if you can arrest him and like take him in like like in like the handcuffs that they say they're working on, you get paid like a bonus for like catching criminal or something.
But ensure that
Maybe get some more intel on the investigation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can download his Moby Glass and you know that like Ninetales knows all about this and they told him a bunch of stuff that you don't know.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring.
I like the idea though.
We wanted to give you an early look.
Did any of you guys ever do the PI wanted mission?
And we're really excited about it.
No.
Yes.
It will allow us to inject
What is it? Isn't that just this?
Something like this.
Okay.
Basically go to
how we build
a derelict space
So
station.
by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it
and
comes
find
out,
some
it might have
clues.
changed drastically. We don't know.
So
yet.
they
We're
already
still working
have
on it,
this
figuring
in the
out
game, but it's just like one
Yeah.
mission.
But player experience
It gives you a definitive
and
ending.
player
Like,
agency
find out
is
what
at the
happened.
focus of what we're trying to
I want to do that mission like almost next time I play.
And I'm sure
I need
we'll
to
be
do
talking
those.
about
I
this
haven't done
again
a lot of those like actual story-driven ones.
One in ArtCorp where you have to like go around a derelict or something and find a captain,
And
and
that
it
was
was pretty
Design
cool.
Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative
Our
Director.
next one is
Mr.
going to
Dave
be
Adams. How you guys doing?
Good.
Oh, just gonna get sloshed in
These
the
missions.
background.
Yeah, I love
underground
it.
facilities.
Facilities, like say like new bunkers and stuff.
The new bunkers, yeah.
Amazing.
Kind of
I want to see like facilities that are like guarded outside, inside with air
How does
support.
this work, Dave? What kind of missions
I
are we
want some
talking about? What kind of
outside stuff
stories
for
are we
sure.
looking at?
Yeah, so you
Got
can
a
use
battle
tanks.
You know,
Yeah.
again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, you know, with a mystery.
The guy on the right reminds me of some actor. I
But
forget
because we need
who.
to populate the universe.
He looks like he's about to
presenting a
snap.
really interesting
Dude.
challenge.
Yeah, like start just like yeah,
Ray
shoot.
Yet still
Leota.
feel specific.
Is it?
So
Yeah.
It's a really.
I forget which
That's who it
actor.
reminds me of.
That dude looks like he thought he took a microdose.
Yeah, he's like panicking right now. Almost,
A
yeah.
new style of gameplay.
It's like, I don't want to be here, guys.
Much more
Do not freak out on camera. dude.
Yeah, exactly.
way. That
Don't
lets them kind of
snap. Don't
take
snap.
advantage
It's
of
like
all
one
the
of his.
systems and
That's
try to
when Chris
explore
is.
and get to be these
The
kind
guy
of
on the right's
female
like
detectives.
Well, and ideally,
big deal guy.
It's something that you can't always notice or always
He was just
be like, okay, it's
waiting to be.
Colonel Mustard with the
Lead pipe.
with
Candelabra.
the lead pipe or the rope, So we want
Yeah,
to make
the
sure
rope.
that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So it's like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big
Oh,
challenge
those like
to figure it out.
Windex blue
And the
drinks that
fun
the
thing
boys have in the
about it, too,
background
say
appeals
those
to me so
blue-
much.
type of mission
I
where
love that
you
Windex
don't
color.
just- it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was
Something about like a
creating
martini
system
glass full of
where
blue caracal.
the onus is on the players to feel
Or
like
also
they
whatever
have
it's one
enough
called.
information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of.
I think
cool,
I like that
unique
side of it, where
opportunities
it's
of
like
you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key
you
piece
can
of
solve it
evidence that you
early,
missed
i.e. Wheel of
that
Fortune, you
completely
know?
Well, imagine if you get the mission and it was kind of like I was saying, where like somebody also like came after you. If you captured them and downloaded their Moby Glass, it just instantly finishes the mission because you got all the information from the other side.
So it is our 10th anniversary. So I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes.
Oh yeah, Todd, there he is.
Well, if there was gonna be any day, it should be today. For
that sounded ominous.
At least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms.
Yeah, that
I know
did.
Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just
Captain, you're here.
out
Did
the
you
door,
see the planets?
That was such a
Yeah, I'm
arduous
watching your stream. I'm
process
just muted, so it doesn't.
Yeah. Dude, the
climbing up
planets
was
were fucking
Dirty delay.
amazing.
to finally get that out. And
Oh, I know. That one that had like the huge boulders with like the red moss
Yeah.
looked
Do you
amazing.
remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the
Yeah, those
community based
planets
on
look
Chris
fucking
Roberts'
great.
feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0.
I can
comes out.
see me
It is
flying my
December.
vulture through them now.
We are in the
Yeah.
global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, you know, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, you know, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, you know, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot. Right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and
Not gonna lie, I am kind of hyped for Squadron 42, especially watching that video the other day.
Song that came about during the production that
it'll be a good cinematic little single player game.
Yeah.
That became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So.
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just
not live, everybody, guaranteed.
All right, bring it back.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave.
Xylo's telling him to do that?
It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where
I
we
want to see this shit.
explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them.
I want to see massive facilities filled with those pyro crabs eating people.
Sure.
Pyro crabs.
They're going to utilize the next levels, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, going all the way down.
Yeah.
Someone had said something about that, and I was like, oh, I never noticed that.
And today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we.
I would love to see like massive stairwells too over elevators.
What we're going to cover is
stairs,
how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started.
Would you rather go the 22nd? The 22nd?
UGF.
Let's talk about the
Say it
original
might rain.
underground facilities.
That's
Now,
pretty
the
far out. I don't
problem
think they'd call it that
was
soon.
we made these originally for the CiizenCon presentation demo, and
So
the
mess
time
up.
we
You hear?
had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of
the
fits
elevator,
current
asshole.
purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for
You're gonna call him
FPS
Phil
combat.
Collins.
But we always knew we wanted it
He's
to
not taking any
be able
damage.
to
I hate when
scale,
the boys have like.
you know,
I
small,
like
medium,
seeing the boys
large
go down. I hate
to
when they have a little bit of
accommodate
health.
maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location.
So exterior. I want to
So
see
how do
stuff
we go
outside.
about designing a location archetype from the ground
They're gonna
up?
make people walking
so what
around,
we do
huh?
is we split the location.
I want to see them
into
having
the
like
core
tanks and
areas
stuff
we want
outside,
to visually
patrolling,
develop.
and like
Now,
Tumbra
for
cyclones.
underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape.
Okay.
So what we're looking at here
I like.
is an
that.
example kiosk
That's
shot
cool.
of what a medium-sized underground
Okay, so it's not
facility
even
could
large.
look like.
Perfect.
So dominant features
got
that we're
hangers
seeing
in
here
there.
is a-
Yeah,
is
it's
a
got
kind of a
hangers.
key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate towards.
Roads. Do you see the roads?
Like a corporate wing.
Oh,
or an
damn.
executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down,
Where
it's
we're
very
going,
important
we
to
don't
be able to
need
get the
roads.
landing
Yeah.
pads or the
You see
landing
guards
pads
outside in that
close
hangar.
to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the
This is the
location
hangar
where
I
you
want,
might
or
drop.
the
You should be able
bunkers,
to
man.
see,
This is the base I
a
want.
little FPS
Yeah, this is
area,
like a
where the
facility
player
for
lands.
sure.
Yeah.
I think there's
Also,
a
what we're seeing
garage
here is
along the
some
side.
Visual justification.
Yeah, here, if you could blow those
might
tanks
actually
up
going
and
on.
stuff,
So you see
that'd be like next
Yeah.
level.
like some
Like some Far Cry
processing
shit.
and and supplies actually
I was
on
gonna
the
say it's like
landscape
Far
there.
Cry.
Now, what I was saying before
Destroying their
about
whole
being
operation.
kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location.
Now,
to
seeing
aim
those
for.
roads
Also,
makes me
what
want
we're
to
seeing
do
here
like
is we thought
actual
it'd be cool
trucking
to
from
actually
these
have
facilities
surface
to cities and
entrances as well.
stuff.
So we're actually
That'd be
thinking about
cool.
primary, secondary, tertiary ways for the player to get
Little
into
lodgy
Couple
room.
hammerheads.
these
circling.
locations
Yeah.
depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to
That's
the
cool.
inside, so after the players landed through the hangars,
Okay.
brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll.
These look
put a
like
lot of the-
friendly locations.
This
These
is
don't
the-
look
the
like.
corporate
Yeah,
premises
these
before the player will
not
go
gritty
down
little.
into the bowels.
But that's
of the
nice,
pirate
though.
hole.
Oh, it looks great.
You know, just an
Imagine if you
example
you can show up at these corporate headquarters and just start killing civilians and taking whatever they have there. Major crime stats.
Over.
Now moving into zone 2,
great
with it being
elevators.
an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted zone 2 to be about the logistics
Not really.
of the play going up and down to make that cool
Asshole.
visually,
I've
but
gone
also
down before.
interesting from a player experience.
I'd love to
So
see
this is the
elevators
Oh, they're gonna
as
show us
well
some
as
different
stairwells.
network. So
Yeah, I see
we
stairwells to
played
the
around
left.
with a
That
few different
vehicle?
ideas into
Jesus
this, and one of
fuck.
the things that
Yeah, I don't know. Some sort of forklift,
the elevator
tractor
itself
forklift.
could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at
Confirmed
here is
next ship.
control room.
Combine.
idea quite
Size 10
early,
weapon.
What sort of
It's a
skill
motherfucking
vehicles
combine.
there will be.
Railgun mule.
Now, ultimately, we did go with
Confirmed this is
idea
the
of,
secret ground
didn't
vehicle
really
they were
fit the
working
Yeah.
style that we wanted, but
Oh,
it had
Mesa,
some
isn't
pretty
today your birthday, dude?
So what
Yeah,
we landed
it is.
on
Oh,
here
happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday, dude. It's mine as
is
well.
that we
Thanks.
thought
See the
happy
mules
birthday,
running
y'all.
around?
internally. Now it's worth noting we're
They're in
designing
action.
These as a
Oh, yeah, little mule.
See, I want to be able to take mules into the facility and drive around like they're showing here, so you can put loot on them and then bail out. Nice.
So what we're seeing
Also
here
take
is the
cyclones in,
massive
start shooting people with the cyclones.
warehouse
This is
floor,
really
and then
cool,
this
man.
Yeah.
elevator
Facility like
should be
missions,
big
man.
and clear
They
enough
said
for
this is a
people to
medium
design
one,
like
so
that to a
does that mean there's
logistic
going to be
Be a
larger
gear
ones as
turning the
well?
and for the elevator itself, we
Yeah,
wanted
that's-
it to be its own place.
That's like the
So
elevator out at like that
level,
Area
that's
51
where
game,
containers will be shipped up and
where
down.
that goes on an
Maybe on the
angle
roof,
down deep.
There could be little nooks and crannies if we wanted to stealth into the
As if
location.
the
saw the video
elevators
of the
wasn't
trucking
designed
before,
for
right?
us enough.
Play there.
They're fixed
And down below, this is
fuel
what the player would kind of see.
tanks
So
under it.
now they're
Jeez.
really starting to get into.
All right, boys, I gotta go. I gotta get ready for my son's birthday party today.
All right,
Alright, man.
have a good one, Emperor. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, we'll be back on later tonight.
Present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes.
Secretly,
to the left,
I'm his son.
maybe
Just
processing
FYI.
to the right, or maybe
No, it's me, Mesa.
Part of that process of
It's
how
us.
we
Y'all are
design
brothers.
is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So
But you
what we're
guys saw the
seeing
video
here
of
is
the
pretty
trucking
good
convoy, right?
indication about
No,
Going
no.
over, like,
That's
from this base.
that
straight
shipwreck,
from the
that
location.
vehicle is going to
So
be in the
a
game.
lot of the
You can
lines
just
are
tell.
leading towards.
I think
the
it
elevator
looks like a
because we want
tractor
navigation
beam
to be as
off the
intuitive as
front.
possible.
No, it's
almost.
a fuel nozzle.
Oh, that's possible.
Oh.
Moving on to zone 3, so this is the battles
told
of
you
the
guys it's the
facility.
ground
So
vehicle
these
they
are going to be
want to
Okay.
places that we've never really
here we go.
explored before. A lot of them
It looks
are
big enough to
in the
drive a
game
mule
tend to be
around,
quite
so I'm
residential.
fucking down.
Here we're going for something completely industrial.
So
As
these
a
are going to
player,
take
you
like
wanna
20,
feel
30,
like,
40 minutes to run around
This is
in.
cool. This is like a raid, man.
Yeah.
What's that? What's that? So 20, 30 minutes to run around solo. So like 2 hours to set up.
This is not a solo place.
Yeah, no, you come in here with a team with like tumbrils and mules.
Eventually, so,
5 mans.
Yeah.
You'd want someone there to revive you for sure.
Pop in with the Ursas.
Yeah, coming here solo, you'd have to be like super ballsy.
As it being a location dedicated
Just because you'll get
towards
one
the
shot.
moving of,
Have to
logistics.
start over.
We wanted
There's the
to
mules.
explore and have
Yep,
fun.
If they fit, you could take cyclones as well, which I want to see us rolling in with
keep my mule now,
cyclone
jeez.
mule convoy.
So on the right, what we're seeing is
Mule gameplay's coming.
a ladder.
Yeah.
So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene.
What's
Also,
with
as
these
part of
people
that,
putting
we
like
wanted
the
to
pictures
think about
in the chat?
verticality. So not just a linear direction
yeah.
of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe
Was
there's
that an elevator
the
he's on?
concept of
Yeah.
a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character.
So they're tripling the amount of elevators. This sounds like Problem City.
Yeah.
Here you could
Not
kind of
less,
see something
more.
very similar.
More.
Maybe this ties into gameplay.
Doubling down, boys.
Bring cargo in.
Triple
out.
down.
You know, maybe as a player
Triple
you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard.
Puzzles,
So looking at this
okay.
image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to
Cool.
the underbelly.
Yeah.
We thought this would
I'd love to
already
just go
give
work in one
tons
of
of
those.
opportunity for
Yeah.
Just drive a
not
mule
only,
around.
cool
All the
visuals, but
railings
also
around, how would
ways
that?
in which you can
Like,
reveal
there would have to be brakes
Yeah.
in the railing to
traversal
theoretically,
opportunities.
or
So
just
as
they.
that
Definitely not the
cargo
Empire. They
away.
care
goes
about
down,
safety here.
you see other ways
I'd like to
to
see
kind
no
of
railings,
traverse
like
through
Orson.
into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here
Okay.
is
They said
OSHA
we'd lean
an
on it.
example corridor. Now,
OSHA
corridors in
approved,
our game are
boys.
quite,
These places are
important to us.
huge.
They're huge,
They
yeah.
don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an established.
Think of how much loot is going to be in these.
Bulkhead 46. Holy shit.
We wanted to always.
You're literally going to need
apply that
mules
kind of
as well as
pushing
something
down.
else.
Just to get the stuff from the
Yeah.
very bottom to
And the
back
mule's
up.
going to have the two SCU crates like in its grasp, so it can drive around and just like stuff them with
There's a
stuff.
few different things.
There's
Clearly,
gonna be
there's a clear
the-
route for logistics.
The
that's cool.
Hercules are gonna have to be
But
there
also on
too
top
to
of that,
transport
Yeah.
this
you've got
shit.
these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for.
That means you're also
FPS
gonna have to set
combat,
out
you know, for
outside
opportunities
so you don't
there.
get fucked over
And then
when
leading
you're trying to
in,
leave.
underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be this maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the
Stealth.
player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above,
Okay.
dedicated towards logistics.
I enjoy the signage.
containers
I love
going
the
through,
signage.
Shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again,
Like,
that
These
presents
missions are going to be
other
legit.
opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have
Comparatively.
these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints
Lunchrooms,
to kind of monitor the movement of cargo.
Like
everybody's
equipment locker.
Also inside here, there could be
Agent 47.
tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal.
That
so
box was a box of
space to a small space, but also
cornflakes on
theme
the thing.
to another
Yeah.
theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif.
Spawn point closet.
Now,
Okay.
from a large corridor set to
Kind of hidden off the side, so they pour out of the like corners. So grenades in the corners, boys.
tertiary
networks
that will link.
Unless it's a good person and we get, you know, in trouble.
There is no
killing
crime
someone.
stats in Pyro.
The radial motif that we've been
Oh, is this going to be in Pyro? I thought.
Nah, I
this was
feel
also
these are probably in
added
Stan.
into
Yeah.
the main spaces. Now from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now as the player's traversing through,
Okay.
we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now what we're seeing here is an example
So
of,
snipers will be
an
useful in
industrial
these
space.
bunkers.
Maybe it's processing.
Yeah.
We didn't want to go too
Especially
specific.
for dudes on them rafters.
Just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, processing room, but there's a few key things that's.
I love their art
So
team, like
right from the
their
bottom level,
space
there's
art.
a
It looks so
network of
good.
levels
detailed.
which,
Yeah.
will be dedicated towards processing, you know, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that.
Like a lot of these, you could like you could almost have this as like a background.
Suspended
You know what I mean?
over
Like
play
just like
space.
any other pictures look
As an
legit.
idea, this creates a
We need to
plethora of,
get
interesting
good at
opportunities
clearing
as a play
rooms,
space,
guys.
Yeah.
to fight their way through or solve puzzles.
Well, that's what we were
One of the things
gonna
that
do
we
the other
wanted
day
is
till the
cause and
disaster
effect.
happened.
We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles.
Quantum
seeing
drive,
that into the space.
quantum jumping accidents.
Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry
Command room.
in the underbelly of these
I love
facilities. There's also gonna be
holograms.
technical areas.
Yeah, hologram
areas
fucking
dedicated
tables
towards
and
the
shit.
control.
Imagine if that was the
location.
bridge
So
on
what we're
like
seeing
the
here is,
Bengal, what it would
maybe
look
it's
like. That'd be so
the
fucking
main
cool.
map room. So this is where the
Just like the
control, the networking of everything.
massive hologram stuff.
And also on here, you've
Imagine
got
if they
the
added that into the
overseeing
two for how to drop the
executive
bomb.
suite. So it's not just technicians here.
Be a bit much,
but
but
also
yeah, it'd be cool.
executive wings. And also, it's a bit of fun if the player does get access
Cool if you
to
could have
these
bombardiers
executive
on
wings,
the
then we're seeing
A2.
Another type of art style in here
Okay.
as well. So
Yeah.
we've seen industrial, we've
Offices.
seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, you know, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing.
How many
And what we're
times do you
seeing
think
here
that
is
assist-
maybe there's
okay,
the data
cooling tanks.
processing of the location. So
You
as a
think I
quick
can
idea,
air
we
out that
thought
office?
These data racks are actually submerged for cooling in.
I thought it was like
phase of
nuclear
water.
rods. It almost
We
looked like.
thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect. So if the player solves a puzzle, to go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we.
So
can
here's where you steal
spot
data
ideas
for
and
data
conversations with
transformation.
the client
Oh yeah,
about,
Jack.
This is
in
where
the
you need the
day.
rocket chip for data running.
Exposed underground. So
And then lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't
We
be
can land a ship
be a
right
missed
underground?
opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where
Fuck.
it's been abandoned.
if you get into these bunkers, it'd be
This
so
was
cool
something we had
if you
quite
could
a bit of fun
eventually
with. So
open up the hangar
how do
after you
we
clear the
actually
bunker. You
take
open up the
the
hangars so
player
that the
from
boys
being
can like
in
land
this
ships in
fairly
and pick you guys all up, so you don't have to
industrial
walk back
location
through the facility.
to a case.
Yeah,
There
like an
needs to be some
ending.
form of
Yeah,
transition period. So
exit,
we came
yeah.
up with
where you like hit
about
like
how
open the hangar button, and then if you had a guy outside in a ship like a C2, you could land in and pick everything up and then
and as
bail.
part of the roads, you know, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through.
Or
Something
maybe
that's
you'd be able to steal
little
a
bit
whole
more
ship.
Oh,
invested than
that'd be
just
cool.
a straight line.
Go salvage it
That
after
was
you're done.
Part of that transition period
Oh, yeah.
between heavy industrial
Everything
to
are
exposed cave.
evident.
The
Yeah,
equipment needed to create
These
further
look cool too.
UGF spaces.
Like the cave
You know, maybe
section.
there's a
Yeah, they're like
large
in the
war
cave
machine
and shit.
still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact.
I love their caves in this game. I would say
Also,
they're
as part of that,
super good feature.
another opportunity to introduce
Well
a
done.
new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some
abandoned one. That's an abandoned one. It
we
looks
could
like.
start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities.
That's
So
where pyro
also
crabs are
another
going to be,
process
right
we do
there.
During concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing.
Oh, it's grey boxed
and
a
get them in the
bit of
engine
it.
as
They're
soon
just
as
like
possible. What this
some of
affords
it.
us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities, right from the early visual development process.
Rocks inside.
Very loose.
I like the idea.
Brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process.
Mining inside their facilities.
Hey, if you could just
Snipers
go
have to take
join the
down
mining.
the light
Of
sources.
what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
I'm excited for those.
I'm pretty
That's
hyped about
badass.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna be flight model next, boys.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited.
What they do with that.
Imagine. Here's the thing. This is like my. I know this isn't gonna happen, but I would love to see surprise Perseus. I'd fucking be so excited.
Dude, I'd be happy for you, man.
Look at that
Oh,
elevator.
I love those.
Yeah, those
huge
elevators look sick.
Reminds me of like Resident Evil. Or like
If you ever played that Area 52 game back on like PS3 or PS2 or whatever, it was the exact same thing.
Yeah, I played that, man. That was a while ago, though.
Dude, when you went down that elevator for the first time, you seen like all the helicopters and Black Ops stuff. And it was like that massive elevator. It was cool as hell.
Yeah.
That game, underrated game.
Didn't they make a second one or some shit?
I don't know. The first one was so good because it was like a horror, like zombie, alien
Yeah,
game.
It was pretty gnarly.
Interesting. Trains.
Yeah.
Or rail.
Shipping container rail cars.
Oh, check out that UI. Check out the UI rework.
What? UI.
Oh, yeah, you can see all the HUD stuff where it was like, "Don't walk here."
Oh
Yeah.
This looks legit.
Yeah, this is gonna be cool.
It's still kind of far out by the looks of it, but it
Looks almost like Klesher, just chilling. Like
Yeah,
half a Klesher.
yeah.
I like it.
All right. That was the new Underground, starring our very own Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland.
I was like, you better not
Ian,
fuck my
why-
drink up.
Why are we redoing the Underground
makes me
facilities?
want to drink.
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game. So it was always on our
Bug-free, maybe?
to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories drink up, Todd?
The
Last 10
Windex,
years,
man.
what's
What
your
do they
favorite
drink?
memory?
I want some.
Yeah.
Ooh, favorite memory.
It's
It's
breath
kind of hard to
mint.
pick one.
Liquid breath mint.
But maybe a good one to start would be.
Go.
I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago.
All right, well, they're talking. I'll be back in 1 second.
Going on paternity and then.
That's why it's not have any
making really
hair
good
on his head.
we
He's
had
drinking
about
too
6
much
to 8
of the
weeks to make it, so
blue
that was-
liquid.
That was a good.
How's the Citizen Kind going, peoples?
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was
Going.
good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and
Huh?
we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the
It's-
time.
Hello.
You know, we
it's
was
going.
super happy with it.
Are you guys watching it right now? What are you guys doing?
We're watching it on Twitch.
big,
Yeah, yeah.
Giant, empty,
You interrupted us, man. We can't
awesome-looking,
listen to him talk now. Just kidding.
Playground with nothing
Oh
to do.
shit.
What are we going to be
Can I
doing?
talk
these
now?
days?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be as sandbox elements. You know that players can go in.
Talk about irony, guys. I
Do you-
30K when the show started.
Infiltrate or investigate.
Do you see that crossbow thing up on that top shelf?
Deliver boxes.
Yeah,
to
looks
all
like
these
a
elements go into
Star Wars prop. I think it's
all the
Chewie's.
design elements.
Are we supposed to get a crossbow in game?
That'd be cool.
Testing out rooms,
Crossbow
all the
blasters.
interaction aspects for it.
Well, there's
puzzles.
like a Star Citizen crossbow.
The team's doing it. We're building it, but also
There's a mixture of
implementing.
It looks
Star
like
Wars
a
all throughout
one-handed
this
weapon, right?
Into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on. 3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. And these are coming to both the Stanton system
Okay,
and the Pyro
confirmed.
system and wherever
Yeah,
else.
both. Yeah.
Both
Nice.
systems, nice.
Take one over for Pyro, boys.
All right, so
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
We
Level
have
was with that
am I this one? I'm
whorehouse.
this one. Nope, I'm this one. I'm this one. Hi, everybody.
Oh,
We've got a
try
number of
to be
promotions
funny.
going on today. Everybody who's a
Money.
member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a,
Oh, and then the
it's a
grenade
Finley
launch.
with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me.
boy.
A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of
Yeah, the
ones
grenade launcher.
in the clothing line.
Be nice to always have a grenade launcher as soon as you start the
And
game.
a grenade launcher,
Yeah.
because giving everybody in the universe a grenade launcher.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We've also got
exactly
a
what
Toby
you're
Eye Tracker
thinking.
contest going on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models. And the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website.
Oh, I gotta go
I saw
apply
the
for
chat
my free
going,
Caterpillar.
I did comb my hair because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like
Is
that I
this
hadn't
just
combed my
for
hair.
the guys that own their houses
Mom.
in Star Citizen? Or
All right,
everybody?
what's next, everybody? Up next.
I want to go
is,
there right now, but
Well,
I
it's
want
one of
to
the segments that I'm looking
get a free
forward to
Caterpillar.
most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as
Free
I'm concerned.
Caterpillar?
The
I
need
want one.
for multiple speeds with Rich
Lights.
Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight
exciting.
Experience Flight Feature Team. They keep changing their names as much as I do.
See
they're
ya.
going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out.
Was it
We'll meet you back
jousting?
Yeah, stairways instead of...
Stairways instead of elevators, yeah.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich
I'll hit
Towler,
you.
David Colson, Jed Talbot,
His haircut's
and
kind of
Johnny Young.
interesting.
And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
Multiple speeds. This is what I was talking about the other day, Mesa.
There we go.
wanted
Ship
to
rolls.
define,
Yeah.
ship rolls for the game
Okay.
because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to
He made
provide
it
a
look
lot
so
more
easy.
variety to the gameplay. in
Yeah,
Star Citizen,
you could see the
a lot
cut
more
where he fucked it up the
opportunity
first
for
time.
different Careers,
That's the
different
whole layer, right?
responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives.
Them salvaging a
and
C2,
views
heresy.
on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
That's them dropping bombs. Love to see it.
And the expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat. It's not just about
The heat must be on in
it's
there.
about piracy. It's about all of those
All
things
those
happening
lights,
at the same
man.
time. So we need ships that can act and
Oh,
function
that
in
black
different ways
fucking.
for all of
Do you
those
see that black mold? That looks
in trying to
sexy.
figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that
The
is very
Bayonetta.
widely applicable throughout the game,
Bayonetta.
and the principles behind it
Bayonetta.
apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of
Mesa
ship
lost
isn't,
power.
you know,
Oh,
isn't the
terrible.
win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors.
So I hope they're saying, and we're now changing up
interceptors,
this.
which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. From smaller ships coming to...
They should have showed it being a
ships,
hammerhead getting one
installation
shot.
We want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, you know, over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in
the
the past.
vulture's
And it's
out
something
now.
we've tried many things with.
Yeah, it is.
You know, we've tried limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to
Should make
capture
them
with
faster.
speed, we still want an element of danger.
I think they're thinking about making like multiple different speed settings.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
I'm
so
curious.
The main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's...
I'm skeptical here.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost
I'm
space
super skeptical
is
here.
not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of...
The fact that like in the other mode, where you can go like 1,000, you're not going to have shields or missiles and stuff sounds ridiculous.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
And
the
that.
second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks
Shuts your shields
maximum
up.
velocity
This sounds
that the ship
insane.
can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1,200, 1,400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development,
This sounds
of
insane.
the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little
So
bit
if
more
somebody's trying to fly away in this mode and you're in the other mode and they're flying past you, you're shooting them with no shields. Like-
travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost.
And think
which is
about the
available in
quantum
console
snaring,
mode, and you
right?
can access
Yeah,
it
you snare somebody, they come in, no shields on.
kind of
Yeah.
boost towards your location.
No, they're
that
coming
you
in
can't look at, but it's
pieces,
just too far
actually.
away.
Yeah.
And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark,
sounds...
quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use
Okay.
time travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1,200, 1,400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you.
This sounds like so many people are gonna get clapped with no shields.
So, piracy, anyone?
Yeah, man, EMPs. As soon as somebody turns on this mode, you EMP them immediately.
And combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes,
Yeah, it's
there'll
not.
be a
Yeah,
little
anytime.
period of
We're
time
chilling.
where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this. You won't have your weapons during this, but you also
This
won't
is
be going
death.
fast. So there's a
This
risk-reward
is death.
element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you.
So there's no
should
running
at any
anymore,
point.
really.
So if you feel the threat of another someone,
Because to run, you're gonna have to shut your shields off.
maybe switch the standing
keyword is salvage.
Yeah.
You can switch into quantum.
Oh, it's trippy. It's gonna take some getting used to.
Bringing an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because
Like,
going into
like
the
a
two
big
different
ship
modes is
shield
like a
to
systemic
regen,
thing
Dude.
with ships'
forever
items.
though.
Dude, that's why it's gonna
we
be kind of
actually have the
fucked.
opportunity now to
Like, you
find
come
ship
in with a
roles
C2, and
that
it's
can
just like
block
5
people
minutes
from
from now, you'll
escaping,
be
either
full shield.
using devices that suppress
So
the
jumping
quantum
people
level
out of quantum,
or devices
like
that
snaring people, is gonna be
can
insane.
effectively
You're just gonna destroy big
interfere
ships.
with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch
I
up
bet
with
they're
you,
gonna get like a
go into
lot of
standard control mode and
complaints
jump you
about this,
more
like no doubt.
effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship.
Yeah, think of all the like the PVE fucking people who are gonna cry so hard about this. Like, I'm looking at this as a perspective of, like,
And this is working now.
people are gonna get fucked over so hard from us with this. Like, that's what I'm thinking.
Here and there. But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. We've got the core.
You're not gonna have missile spam anymore too, so like,
And the difference it's made on the game.
it's gonna be
for us
trippy.
is It's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in
combat big
standard
time.
control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly.
Yeah, the
have been
TTS
retuned a
now
little
is gonna
bit.
be like
Their afterburner
30
effects
seconds.
has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you
Or
can
TTK.
orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting
No one will be
maneuvering.
able to just run
And
and
because
go
the range
with
is
48
closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much
Yeah,
more
yeah,
significant
Constellation with its 48
impact.
missiles, like, yeah, it's
Thrust
never
up or
gonna use
down,
them.
You'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important.
Yeah, that's why this doesn't affect me, because I'm just gonna be sitting in like slow mode constantly with the big ships like refusing to shut my shields off to jump.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high
That's
as
going
they
to
should
completely
be.
fuck over anyone
Dude.
that wants to
Playing
do
with master modes is
transport,
fucking
man.
fun.
Dude.
You're going to have to quad
Yeah.
into a location. If you're in a C2,
Come in
your
with
shields
no
are going to take
shields.
5 minutes
Yeah.
to fucking charge up.
Before you'd find that
Dude, you're gonna need a fighter escort, and even that's not gonna
Now you
save you,
find
because
that
people
the
just be like,
more
focus
you
the big ship while its shields are down.
players, I think
So wouldn't
the
this
biggest
encourage
part of
jousting
this
even
is going
more
to
though
be
too?
when we
Because
have the
everyone's
launch
like,
shields
oh, I'm just gonna go
into
fast. as
No,
Speedo
there is no
or
fast
something else.
to torpedo,
big
pretty
capital
much.
ships and
Like,
smaller ships
because they
will
said
have
you're
brought
not gonna
something
have
to the
missiles,
world
and
I don't think it's been
systems are not going to be on when you're in the
and I
fast
think
speed
it'll make a
mode. You're not
massive
gonna even
improvement
arm a
to
missile.
Having made these changes to implement
So
master
yeah,
modes
but like
and
you can
rebalancing
still
all
like
the ship
pad ram
speeds, we'll finally be able to
Like, top
define ship
speed
roles in the
is
way
going
that
to be
we
like a
always
couple
wanted,
hundred.
and to bring a lot more
Yeah,
While you're
variety
fighting.
to the
Fight mode,
gameplay
it's
that
like
we
a
haven't
couple
had
hundred.
before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously.
Like
because
all
you've been
over,
part of
so
the
they're
journey.
just gonna cut the speed
We've tried many
altogether.
different things.
Yeah,
over time
so like,
you go
to
into
try and
fight
really
mode, you just
create
can
the
only go
experience we
so
want.
fast.
But,
Yeah.
And then
yeah,
you
the
have
reality
to
is
switch
from us,
over
it
to
came
the
down
fast
to
mode, but
what
then you
always is
can't use
successes,
any
which is
weapons
creating
and your shields go
choice.
down.
yeah, and in fast mode, you have no shields.
Have
It's gonna be crazy.
consequences. You know, so
That's
master
something
Yeah,
that
but
sounds
if
a
you
little
have no
bit fucking
shields-
crazy to me. And not
The player
arming
choice.
missiles,
If you have no-
maybe, but the shield
So they're
sounds
choosing to
insane.
do combat. They're choosing to travel from A
Well,
to
what
B
I mean is,
constantly.
if you have no
They're
shields,
choosing
wouldn't
to
you just
QTE
go
somewhere.
suicide?
Just
and
giving
then
players
just
that freedom
ram
in
the
the
person?
universe we have is just like it's a really
It could,
magical
maybe.
thing. And
Maybe.
That's
we
what
tried
I'm
many
saying.
times to control that as
Like they know they're about to
designers
lose,
to
so
try
they
and
just
get a
try to end
specific
it.
experience at some point. But
This is stupid.
we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice. And
when
let
I'm looking
them make
for
the key
continuum.
decisions and we'll
Yeah, yeah.
we finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for.
I'm so curious to see
We know
chat
from
right
internal
now.
playtest that the master mode stuff
like
works.
the
We
only
know
way
that
I
it
could
works with
see it
our
kind of making
flight
sense is
tunings,
if they
and it's very
allowed you to
exciting.
like
It
keep
will
your
yet
shields
take
in
a
fast
while
mode, but
to
just
Yeah, I
lose
mean,
the
I
gun.
because
get
the amount of ships
weapon
you
systems
fly in
down to
142
go
is
fast,
rather
but like,
limited,
fucking, I
whereas
got no
in Star
shields.
Citizen
These
we
are
have about, I don't
dangerous
know, more
space
than
out here.
100 ship
Unless they
requests at the moment. But
plan on
the
implementing
whole
like heavy
hard
armor.
problem of
I wish
designing
Mesa
this
was
thing
here
in
to
the
hear
first
this.
place
This is fucking
over.
hilarious.
We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you
I
see
can't wait to
today,
try
footage
this.
is-
Is my thing.
It's
Yeah.
all currently playable in the game. That
It sounds like it's gonna piss people off more than
Oh, so much. And they're all here being like, "We got it. We figured it out." Team high-fiving each other, and everyone's like, "This is fucking horrible."
So thanks a lot
definitely
for
glad I
listening
haven't gotten
to
too
us
used to the
today.
PvP
We're
in the
very,
current
very
state,
excited to get
'cause
the
it's
changes to
definitely-
you as soon as possible. And yeah,
if you can't
we
enjoy
hope
the
to see you
game, why would you want to
fighting in the
play?
verse.
I can't imagine what because this sounds like all right. I don't even really care, but I'm saying like Sleazy and Frankie and all them are probably gonna be like, "This is great. People can't run from us. They'll have their shields down. They're forced to fight with us."
Humanity.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
No, what was it?
Duel
Who is
against
most
humanity.
likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ort win.
Ort win.
Not Cards
Shout out to
Against
Ort win. It's been a
Humanity.
long time.
Oh.
Duel against.
Oh, it is Van Duel.
Hilarious.
My one is my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Ah. Right. That's Van Duel Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it.
I can't wait to see.
We are playing it in between.
I have so many questions.
Ken Shadow.
This is going to be
John?
interesting.
Oh, I dropped the cards. This guy.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Talk to me about this segment we just watched.
Yeah, that'll be
Is this BS or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it.
We've got it, boys. Solved. Yeah, we fixed it. I think like the back padding was a little bit much there because of how much people are going to be so mad at this. Like what you said, Logan. Transport ships. Like imagine the Banu Merchantman. You're like, all right. Like, do you know how long it takes to charge an 890 jump shield? The fact that when you jump into a location, you have now like 8 minutes of shield charging ahead of
I know
you.
we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience.
Hey, but the elevators will work.
Folks have been waiting
Yeah.
for this fix for a while. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this.
Is he back? Is he
Put
back?
broad strokes in and then really.
Oh,
dial it in.
Mesa, have you just heard this one?
He's
Versus
tapping.
the hundreds in the PU.
Oh, he is definitely.
So it's a scale thing that stops it going to the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems.
Well, A2, you're just going to have to drop out way outside, let all your shields charge up, and then come in for the bombs again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to like
get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get.
Well, if
a
you
great
crank the
experience if we go,
shield, the
"Oh,
power.
Here's one bit of it.
Yeah, C2 shields aren't the worst, but think of it like a capital ship. You quantum in, and then your Idris has no shields. It's just going to be fucking savage.
Or do you think more
That's
together?
if you like have the good shield parts, but if you're still working
We have
on,
to
you got
do
some
like
mid-grade stuff.
a broad
it'll take a
tuning
minute.
across the board for everything. Day one.
This sounds like it's almost like
Hopefully by then,
Light Fighter's wet dream, because their shields charge in 3 seconds. So they're just like, perfect. You can't run. Like, it's...
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, Mesa, did you just hear this?
I did. I actually really liked it.
You like, the idea of the shields is savage.
No. Here's the thing. I don't know what else they could have done.
I'm just saying,
like 2 modes. That's like without them like making it like okay, when you're in combat you go slower. They had to make up something like to make it legit. You know, like.
But
I don't know how else they could do
one
it.
thing the captain said too that makes total sense is like, think if you're a cargo transport guy and you jump in to like go pick up cargo. You jump in with your ship, all your shields are down. Like if there's a light fighter there, he just immediately is like, oh, look at this idiot.
really hot visuals with the planets
Yeah,
of Pyro. And,
you wonder
and then gameplay stuff.
Here's the
with
thing: you wonder if they
investigations,
might
back to the
tweak
really
some of that
hot
stuff to where,
visuals with
like,
the underground
they
facility,
were
then
talking
back
about
to the
ship to
solid
ship, like
gameplay stuff
capital.
with the flight
Like, you
experience.
never know; they may throw
Up
something
next
in
is
there where,
another
like, if
really
you're a
solid
transport
visuals
ship, like
thing,
S class, like you have the
Feed me
ability
a
to bring
camera
your
one.
shields up immediately, or like, you know what I mean, like something,
Star
something
Citizen's
That's mean.
first
to that
landing
effect.
zone.
Like, you know how long your
We've
890
built
jump
it
shields
since
take
it
to
was,
load.
Put in. We've
Oh, here's Lorville,
we've
yeah.
built Microtech, New Babbage. We built.
But yeah, like
Madison
890
on
jump shields are
Container.
like
We even went
over
back and
5
redid,
minutes to
Area
load.
18 on Arc
You
Quest.
jump in,
Lorville
you're
currently
fucked.
stands as the
Like,
oldest standing
Whole health is
landing zone
really
in
big
Star
though on
Citizen.
it.
but I mean,
And
like,
with our new team
the
back,
shields are a big thing on those cap. Like in Idris, you jump into a fleet battle, and it's like, all right, torp the Idris immediately. Like,
Yeah, they'll have to tweak this for that stuff. I feel
yeah,
for sure.
that's what I'm saying. The idea of no shields
I'm
in the other
liking the
thing is
slow
crazy.
flight though. I'm
I
loving
don't
that
care about the
idea.
slow flight. I'm just saying the no shields thing is kind of wild.
Yeah.
I would like shields up, maybe no power to guns.
Tell you all about it. Ooh,
Yeah, no armored missiles, sure, why not?
Yeah, true.
Dangerous out there in Stanton.
Yeah, imagine going around, you're flying at like 5,000, you don't have your shields on, and you just like hit a piece of dust or something. You know what I mean?
Initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with
All right, I'm excited for this too.
the Lorville cityscape, it was
I do like the short burst quantum jumps. That'll be cool.
Well, that's what I was trying to say to Mason the other day, that they're doing like a Elite Dangerous type of like multiple travel speed thing.
the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen
Only time you're gonna get
in
speed
Montreal,
up is
and
in
I'm
the
here
racing.
to talking about the Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that. Yeah, so after the sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city.
Oh goddamn, there's gonna be wings.
We have nothing in that city.
Wow.
They build in a gray zone. So
you?
everything is built from that unit, and it's
Jesus.
built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main unit I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms
Interesting.
of lengths and distances.
That looks like
to
Hurston in
respect.
my
So this is why
thoughts.
I used
Shithole.
basis to
Just
to
burning
work
it
on
up.
that. So I
Right
need
into
to
the
make
atmo.
sure that the
They're thickening the
ratio of
atmosphere here,
everything
boys. They're
fits
terraforming.
well, to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal
This is good for the
is
planet.
not to dig right
Hey,
away on the
Hurston.
details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if
So, air in a can.
the skyline
Yeah.
makes sense.
Y'all
So
want
this
there
is a
you
good
go,
challenge to
$10
play
a
with
credit.
that, and I
Look
think
how
I did
less dominated
a
the
nice job
building
on
are.
that, because
Yeah.
at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my
I do like
3D
this.
background in
Looks
concept
good.
artist
Like
to
theoretically,
I like
like to see
Lorville
how
and
it goes in game.
the
I like
best
some
exactly.
possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it.
That haze.
3D,
Go back to the
color,
haze level.
sketching, painting, and at the end,
Uh-huh.
I was needed to create a very speechless
smog engine.
concept.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
sell
I'd love to
the
see that.
mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure
This
they
looks like it's like
believe on
the
that
surface
product,
of like a Death
and
Star.
they could
type
say,
ship.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
yeah.
okay, now we are
Death Star
Lorville
vibes.
2.0, and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape.
So it's all art
We're
as
not
of now.
Just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone
Okay.
internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where
Ooh.
we're at.
Okay.
Eat your words,
Yeah.
Deadsea.
Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet STAARS Ciizen.
Okay, I'm curious to see how it actually looks on ground, how much footprint it has.
Premièrement, je voudrais dire
Worried if he's
bonjour à la
working on it.
communauté francophone de STAARS Ciizen, à toute la communauté en fait.
Shut the fuck up and
Ce
speak
que vous
English.
faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans
lord.
mon travail.
Why is this guy speaking surrender?
From the concepts done, it's time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city.
Yeah, it's
up
more
to something that
skyscrapers.
matches
Look
our
how
vision.
much bigger it is there.
We are
Yeah.
keeping the L19 area. We are keeping the CBD. We're keeping
I just want to see like top down.
the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just extending.
Grab your bag, helmets,
the
boys.
city. We've done several tests. With,
I want to see more hobos in the city, dude. Just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, just ArtCorp
Freaking
just
rails.
full of them.
No, they're not allowed there though, because like
extended out a
if you
bit,
don't work, I think
keeping
you
the
just
same
get like
number of gates,
thrown out an airlock.
oh, true,
but we're
true.
moving them out, and so
You're
throughout
getting
these tests,
incinerated.
we've built
Yeah.
a city.
They just throw you in a
as
freaking
just
refinery.
Placeholder.
Okay, look at all the
white
industrial
box, very
out
primitive
far.
to
Okay.
have
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
layout, this fast iteration of the whole city.
I want to see internal, like when
Yeah.
you're walking
done,
through it
and
now.
then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around. And
So yeah, no more.
Nope, you're gonna get pulled out,
Red
restricted.
Drake.
No, there. Look, what they're showing right now is no more auto flight
bridges
takeover.
Yeah.
and, like,
Look how
I
low
hope
he's
so.
going.
They should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really hope they do this.
Because I
This would
hate
be
that
so
autopilot.
much fun to low
Yeah.
fly.
of players.
would.
Oh,
they're,
Sure.
they're doing like emergent gameplay of
They're
races
gonna
that
reduce your
inspires
speed,
us.
bro, to
No,
200.
no. You go full quantum mode there.
Starting now.
Right into the
We
tower.
have like
Yeah.
Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and they are we're chatting with them, see what we could.
That's
could
definitely
use
not the
from
first
library
attempt.
of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around
15 times the detail,
Bait
actually.
Town, boys, new Bait Town location. Nah, it's gonna be all armistice, I bet.
Players will be able to land. These will eventually connect
Take our fun.
to the interior spaces.
That's really cool if they make that so
will
you
be built,
honestly can't
later.
get
Yeah.
like restricted
And in
zone
that sense,
stuff.
Lorville will
that's
be
pretty
ready for those interiors. We started as a team
Scared
of
the shit out of me.
Oh, they're doing
artists
interiors too. They
working
just said,
on
huh?
Okay.
Lorville, and now we're 5.
The train tracks.
And we could even
You ready,
be,
Glenn?
like more soon.
Nice.
Each artist has their slightly different skill sets, and
I
we
love these new
complete each
tools
other.
nowadays.
They bring
That
ideas.
would be
I
nice,
let them
actually,
bring
like
ideas to
the
the
new
table
Babbage.
on how
You can
to
land much closer
advance
and
what we're
stop
doing,
the
make it
subway.
kick ass. So that's really
Yeah,
brilliant.
Takes so much
So
effort to do
I
that
hope you
shit.
like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate.
I want to see the
because
inside.
It's gonna make such a huge
I have to say
difference.
salutes to these
Thanks,
boys that
Max.
build these massive
That's looking
cities.
Great. And hopefully
Like,
you
Yeah.
guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about
Like
how we
planet's
can
one
make
thing. Doing the cities is like a whole nother
probably one of our best
pile of
yet.
bullshit.
Yeah.
And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, so they didn't show like a top down, but by the look of it, is that current? Okay, yeah, okay, there we go.
Ooh,
Much
man.
better.
Man,
That's a
yeah,
deep
that's
difference.
way better.
Okay, yeah. That's gonna look
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
All the industrial out.
Killed it with that. They killed it. with
Very sprawling.
Yeah.
that. It looks and feels everything
Yeah. I definitely get the Hurston vibe.
Hey, there's Frizzy,
Huh?
daily driver.
Oh, there's
More
the
trash.
Same place.
Like it.
That's the last hobo out the pipe.
Oh yeah, just out the pipe.
Yeah.
That's cool if you could do like make your own racetracks too.
That's cool. Ooh.
Yeah. They definitely are going the microtech route where there's like those like things going out to other stuff.
Yeah, and it kind of just sprawls out.
Yeah.
And landing pads in the city.
I like it.
I like how they have this much done already, where it's like obviously they're gonna do more to it.
For sure.
Yeah.
So you've taken.
Dude,
the
you're
one
gonna get
that
your
has the
resource
most
management next.
Egregious.
Dude's wearing a different
no
shirt
fly
every time.
zone. And you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And you know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there's a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right? It's like, you know, we want to keep the player experience in, you know, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lowville, as you've seen, you know,
I was smoking
we
your echo.
want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like as we progress through the
I'm pretty
zones,
excited for the city update.
One day.
That's cool, yeah.
One day we'll get back to Lowville.
People
So
will actually make residents there.
Because then it will be like, what's the next one after that they'll like do is probably ArcCorp,
for years.
which will be
Yeah.
nuts.
You know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that.
Because as soon as they're done with Loreville, you know they're going on to ArcCorp.
Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Where they're just gonna be like, do the same thing to ArcCorp so we can fly
I think
around.
they've already talked about that they're going to do that with ArcCorp.
Yeah, it'd be so cool to fly around ArcCorp.
Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lowville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know,
detail
really
stuff.
That's
I
positive.
mean, you're seeing
The kit building is much faster.
the potential in engine, but there's still.
Now they're gonna go by and do like the detail on everything.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, that was a look at Loreville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development.
That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna judge hard by like 4.23. 4.2 is what I'm gonna judge by.
But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego.
He knows about us, guys.
Yeah, they're on to us.
The JRDF contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you
sounds
see
like
here.
a lot of dildos.
The wonderful Star Kitten.
Take my
a
screenshot.
Dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that.
That's the kitty
Oh, it's
cat,
not in
right?
focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this.
I was gonna buy a Toby eye tracker, but imagine just winning one for free. I love it.
Look at my Star Kitten Dragonfly.
Yeah.
In focus, because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
Looked like he was gonna take a bite out of it.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check it out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack.
Oh, you're right. That's definitely an arrow.
And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's
So
always
they
my
just
favorite.
throw that stuff in your account.
I think every
then
single one
the
I've ever
new
had
stuff,
is
we won't have to
pumpkin
do
Texas. I don't know
anything.
why that
Yeah,
is, but
yeah.
I think they're pumpkin.
So they're just giving away grenade launchers?
Yeah, you know, everyone. You're gonna have one in your
Let's
inventory
throw
here
to the
soon.
next presentation.
Hilarious. So
Now,
you're just going to
I'm
be able to
set this
start
one
the
up
game
here.
with a grenade launcher.
Yep. Everyone has a grenade launcher day
Everyone
one.
just like no pistol, just everyone running around with grenade launchers.
Resource management.
Day one.
Here we go. Resource management.
Okay.
Resource management.
When I
That's
backed
awesome.
So is this?
project back in
Oh, fuck yes, I just found a
2013,
Van Duel
working
helmet.
before I got
Nice,
the
nice.
thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for
I almost want to risk
multi-crew
it all and wear
gameplay.
it.
That
There you stay with you
positional
forever now.
experience of a
I'll find a
captain
second
and
one.
a
I'll
I'm glad I didn't wear mine because I got railgunned immediately.
Insta dead.
Yeah.
and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and you fix the fuses and stuff like this.
Okay, that is an arrow.
That multi-crew experience has been.
Yep.
Has
There's a
been
turret
what
on
drew me
top.
to the project.
Fuck,
First as a
helmets are
backer
everywhere.
until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like,
Do you notice this is like his
when I
third or
attend your
fourth
training, I've been
shirt
wondering
that he's been wearing?
When's going to be the day? Where are we at
Yeah,
with
he's
this stuff?
definitely switching them out.
Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about
This
the
is not
actual
live,
working
Yeah.
prototypes
guys.
of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and
Pucker up.
take it away.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
Oh, this is like on the Hammerhead stuff.
Hammerhead, yeah.
Yeah.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows
I hope
items
it comes to
produce,
every
consume,
multi-crew
and
ship.
store,
Yeah. Yeah.
resources.
Hopefully every
It is the
multi-crew.
digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items.
Oh, there's
on the
your ship,
But
baby.
it's also
Yeah.
The
Hop in
system
there,
that will
boys.
lie below
Needs fixing.
Any station or any vehicle, anything that you can
Dude just
imagine
melts
in our
right there.
universe
Yeah.
that actually requires a certain type of resource.
I can be
Resource
a
management
cruise
is
ship
not
that
just a system
Yeah.
that helps ships function.
I'll need people like on a submarine just like putting those pipe clamps over things.
It will
And
be
oddball
the
can
way,
be a load
surface
master.
outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for
What the
those
hell is
smaller
happening in the
vehicles will be
Twitch
way
chat?
more interesting than
People
we
losing
have
it?
right now. And from that, we can
I
move
turned it
on
off.
to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have
I
a
don't
real
know, just
purpose in
spam.
the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will
Horizon,
increase
boys.
in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates.
I love the idea of longer time to kill.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone.
Yeah, I love this idea.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that are broken down.
Okay, I love this idea.
That's
from
what I'm
one side
waiting
of the
for
ship
right
to
there.
another in order to counter.
Make Hammerhead a lot more fun. It'll be like Sea of Thieves on a Hammerhead.
Hey, that's your C2 then.
The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay.
What the hell? Is stream bugging out for you guys too?
Hello, stream?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Star Citizens, guys. It's buggy.
Okay.
30K.
30K!
That would be fun.
Oh, everyone got to it before me. Fuck. It's giving me that stupid bullshit of like, accept the rules before you say anything. 30K F in the chat. Fuck, that's so funny. Oh, they said refresh, it's all good.
Items.
Oh, I have to get an ad now? Fuck off. iPhone 14, I don't want your iPhone.
In order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall,
That's so funny.
prioritizing certain items and their resources.
What is echoing?
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to.
I think it might be
in
smoking.
ships now, since atmosphere is finite.
Atmosphere. Atmosphere and gravity, I can't wait for that.
Here, the life support system is a key factor.
Oh, you can suck the
Here,
life
the
out of
life
someone
support,
invading
you
your
have to
ship.
maintain it.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Meaning
great.
You have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator
Be nice
are
to your cruise ship.
always
Consumables in the life support generator. Okay. Expenses for running life support. Alright, boys, let's bring your own life support on my ships.
Nope. And I will blame you if I die.
Yeah. And we'll put you out the airlock. Keep going.
Will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items
there you
and
go.
replace them with
Bringing in the new quantum drive.
Yeah.
Sometimes dodgy items, depends on.
Oh yeah, there's those little engineering rooms.
Oh, he's working on the quantum drive, fixing it. I love it.
Which sub items are installed in those items?
That death is brutal.
Why are we not quantuming?
Yeah, Sunflash was saying that death was brutal. Yeah.
So hopefully that room in the Carrick can fix other people's components.
That'd be cool.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you as the engineer on the ship have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other.
It should be like you can quickly put the power back on, shitty. Or if you take longer, you can put it on like to full power. So like if you need to get out of somewhere, you like connect the circuit, you know what I mean, electrocute yourself, and then like jump, and then work on fixing the ship.
assign certain
Yeah,
roles
but
to each
that
of his
will be
crewmates.
cool because
And
you
for
have to
example,
prioritize, right?
one
Yeah.
of the player
Stay
becomes the
alive
engineer.
with
The
oxygen
engineer would give
or
them
have turrets.
specific
Exactly,
access to
yeah.
certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will
Like,
not
connect the
have
quantum
access
drive.
to
We gotta
those
get the fuck
controls.
out of here.
At the same time,
Yeah.
a gunner will only have
I don't really
access
see
to
how
a
the
specific gun or
oxygen
all
thing
the guns
matters
on the
if
ship.
everyone's wearing
And
a
finally,
helmet.
gravity.
They plan
So
to have it where
gravity
you
is
can't fly the ships
the
in like
concept that you
full
experience
sets of armor and stuff.
already in every ship. So there's always a
Oh,
ground.
that's
there's
me.
always a ground, there's always a map, and
That's you on
that
your
gives
face.
you some more control
Yep.
over that. So because
My
it requires
standard
some
entry.
energy,
There's a
and if you
reclaimer.
want to run your ship
Yeah.
more energy efficient, we want you
Is that the
to
reclaimer?
switch off
Yeah.
gravity. Or
Yeah,
there
no
might be
gravity's
other
gonna be
use
sick.
cases where a zero
It's Chernobyl.
gravity environment is more useful than.
I wouldn't be going over that.
So if it wasn't
I
clear
was gonna say
by
he's
now,
gonna be growing
the
another
scope of
arm now.
resource
Yeah.
management touches pretty
Yeah.
much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is
Yeah.
where are we with all of this right now?
Yeah, I'm curious.
But
I don't think they would have brought it up unless they
Currently, we
were
have
like.
working in-engine
Okay.
prototypes
But
of the
I
following
hope they don't ruin
systems.
the game
Power,
because
gravity,
they
Well,
life
it's
support,
coming out, I thought, in
complicated.
318 for the.
Second.
power system.
He said
We
power,
can
life,
overpower
gravity,
and underpower
something
items.
else.
We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network. And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy,
Oh shit.
base fuel throughout the ship, so we can make sure that each item actually
Okay, here we
gets
go.
the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is
Okay, there's gonna be people who are like master
defining
engineers
the
where it's
routes,
like,
the-
please come on my
the
ship.
most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
This is like
I'm
a skill in
thinking
itself.
Dead is sitting in the pilot seat. What the fuck happened here? Okay.
Okay, that looks a little janky, but I get like the idea. I wish you could open that panel and actually like put it
Many
in something.
aspects of the life support system, include
Blender
making new players suffocate.
works again in the kitchen.
Venting
Don't have
O2.
any weapons.
Oh, this is so messed up.
Yeah, like he's gonna suffocate the boys. LOL. This looks very early though. Like super early.
Yeah.
Vent. Vent! Ah, it's gonna be funny.
Yeah. Can kidnap guys, right?
Yeah.
Lock them in that room.
Incap them.
This is gonna be
50 million.
This is
Or
gonna be good.
else.
Oh no.
This will be good when somebody boards
Oh
your
yeah,
ship.
for
and-
fire. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was the funniest thing. Sunfly said sneaking on somebody's ship and then just start ripping
Oh,
fuses
bye-bye,
out
too.
and suffocating people. You did it 30k again? My god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get me to watch ads. That's what they're trying to do.
But that'd be cool, like when you get in a ship and you shut off all the oxygen in the whole ship and kill stowaways.
Yeah. Dragonflight. I doubt I'm going to be playing that, boys.
Wait, what the
318 is going to be up by then. Oh, is it stream broken?
hell? What the hell?
It's 30k,
Yeah,
guys.
another
Don't be
30K.
surprised.
Oh, come on, boys.
You've been backers for 10 years.
If this was pre-recorded, like, what the fuck?
I don't think it was.
F's in the chat. Come on, CIG.
Send in the fucking relay management team.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. It's back.
Back.
Making new players suffocate.
This is hilarious.
Wondering
Oh.
what time it is.
Vent.
Always just getting worse and worse.
O2 level going down, boys.
With atmosphere.
Look at the shot. Jesus.
You can transfer. This seems super early, though. Okay, they open the door, the atmosphere leaks out. Close the door, comes back. Okay. So if you open like that, you're gonna have to depressurize room, then open the docking collar.
Ooh, engineering
You
panel.
know what I mean?
I wish you'd have to have like
making players suffocate again.
wish you could have like just like a card that says, "Hey, I'm an engineer.
Okay.
I'm only able to touch this panel."
Oh, I was gonna say this is it in a ship, but this is like the idea of it in a ship.
That's what he said. Is the captain of the ship can designate roles and give people permissions to certain things.
Oh, that's cool. Gravity.
Okay.
Just gonna show all this debris just like start floating.
No way. Oh, like Halo jumping. Here we go.
Okay. Off. You should see this debris start floating around. Yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing.
If they wanted to impress me, they would have did that.
Yeah. It's not Unreal 5, unfortunately.
Sabotage 2. There we go.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah. Comes in,
Jacks it.
puts it, eats
Throws it on the ground.
steps on it.
We have an imposter.
He fucking eats it.
I'd love to see.
The pilots.
I'd love to see missions where you almost have to like go out and repair ships, like capital ships and stuff. So like you get on, NPCs are there being like, "Please help us," and you have to go around like fix the circuits
With a system that is this
How does
big
the
and
guy get
complex,
into the
we
hammer?
do not want to rush it.
through
We
the
wanna
front
just get
docking
it
collar.
right and get it right from the beginning.
Oh, it's
So
moving?
let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships.
Okay.
External engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with a press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets.
They need locks on all
After the initial
cockpits.
release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
See, so it's definitely interesting.
I started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old type system.
Device on multi-tool
This has
will
been
be
an
more
interesting
applicable
journey,
now.
and finally
Yeah.
we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to
And
do
you
in
can
the world
actually
of
have
Star
use
Citizen.
for those
Resource
emergency
management
hoods.
is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will
Sudden
change
loss of
the entire game.
oxygen. You
its
need those
core.
hoods,
I
right?
think we never
Yeah.
had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally
Solo
have
Idris
all
seems
the
so like
tools in place to actually
lonely. It's
allow
funny.
meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions
that
for all
Idris?
the players.
Yep.
Where every
So hopefully when this
decision
comes out, you'll be able to hire
this is
AI to
the
be your
stuff that
engineer.
makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
This Bar Citizen Singapore card is really cool. They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew. Guys, this has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing, but
yeah, but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. Like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games.
That you have to choose a smaller
being
ship
able to
as
make Imagine Siege
driver
of Origin, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So. What's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from...
I can't wait to see fires on board. I think that's really cool.
On board,
they need fire extinguishers.
An interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. They're not just limited to be a pilot, turret gunner. That's about it.
I just want the red alert button.
And support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Gonna have a bad time.
Like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see
EUPU.
Really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally. So
yeah.
I'm excited. All right, so we've ping-ponged from the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship, our annual celebration of vehicles.
So is this where we're going to see some new stuff?
To the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to flyable.
Probably.
Okay. Get your wallets out, boys.
Up 30K.
Oh, come on.
30K.
Wow, bro.
Oh, no, there we go.
No,
it's back.
You're covered.
Let them take it away.
Figure out what you're trading, guys. Get your wallet or figure out what you're trading.
The wife hit them.
My account's been locked.
Yeah, the wife figured this. It was a great day to lock you out of everything.
Games. This year, I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and
Hi, Ben.
Concept Art Director, and this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favourite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series.
Network error. Lovely.
To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit.
What is this?
Series of ships from Crusader Industries.
Crusader Spirit?
Yeah. Holy shit! It's Crusader Fighter. I'm in.
Evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Does a wide variety of tasks.
I'm good. How you doing? How you guys doing?
Oh, pretty good. Just watching some fresh ships get announced.
Obviously the colours blue, red, steel. and the Freelancer series.
Okay, you
those
guys
are
actually watching it on
similar
what?
sized
On YouTube or
ships
on
to this.
It's on
and
Twitch.
They also cover similar sort of roles.
They're announcing all the new
Compared to
ships right now.
And Freelancer series, the Spirit.
Okay, so you guys watching it on the stream come or on somebody's channel?
Sort of stylish.
I'm streaming it right now, but it's also just on Twitch. That ship looks sick. I fucking want that so bad.
Spirit, we have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version.
Yeah, it looks like a scrunched up C2A2 MG.
Yeah, man, I want this. Look at the VTOL.
Really nice features of
Yeah.
the Spirit series as a whole.
Did he say it's a transport?
There's a transport version, there's a bomber version, and a fighter version.
Yeah, the same as the A50
cargo hauler version.
Just make me a stealth transport for troops, please, God.
In the central area. Accessible like the other version.
Oh my god. Please make that cargo bay big enough to put like a Spartan on minimum. It doesn't look like it, but looks so sick.
You won't be fitting larger things in
Okay.
the tank, however,
Sad.
with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put
But who's broke already?
Dude, this thing's gonna be the best rock mining vehicle ever. You can put like 4 of them on it.
Which sort of
Straight
splits
out,
the
yeah.
difference between the Hercules
I don't think it'll be
A2's
big enough.
bomber version, which has
Size
both
8
size
8
10
bomb.
and size 3 bomb options. This
What?
comes with size
That's
5,
dope right there.
Yeah.
bombs. They are arranged in 2 vertical gravity.
Dude, hype. I'm buying one. This is my fighter right here.
Down the middle, and then you
That's
have
the
the
carpet bombing.
sort of lines of
For you.
bombs.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really want the bomber one. I think I'm gonna get like the fighter version. I have to check them.
Which is the E1? Is that the
Started
E1?
does in terms of the bomber.
It has to have a bunch of weapons on it.
Executive transport.
Ship,
But
so
then,
it's much more agile.
I don't think
You're gonna
that
be kind of
ship
getting
is
in
good
and out,
enough for
and
rock.
doing your bombing run.
It looks like you
Roll in,
could.
roll out.
So it feels quite familiar in that sense.
Why would you put a cargo bay on it if you can't put a rock in it? Like, come on.
Kind of play style,
Yeah, but you can't roll in and roll out.
compared to the.
Well, you just like everyone back in.
Better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing.
Someone's like,
Obviously,
rip MSR.
Yeah, MSR, get fucked.
hitters and
Yeah, I'm gonna up my thing to one of these more than likely.
Yeah.
whereas this is sort of
All 3 are 370. Okay, Sunfly says they're on the store already?
what?
Oh, what?
To give Jared heartburn over his Starliner.
Is that why there was the
So this is a
30K?
sort of taste
Here's your
of
E1. I think
Okay.
this is your fighter one.
feature, but on a much
I'm in
smaller
love.
scale.
Wait,
VIP one
what?
is,
Doesn't look like a lot of guns.
module. It's basically split into two levels.
Is it a trans?
And so you
Should be a
really
taxi.
wanted to sort of
The-
have that,
the executive transport.
that VIP experience.
Lovely.
Obviously,
Yeah, they're 155.
you're coming into a sort of
Oh, so all
but
That's like,
when you
no,
get
it's a
into the
spirit
module,
collection, so you
you've got
get
All
all
3? Oh my god.
space to put any sort of personal belongings. If essentially you go into 2 elevators, left or right, and
Let's
take
see
you up
this.
to the top
Okay,
deck.
let's go.
So it has that sort of first class feeling.
Upgrades, ship upgrades, buy MSR.
The E1 stand out compared
It's
to
but
some
it's
other
one.
ships, the kind
It's
of
they're
the
each
large
what
panoramic
175
glass
they
roof.
want.
So when
You
you're
get
in
the
this kind of shared
collection.
VIP area, you're gonna have
I don't
great
see the
views
collection.
down
Oh,
to
it's probably
the
like new
first,
money needed.
in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have
It's a pack. I see
the
it.
Mixmaster, which
No,
is
mine's.
front
I
of
have
the-
concierge. I don't know if you all do.
Yeah.
Which is basically where players can go. and
Nah, I don't know what
choose
that
whatever
is.
drink
Never
they
heard of
want.
it.
It's, cocktails or coffee.
Is that the
and players will also
assholes
have
that have too
super
much
comfy
money?
seats. They'll have,
The collection.
Whoa.
Widescreen TV in the module.
3-pack
Really excited to
paint
see
pack.
when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to
Did
kind
you
of
guys not see the
explore
collection?
I don't see it yet.
Here.
experience that
I'll
kind
just
of
show it
luxury
then.
living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The,
So
the
there's
sort of
the
core of the
Warbond
ship
one, and then
changes
there's
with each
the
variant, but there
regular
are some
one.
aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the
Count
front of the ship, you actually
concierge.
have
Let's
the
see.
Yeah, I'm on the
cockpit,
concierge
bridge.
right now. I do not see.
Like other Crusader ships, you have the
Oh, I see him.
side-by-side
No, it's paints.
pilots, co-pilots
Yeah, I seen the
arrangement.
paints, yeah.
Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the
Bomber
variants
Exeter
section,
travel
which
and
does change the sort of
Oh, nice.
internal
They're
structure
showing
ships
off the-
between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing
Really
this
cool. It
and
totally
see what
reminds
we
me of a
do in the
flatter
future.
C2.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it a
something
lot.
at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the
I'm not seeing
the
it.
black and gold one.
Oh, there it is.
Cool.
Spirit. See the spirits. I see them now.
Corsair.
The
Talking about
Drake Corsair
Corsair.
is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of various usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i, as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and watch this stuff again.
For its size, sort of classification to that.
Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of a medium, deep space vessel, effectively. It's got a crew for up to 4, or space for up to 4 crew.
I would. That thing looked tough.
It's got a sizable cargo hold. And
I don't like the wing configuration.
I can't ship upgrade to them for some reason. It wants me to just like buy them fresh.
They're probably
Warbond.
Those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills
I'm gonna
approach.
see
I didn't see the pack though.
If something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix.
Yeah, you can't hear fuck all in your stream.
Cut back to the main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that.
Oh, what do you mean?
I can see the pack.
Like, I just mean, like, the boys are talking, and so you just can't hear them actually saying anything.
Oh,
Fans, when
yeah,
they
one second.
see the ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the
Was
DNA
it?
that's running through.
Focus Entertainment,
spirit.
Blackbird
So
Interactive.
You can kind of almost imagine how
Oh,
the ship is
holy
built.
shit! That's
military,
dope.
easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded
Is there
with
something you're
turrets.
signed up for where you get free stuff?
I don't know. It has some
why I
really
got that.
interesting mechanisms inside it. So I think
Yeah.
players will really dig that.
She's looking at the statements. You're in trouble.
The Corsair is wings, the way they
You don't
fold
have a
up.
record player.
This
Hey,
isn't
Dad.
purely
Yeah.
for style.
Yeah.
Being Drake is
Mustang Gamma.
So
it allows you to get
What's the
this is
Mustang
the,
Gamma?
much easier.
And so the
It's the
concierge
racer.
pack
Into
has
keeping
that's
that
even
really
a different
iconic,
design to them too.
Exterior kind of.
Yeah, we all
silhouette
have that.
and
It's
vision that
I'm
we
sure
can set.
most of us
No, this is the like you get all 3 like variants.
At the moment, we're just
Yeah, I don't know
final
where you're
art.
finding that at.
Most of the exterior has had.
Are you looking
I'm
at the
just
paints?
extras, and I go to all products. No, these aren't paints.
Okay.
These are all.
Lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do. tweaks
So
to
for
the
me, I just went to
materials,
extras,
properly
all
happy.
products, and then I went to
It's in a good
most
place, so
expensive.
Really excited to be able to show
Okay.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again, we'll go front to back.
on the inside of the ship.
Take a
you
look
start
inside
right
the
at front
ship.
of the cockpit.
Okay, I see them.
Of course, it has quite a unique
Spirit Collection 410
The pilot is kind of
or
sat
370 on
But
War
the
Bond.
cons- dude, but the concierge ones look cooler.
The co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually
Yeah, they're
sits
like
down
different
before
paints.
That transition from
The crimson,
main area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section. It's
Yeah, I'm kind of missing it. I'm gonna go back to
underneath where the pilot is.
continue
Great
watching here.
visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is again,
this
you've got
is
these
the
massive
course.
guns.
Okay.
Yeah, savage amount of guns on it.
So it should be a nice place.
That transition from the co-pilot was pretty cool.
So the captain's
get
quarters
that.
is actually
Okay, minimize that. I'll go back and deal with the shop after. I'm going back to watching.
Yeah, it's not like you're not gonna get them.
No, I just wanted to look at them, see if they were on the store. Is really all I wanted to see.
I guess a small kind of crossroads directly behind the
I have to
bridge.
look into them more to see which one I actually want, if any. I just got super hyped
To either
staring at
side,
them.
you've got the turret access, so it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more.
I like the canopies.
Yeah.
Especially forward firing, which
It's good range of motion on them.
it has so many guns
Yeah.
pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very,
Good
very Drake.
visibility
In habitation,
also.
we've got
Like a real
we've got
good
the
pirate
remaining
vessel,
3
pirate
crew
size.
quarters
Yeah.
that being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed. You've got.
You got a bed,
and that's
no
about
toilet.
it. The main habitation area
And
though
free
is,
heating looks like.
if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship. In that there's a decent size.
There's a table.
You've got your
Luxurious.
bathroom, which
And a sink.
is no frills. It's got a shower. It's got a toilet.
Oh, it has a toilet.
You've got
Okay.
the,
Stepping up on the wheel, boys.
Kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And then right in the heart of the habitation area. There's a large.
Did it say that how those spirits are gunned or what?
I have to look into them more, but there's like 3 variants.
Yeah, I can see them on the site here, but like when you go to more info, there's just no info on them.
I'll go back and watch this and look. They look kind of lightly gunned, but the transport and bomber one I assume would be lightly gunned.
The transport one's only $100.
The engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in.
Pretty reasonably
one of those
priced,
you
to be
have
honest.
the side airlock, which
Compared to other
has
shit.
suit lockers and weapon lockers in there.
All right, so you get Spirit A1, you get a Freelancer. Spirit C1, you get a Cutlass Black. And in E1, you get a Cutlass Steel as loaners.
Okay, that's kind of sad, but you know,
Yeah,
whatever.
it's kind of sad.
But it also takes you up to the roof of the ship.
Oh, I like that
so
elevator.
If you want to go on a
Yeah.
quick spacewalk.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah, good little lever touch.
Back to basic.
Up the lift and,
Yep.
and out you go.
Then
Is the like, do they all have that cargo ramp or just the C1 version?
I
like
assume
to
just the
ship
cargo
out
one.
even more
I'd have to look.
significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it.
Yeah, I like
the
this ship.
mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
Yeah, give me like
I
5
think the
minutes.
Corsair is a particularly cool ship.
All right.
Love the styling of it. Love the asymmetric.
Those spirits, I never seen them coming.
I think it's just
They're probably one of those things that I was looking at on the EU thing that were like 9 months of work into them, and there was 3.
Slice of the pie. And you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Grey Cat STV.
Later today.
STV. Okay, is this a massive mining vehicle?
Racing
Like
is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen.
Oh, racing.
And it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy.
Oh, that's this thing. Okay.
Themselves, and something that we really want to help support from within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Grey Cat sports terrain vehicle.
STV races, though,
What
would
they
be
learned
terrible.
from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
I'd rather a different paint job than what's on it.
Four-wheeler.
I'm thinking we already have the Cyclone RC.
Yeah, I know.
You need to razz around on the planets.
I mean, this looks more like a Baja.
Wider family of
Yeah.
vehicles. You may recognize the
Like
resemblance
this
in
is
the
what
names
you
of the
take
Grey
to the
Cat
beach.
PTV, which is
Yeah.
also part of
Yeah.
that family. And we
Yeah,
also
everybody's
have
saying
a
Jeep.
third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is
Okay.
terrain
I like the sniper on the side.
reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And when
It's
you
a
see all
hunting
three side by
four-wheeler.
side,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
The interior again is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So, the floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through. The seats are easily.
This looks
removed,
flight
so
ready.
you can
Yeah.
actually see the bolts where you can just quickly.
Flight ready? You mean flight?
So all of this thing-
Drive ready.
Whatever. Well, like everybody's ready in the game.
Feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. Just there's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage. The sort of cross.
Crusader fighter. I didn't see that coming, but I love the idea of it. I want to see how heavy gunned it is before I actually.
Part of making a manufacturer consistent.
I hope it's very
So
well
the
done.
STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of cargo space in the back, so if you are out there doing missions.
The fact they announced the spirits first makes me think that there's something else like bigger waiting.
Allows you to land slightly out there, slightly in a safer area. You still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need.
You're echoing, Bo.
Compared to the Cyclone
Oh, you're
RC,
good now.
which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the game.
See how slow they're driving around though? Like, what's the actual speed on them?
So I think being able to...
It says 12 on his dash. Yeah. 26 I see there.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast,
it's like nothing.
You'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
Yes!
What?
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary...
Crusader Miner would be trippy. I can't see it really fitting well, though.
Drake Miner for
Drake sounds cool.
Nothing like any other mining ship in the game.
That's the easy route. I want to see the Crusader take on it.
So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles, such as the Rock,
Okay.
and Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility.
So it's a multi-role miner.
Any mining
Ground and air.
So with that,
Drake, it sounds so much like a Drake
which
just
are
auto.
basically the manufacturers.
Yeah, everybody's saying Drake, Drake, Drake.
First choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion. So
Nah, RSI get fucked.
Vehicle in that family.
Looking here on the spec sheet, it
Argo,
says for the A1, it says two wing size 3 fixed.
And then we have Mist, the third option. Obviously, Mist do the Prospector. So again, keeping it all within the same family.
I don't want it to be Mist. Hate Mist.
I want it to be RSI.
Pitch that I've just given.
No,
at the end of this,
you're not going to give us Drake, really?
Drake.
You get to vote on these 3 options.
I got an update on my PC situation.
Okay, 1 second here. I missed. What was the second? Did they even say Drake as one of the options?
All right. So the
No,
Crusader
it was-
Spirit
it's
is
all the
available
miners.
now as a concept promotion on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. The STV is coming to...
That was anemic.
Hang on. Coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo.
The
And
Spirits
on
with
this
the only
year's
thing.
John Cruz Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, is I think he called it. There is a comlink on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship.
What was wrong with it.
So, John, recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 3.18 Ivocati, which sadly did not come out before 3.17.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road.
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like...
Yeah, that was fun. Stop ruining fun.
Just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended.
Oh, I'm scared of going fast in a video game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Go back and do more.
Dude, what the
changes.
fuck?
But the idea was people would get to see it in 3.18, so it wouldn't be such a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste what it could be.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starliner is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development, so the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated to like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that's sort of the two things merged together. And that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable
Yeah, so it's Argo Mr.
vehicle,
RSI.
Going live.
Terrible.
On
Drake.
our site and stuff
That's
at the
my
end of
vote.
This broadcast.
Everybody is commenting Drake.
That's an exciting,
I hope it
push
gets
in the
changed to
Grey
Drake, because that's obviously
in the
how
Grey
it's-
Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV,
So they
like,
just
hey,
added
spend
another
time,
loner
let's work out
matrix
what
to
Grey
this
Cat
list without announcing it yet.
manufacturer looks like and feels like. 'Cause we
What
have
is it?
the
What'd they add?
PTV,
Here, I'll
you've
paste it.
seen the big spider
Yeah.
liner from back in the day.
What channel?
They're two very different things.
I don't
There
remember
wasn't
seeing
really
this on
like
the list when I was
family
just looking
lineage,
at it on
so we
general.
built that
San
family lineage
Tokya, like the
around
fucking
it, and, like,
alien
the
thing?
PTV still
I
looks
guess
old.
so.
How everyone recognizes it, but it sort of works with
Pretty sure when I
modern mechanics.
refreshed it, that
It's
popped
a
in.
sporty version.
Someone they're
It's a
working on the
utility
like
version,
loner
so
matrix
we've got
as
those
we
three
speak.
together now.
Sure.
You can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool.
So I wonder if they're going to announce it here in a few minutes.
I need to go investigate these 3 models. Oh, Logan, what were you saying the fighter model had
It's
again?
really cool. I really like the styling of
For
it.
guns?
So, if you, we've got one
There was,
small
like,
thing left, and
thighs,
then one
two-
rather large
two
surprise
gimbal
left.
wings,
So
two
we'll do the
sides.
small
he had a
thing
large
first,
surprise
and then buckle
Here we go.
up because.
Yeah, 1 second.
So I guess that would be like
I'm not
2
gonna tell
fixed,
you.
3
I'm not gonna
wing,
tell you.
2
I'll tell you.
fixed,
I'll tell you in like
4
5 minutes.
nose.
Before we
Okay.
get there, during last year's
SID
CitizenCon presentation, we
Does it have a turret too? Yeah.
we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle,
I
their
think all of them have
outposts,
the,
the space
cargo
stations
ramp
and
as
stuff. We thought we'd do a
Okay.
little sizzle to follow
But like
up
the
on
fighter
how those
version, like I don't know if it's a
have
fighter
evolved
version.
in the
It
years
looks
since.
more like an
So
executive version.
Get ready.
There's
We're going
like-
to show us a quick sizzle,
Like an
and when we
area
get
to
back,
haul VIP passengers
Okay.
there'll be something. There'll be
I thought
nice
a fighter variant would be so nice. It was just like a heavy fighter.
Yeah, because like
Check
the
this
E1,
out.
like it shows the
Outlaw lifestyle. Okay,
Whoa,
boys.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
lavish passenger cabin for VIPs. And
Heads up.
Oh, it's for us, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not outlaws, we're law-abiding citizens. What?
Not on the weekend.
Well, this is supposed to be a recap.
It kind of reminds me of like the like just this version reminds me of
The bomber, passenger, and cargo one. Okay. Sad. I want a fighter one. I don't. As soon as I seen it, I was like, that looks like a fighter. Yeah. I don't want a bomber. I don't really want a passenger. And a cargo one, like, why would I use that for cargo?
Yep.
Hype fading hard. I have to go investigate more. See, they're growing weed. Did you show them growing weed there? That's definitely space weed. The hell's this? Is this ruined station? No. It's too intact.
That's a javelin.
No, it's not a javelin, is it?
No, there's a javelin hovering above it.
Oh.
It's like tiny. You missed it.
Look at the hangars.
Yeah. No way this is ruined station. This is ruined station, I think.
Okay.
DreamHack 0.20.
Yeah. Why is it like dripping rain?
Everyone's white confirmed. Jeez.
What are size 3 bombs?
They're like the carpet bombs.
Okay. True. Let me get 10 of them now.
Yeah, I think they're carpet bombs. The ships that they announced disappointed hard. If they would make a fighter variant of that fucking Spirit, I'd definitely get that. Like it was just like 6 weapons on it.
Well, like like that C1 should be cargo / transport because it said there's 2 levels, so it's like cargo level, 1 level. You go upstairs to like the executive level, so you could be hauling like VIPs with all their shit.
Yeah, and just make one designated fighter. A Crusader's like light medium fighter would be amazing. That's not the
They did
Ares.
say
we'll probably get.
They did say something about a tank fitting in the C1.
They said no tanks, is what they said.
Oh, they said no tank?
Yeah, no big items.
Last year's CitizenCon 2951.
But I mean, it has like 2 size 4, 2
now,
size 3
if you've been
weapons.
following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are 2 people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the
shitty
spaceship.
thing is,
Welcome back to the
placeholders
spaceship. You opened the show today.
They're pretty ass.
Wow, that was a disappointing set of announcements, yeah.
director,
They're small, they're only 35 meters long.
How's it going?
Yeah.
This
So
is
they'd
your
probably
first
classify as like a
episode.
medium ship, I guess.
What you think?
What's the placeholder for the
Very
bar?
nice. Very really how, I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day.
I mean, like, what do you get?
So so Chris,
It was,
Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing?
A freelancer miss.
Well,
All right, let's listen to Squadron 42.
Yeah.
Both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping
Yeah,
out.
the Squadron announcement coming up here.
One thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we
This is what I've been always saying.
maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU. Because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features.
That's what I was saying, Frizzy, about how Squadron's going to honestly like benefit PU long
since
run.
the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, you know, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands.
Yeah, Bandana, I'm pretty sure they're like 90% with it, is what I think.
Doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, you know, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature, but there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, you know, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we then developed that and honed it and, you know, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or, you know, I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, you know, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, you know, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think that, you know, fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that you know, it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went into try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right, with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams. And so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases that sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature. And so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron.
What do you mean, Bandana? What do you mean by half the ships?
Like not a T0 version.
Because not all the ships are in Squadron 42. It's only like a couple ships.
It feels good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, you know, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron specifically for both Squadron and the PU that's going to, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the hood, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the hood and the MFDs.
There was a leak out. Black Mild in vids and streams. One of the boys posted that leak, and it's like 7+ minutes of Squadron 42 stuff. And this video was from over a year ago, and you can see that so much of it's done.
You may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not, and we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience.
Oh, yeah.
All of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years, we're pretty excited, so we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already
that.
showed one location.
So you guys ready to this enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich, you were the AFT guy, now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, you know, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, you know, and we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal, definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, you know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing, is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I can take off your desk and take to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And you know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, okay, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? You know, right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, you know, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But you know, we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And you know, Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, you know, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, you know, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know, we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you know, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, you know, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and you know, we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up, and you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar and scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of these STAARS systems...
I wish they were showing clips of what they're talking about somewhat, like, wow, they were fucking talking about it.
Please show us
So you want to
some
be able to
clips.
go in and understand all the individual pieces that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. You know, for example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, you know, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, you know, that's not
Please don't do that.
STAARS systems
Yeah.
built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button, and that is kind of just for your local environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, you know, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is...
So it's like Assassin's Creed vision.
Charge scan wave where...
This is boring.
Yeah, I know.
The scan
It's
button,
rough.
pinging out
Show, like, if you're going to talk about pinging, just show a clip of them pinging with the new system.
You know, you're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's, you know, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive, that's something that's going to be more of a risk reward.
I still feel like they have a good thing going, playing this little shell game of, oh, it's in Quadrant 42 or it's in PU.
And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for
I want to see it.
the ships as FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. Yeah, so we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go and understand. You know, I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. We have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we?
Okay, here we go, boys.
Oh, there we go.
We have 2 videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar and scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that.
Okay, so it's like where your eyes are looking, things pop up.
High-level
Okay.
information in terms of the name.
I was curious how they're going to do it.
But you will also have more detailed information depending on, you know, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex
I like that you
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, it's like you can actually just like look around, and it's like, you're looking at this. Do you want it?
And you're not having to go into interact mode. You're not
Yeah, no interact mode's kind of good.
You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you know, you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail.
Oh, there's no interact mode for place. You just can look in place.
Make sure that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that you know there's the
Toby, that'll make Toby eye tracker for doing this. Yeah, it'd be great.
When it says grab or you know I think there's a few other ones that you can use in default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like, you know, Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look, I can X to do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that that's happening here, so you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because you know, people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, you know, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, you know, right click on the item, you know, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now, and you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack. Because
so for like gems in prison and shit, just immediately put this in my backpack,
the interaction
please.
system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, you know, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be store, they can do that out of the gate. So it doesn't
Weapons fitting in backpacks confirmed?
Have that customizability to be able to, you know, interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You know, you use this.
It's very useful. Yeah, having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because you know, in Squadron, you know,
not a huge fan of X-ray vision, but
amount of realism, so you're not just gonna. Go
it is 2952, so I guess it would exist.
When you're in situations, you're outnumbered, and you have to. You know, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight
I mean, some kind of
shooter.
Yeah, like ping. Ping players, they know you're actually there. Yeah, I like the idea of people hearing your ping.
Fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially, what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now, these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner. So
it took a while to load the thing. It just said slaver.
When you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, you know, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning, some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, you know, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, you know, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, you know, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. You know, when we're playing our stealth levels, you know, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just being able to spam it there forever. It's like You get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the STAARS system right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees.
Pull out a pistol.
Going up. And it's just a lot more fluid.
Pull out a pistol would be nice, coming over the top.
Like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So,
because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. You already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. Even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in STAARS Ciizen, where you can...
Bowman, where's your soundboard of no one cares?
Multiple ways to solve the problem.
The stupid thing is, this is what I do for a living. So I'm used to people blabbering on.
Areas that you go through, there's more than one way.
But it is why we're here, right?
Yeah, I know.
Solve the problem. Do you
but I totally get it.
Stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and
would have been good there.
So who opened little things like this, and I would say
what is it?
We've got a video to show, but we're still
so who opened their wallet for an A1.
Not yet. I have to go check them out more because they're not as good as I thought. The Spirit, I want a fighter one, like a heavy fighter.
We'll show you guys. At some point when
be a little big for that.
Manchester Goods Yards and
they're 155 for War Bond.
And then Jared will do
175 if you use store credit.
A updated version
370 if you buy all three of them.
That I did with Aaron.
Yeah,
but it'll be.
I was tempted, but I realized, you know what? It's just not my style of play.
Anyway, so but I would say definitely that
It's not my style either.
I mean, we could show up, but we got details.
I have to go
like
check them out more.
Trash about
jump, and you just make it.
I was talking trash about the freaking gray cat, but I think I'm going to pick one up. At least it'll be a LTI token.
Sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the
how much is it?
You see some of
the Gray Cat one.
Some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in.
It's not in the story yet, is it?
Okay.
We probably should
let's
run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is
Have
final
you
art.
guys heard if
So
we have to
this
enter in a
is taken
code for
directly from
the
Skype, which,
Citizen
it's
stuff,
obviously
or
test
is it
map.
automatic credit?
But you can see
automatic
here
credit.
that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on. You can go.
Just trying to
straight
see
into
if there was going to have to we were going to have to enter a code
go
for
straight
the
into the pull-ups.
Dude, this
well,
is pretty
good.
good.
This is cool.
Here is,
Yeah.
You know, while this is just an test map, a lot
Okay,
of
is he
going
gonna get it?
Design ethos to then feed into
Nice.
the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't necessarily just have to rely on.
Theoretically, like this is legit.
You can do Volta Mantle.
Change a lot of how like you can get around
onto
things.
halfway onto a ladder, and here we're
A little bit of Mirror's Edge in there.
Left,
Oh, that's
right.
cool.
You can
Yeah.
jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Gonna make escaping
Why am
jail
I getting
little
a
easier.
portal vibe?
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah. So
We're gonna find an elevator.
the true boss.
and we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out animations.
Fire looks cool.
Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
Anyway.
But the other
Is
thing
this a
as well,
Bengal type
yeah,
fucking
I mean,
hangar
the other thing
bay?
to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping.
Shooting well laying down would be nice. Like keeping
controls is a lot more
like weapon going.
Intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, like on a bigger level, right, we've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for
That'd be kind of nice. EVA,
the same
some work on that would not be the worst.
Going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of
I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then it allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and, you know, actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. You know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down. And
well, it's definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we even, you know, in the resource network segment. That's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now, I suppose, you know, that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, you know, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA-T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack.
Okay, that makes sense. Because it kind of drives me nuts when like flight suits have jets coming out of them.
It's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay.
There's going to be a lot of like gravity gameplay where you miss your jump and you just go flying out into like deep space, never to be recovered.
A spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs.
So I need to get the space pack to get the fucking scannable Spontaneum to work.
Yeah.
But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. It does.
All I heard is there's another thing I'm gonna forget to put on at
the
space station, and I gotta spend an hour to go back and get it.
No, you're gonna be floating out in space, being like, "Boys, can you come get me? I'm just stuck floating in space."
You shouldn't be
I
there
just
with
had
your gun on
flashbacks
the
of last
back.
night.
You should have to have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there.
It's antisocial.
To have reasons.
You come in just strapped up.
Wear different things. Have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker.
Now, would the EVA suit allow you to jump out of a ship and go down to a planet, like if you're hovering?
I'd probably run out of fuel on your way.
Armor, everything.
Yeah. So
No, I mean like if you're, let's say 100 meters up. Like a parachute.
We want to make it as easy as possible.
Like that would be cool.
That'd be cool if it was like a jetpack, yeah.
Different things that you can wear.
Jetpack, EVA all in one.
EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video. See what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
looks cool.
The EVA, this is what you're seeing here is that you'll probably see some of the in the third person the thrusters are not firing because
it's the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX.
Oh, okay.
The other part of the proper. This is.
So does he have like mag boots on too?
Versus what we'll have is a new one with the proper. Like,
whoa! Satellite.
Thrusters in the right position.
Orbital like laser.
So what you're
cannons.
actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just
that's actually kind of cool.
Look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here.
Going third person.
Because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands.
Exactly.
To move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go. Here we go.
Okay.
So we're just sort of pulling.
Looks like
ourselves
Spider-Man.
along. And if we wanted to, at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
Mag gloves.
And so what you're
so
seeing here,
he just pushed himself.
Cool.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of you're just floating alongside the actual this fin.
This looks cool.
Asiata station, and this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull, we have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and
that's really cool.
Yeah.
Here's. I mean, we would be.
So you could have a pistol in your hand while doing this, shooting people.
Third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing, and so there's a lot of. I mean, and these are still blockout animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like nuance or fidelity to it. But
I hope
you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close.
Can I see inside the window?
Above it,
okay.
Yes.
And you're actually going to.
This is where those slavers were. Okay.
You sort of arrest yourself again, block out animation. But you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down. You'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here. Yep. Put our hands out to brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here.
Is that the new?
So all of that's like systemic.
No, this is something from Squadron. I'm pretty sure.
Or anything. It's all raycasting, seeing if things. You brace yourself when you come up against. Hold on, arrest your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the Asiata station. You're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said.
Oh, there's a wide view of the station.
Systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA,
that'll be good for repairing your ship in space. So you can like crawl around your ship and like repair sections.
So there's no like, oh, it only works.
Kind of excited for that. That's actually looks really good.
That's cool. Yeah.
It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in. You can look all 300.
So if there's handholds on the outside your ship, you'd be able to like hold on and then pull out your multi-tool and like fix, and then like pull yourself around and keep fixing. Be cool.
Can you imagine like grabbing onto someone's ship and then going into quantum?
Oh, that'd be nuts.
It's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that. Because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things. And EVA, I think, we all love science fiction, obviously. We're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent, that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want.
I thought he was a Brit, wasn't he?
How best it's going to work.
Is it?
And bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it and playing it. And it's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just know it when you get it right.
Is he? Okay.
You can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice.
Almost
And you
wonder
just
if,
flying around the level and
anti-gravity on ships and how much EVA fighting you do will have an effect in the future.
I mean, I purposely didn't watch the video.
Some crew could be good at EVA fighting and just
I know you said those
knock
were
your gravity out and then take your ship that way because it'll be floating like shit down the river.
And imagine if you're on a fucking turret, you're only in a flight suit, gravity gets shut off by infiltrators, you're just stuck there floating in a corridor, trying to like pull yourself down the walls, and they just come and shoot you.
The potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why didn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But
he's reading Reddit threads.
We can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where you stuck in this thing and the grav-lev it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container.
Something with your shared
moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably in not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold.
There's no video, he just explains it with the sound effects.
Imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts
torpedoes.
of stuff. So I could load up
torpedo box.
Container. I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base or some group of players with persistent decide to take.
You brought up camping, boys. Ready for tents?
Basically, load up a bunch of supplies.
Let's do it.
Yeah. I want to be able to crash on a planet and then get out of your ship, take a little survival pack, and it has a tent in it, a water purifier, some random bullshit that you can actually just set up and wait for your rescue.
Really play into the cargo.
So you want to play Imperium?
That come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits.
I kind of think repair would be fun gameplay.
Yeah, I love the idea.
I'm all for it.
The PU, but in the PU,
I love logistics, so anything that adds logistical stuff, I love.
The biggest thing about trolleys is when we approach trolleys,
exactly.
Physical trolleys, is that we wanted them served
like having a stockpile of all the repaired
that is more traditional games, which is, you know,
Kiers come and running with like fresh crates of weapons because everyone's weapons are degraded and broken.
I can move a box.
Yeah,
over here.
I tried looking for that video of
which is
there was
kind
a
of what the more
test that they were doing with the trolley system they're talking about. I can't find that video.
Another example where we kind of put trolleys
But they were using like one of the Centurion-style vehicles to tow a trailer that had a big, huge crate on it, going over bumps and stuff.
Missiles out of ships.
But
they're not really
I just couldn't find the video.
And then you've got
Maybe you dreamed it.
the other side of trolleys, which is
It could happen.
we want to use for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps. The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account. Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's play the video, and
We've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down on the floor. We're going to activate it.
I love how they just call them slavers. It's great. Slaving is newest gameplay loop.
The new interaction system's not working.
Just going around grabbing players and selling them.
Han Solo is laying in there.
As you can see, it's getting pushed over.
No, we're gonna put you guys in these and then send you out into deep space. And there's only a lock from the outside.
A really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo.
Imagine putting players like on con in there.
Yeah, they're just like smashing on the glass, like let me out.
Decisions of how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your shop.
How much you think an Avengers Squadron member would go for?
Oh, I'd say it'd be great. Yeah.
Larger things.
Selling org leaders.
Normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean this happens to be just a slaver pod, but you know, obviously you'd be pushing.
Imagine if you like ran a big op to go and capture the org leader of like evil org, and then just try and like ransom him back to the fucking boys.
Shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our GravLake technology. So
Okay, Cuddy Black in here. This hangar looks cool as fuck.
Eventually, you'll hopefully be able to move much.
How the fuck do you launch?
If you need to
Oh my
Down
god.
to the bottom.
You know, when you're moving things around.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
On your homestead or whatever we do eventually.
You know what'll be real cool? Like you have these
And we've actually had this working on the planet.
You're doing like
you can just push this over the
where
planet
you
terrain.
like
You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's.
And like you capture somebody, you could transport them on
allows
that.
it to be much more stable.
Yeah, put them in the box so they can't fuck around.
Cargo loading.
Yeah.
We'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able
and
to
then you can
snap
transport
things
them in
on
the
top of
box
it.
to the wherever you had to carry them.
Platform, you'll be able
Yeah,
to
we
snap
have like a
them
base
boxes
somewhere
so
that's
they
just
won't
like
fall off.
players on ice.
Without frustration, and again, you can see
turn them into Korea.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's what
that's
what the Stalker and the Cuddy Blue are supposed to be for. They've already got the jail cells on them.
And kind of make that a lot simpler.
Could be so fun. Stealing people.
Photon torpedo tube.
That's true.
Very cool. So yeah, so we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships.
Yep.
Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42. And anything you want to share with us on that?
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, you know, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases.
Right.
So with squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull
This
all
brings me
noise
into how I
away
said,
that-
like,
because we've tried to
the
put
idea of
everything onto the HUD,
developing
we've
a
tried to put
full
everything on
game
there,
that's in a
moving through
system so
defaults
that
and
they
things
can
in
just,
any
like, sit
direction.
there for a couple years
I need to know my
and not
output,
have it
you know,
be
master
seen
modes
by
is a
the
good way of
public
going
and
down
they
that
can
road, is
develop
go,
it in
okay,
quiet. This is the
we wanna
only way
have
they're going to develop a
traversal,
system like
and we wanna have
Soul or Terra,
So if you've got
where it comes out as like the Squadron 42 part 2, like the whatever the next game is they just sit there and they build a system like that out, kind of segmented away so that no one gets to see it be built. So when it comes out, it's just like you can explore all of Earth now. You know what I mean? It took them like 5 years to make, though.
how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that were the big initiatives.
Interesting, his mic is dying.
The vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So, yeah, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way.
That'd be cool if like your speed limiter thing isn't there unless you scroll the scroll wheel. Like your almost like damage or shields or something don't pop up on your HUD until they start getting damaged or something like that. So like it's almost like warning stuff. So like you would have a clear HUD, but then as your shields go down, it starts popping up like rear shield going down.
Targeting and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status.
If the information is ready and not moved, you don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like for instance, if you have
the way your food and drink already are, where when they're okay, you don't see them.
Yeah, it's only when they get low that they like get more and more like red and flashing, pretty much.
Flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So yeah, you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your like settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis, and you can set up okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one-system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited by that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further.
Should we get to the point of just plug and play assets now, hopefully increasing how much they can get done? Yeah, I agree.
How it feels.
That's why I say, like, by the time Squadron 42 comes out, I think they'll be at about System 4, so like Odin, and I think by then, like, they'll probably be able to easily put out like a system a year type thing as like yearly content.
And it's huge in combat. It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of okay, who's my target. And the other aspect is that on that level of again a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant. And also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level.
With 100 players in
you just get
100-player
billions of markers, and it's like, it's just massive information overload. You know, and some
and
players...
it was definitely a problem in squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that again you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So you know, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. You know, fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there. You know, we want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking the things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, you know, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar, and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them, and then that will now select it as your target, and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar.
Hopefully one of the things is the co-pilot being able to do this.
Yeah, be nice, because then they could be like the navigator, plot your course.
Those are all,
yeah,
that's an example.
Marking the targets and the next target.
We're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you know, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, you know, click, you know, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presenting to you well, and you can, you know, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because
co-pilot can
some
sit
ships
there
have
and
better
prioritize
MFDs
the
and
target,
usable places,
Yeah.
for example,
stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU in Star Citizen, that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be. Because right now, you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving you information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And
okay, that's interesting.
Where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations, you're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second,
what do you guys think about that Quantum Boost interface? How it had 4 bars around the circle, and you had to go more or less straight, but you go 5,000 kilometers an hour.
We need that. We want to be able to take.
Well, the interface looked a little primitive,
Yeah.
but the idea is cool. I mean, not
really
having to
like
go
talking though.
300K.
I think that's going to be your lifeline to survive since your shield is down.
That's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's space is big.
I don't know. Doesn't
I
that
go to
make
this
you
area and then I look around.
Doesn't that make you a sitting target if you want to jump away?
That's what I'm saying. There's no running because you have to put your shields down. You'll get clapped immediately.
So we sort
You're
of were
sitting
thinking
up
about
anyway because the shield is down.
Really, if we think about it, there's
if you jump in or jump out, you're there's a few seconds off the a minute, depending on what ship you're in, where you're just easy target, one-shottable.
Yeah, well, small. Imagine a larger ship. How long does it take to freaking charge your shields on a C2 or A2?
Imagine you're sitting there with a Perseus, or imagine you're sitting there with something like an Inferno or an Ion, and something jumps in and it has no shields down, and it's like a constellation. You're just like, LOL, instantly destroy it.
Yeah. Over there, I can see it.
But I think the way they were describing it was that you can do the basic quantum where you can just turn off your shields and instantly just boost in a direction.
The wave goes out.
So you're doing a mini jump. So it might be easier than having to pause and do a sitting target as you're locking.
It looked like it had to load up though, like those bars and stuff.
It looked like small quantum leaps,
spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole quantum. The idea of quantum boost.
Yeah. It was just the amount of time
mid-level
spool, not to calibrate.
Yeah. You just have to spool up and then drive.
Full quantum travel, sort of
But
not
the PvPers,
if you want to think of it that way.
You can just see them licking their chops on the video.
Yeah.
And also appreciate.
Now I'm a fan of PvP. I'm just saying, from a lot of other perspectives, it's going to kind of be rough. Shields going down all the time.
Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive because in the PU,
but maybe that factors in with the armor.
Hopefully,
now you can have exploration gameplay and
when your shields are gone, the time to kill should be longer for armor.
So you could be in a big nebula gas cloud and you scan and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see what. I come up. Oh, look, it's a it's a derelict, or there's an abandoned mining station. There's a group of rocks over here, or I go over here.
Quantum travel snare, like a C2. Yeah, it's just going to be picking apart immediately.
Procedurally generate some.
You could out of quantum travel, you're going to have a sentinel sitting there waiting. So as soon as it pops out, it EMPs it, and it's just you're done.
3 sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of regular, non-quantum one where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of.
Yeah, Sunflash. Imagine capital ships where it takes more than 5 minutes to charge your shield, and you jump in with your Idris with all your boys, and you have no shields up, and somebody just railguns you.
The quantum travel, which is the really long. Okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU.
You got a nice experience with that railgun yesterday.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Bengal have a turret with like 5 railguns on it that it can rotate around?
Oh, it's like 2 size, like 10 guns on it, or bigger, I think.
Yeah,
I
because
forget what
that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now, is when you're in space, it's sort of like, most of it is
empty.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or, some asteroids here around the planet. But we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something. I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration
would have to be a thing. Hopefully, yeah, I agree.
Gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel and the scanning.
Or there should be almost a thing where you can like quick charge shields by like dumping a bunch of power into it. It brings them up to like 25% immediately or something.
The flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have, so we can see it one more time here.
Look at the different HUD. Do you see that different HUD?
That's going to be the old HUD.
That is the old HUD.
Small quantum jump that you're talking about.
Earlier we were showing the old
if you're
So
coming
we've done a scan
out
here.
of it,
that's also the old.
it might take a while to charge the shields, but if you're going to go into it, you should be able to just go into it quicker, I think. That's what makes more logical sense.
And you can see the
It's like if you're in a battle and you need to run, and you want to jump fast, you jump outside, you gotta wait.
No, look how long that took to charge. That took forever to charge.
Took forever.
Yeah, forever to charge.
And this, by the way,
That's what I'm saying, so that don't make sense, the amount of time to me to charge.
And no shields.
Yeah, no shield. And did you see how he just comes in like
so
right
yeah,
in?
it should only the shield should only drop when you like you're going to do the jump itself. If you understand what I'm saying. Oh no, but what they're saying it had to charge up. So that's why not you can't have the shields.
1,200 meters.
I can understand if you use it and you drop out somewhere, you had to wait like a little.
Again for folks.
How much ever a minute, 30 seconds, or whatever for your shields to come back up, right?
Old UI.
But if you have your shields up
what you're familiar with in the
and you're charging it,
what we
I
just
don't
showed
think your
now
shield
is
should go
the
completely.
new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but
Until
we're
you
now
decide to
moving
jump.
away from. And the
Well,
newer,
basically, it's the same.
Maybe a shield weakened to half or something.
Yeah.
Or some percentage.
Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what
Oh,
you
we'll
have
see
in
what will
the
happen.
PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's, a lot of programmer art, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we said we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down.
Yeah, did you hear what he just said?
So there is some risk when you're in.
You might have missed it. What did he say?
And the quantum
The spool up was not for the quantum boost. The spool up they were showing was the normal quantum spool, but then they switched to the boost and they immediately went.
And so for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to, I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people
You can now ship upgrade to the Spirit vehicles.
second start of the right, and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes.
We can now what?
You can just upgrade to the Spirit vehicles. You don't have to just like straight purchase them. You can use cash value of ships to like upgrade to them.
As far as those mapping things, and
I don't know if it's worth though.
I don't think it's worth, but I'm just saying you can.
There's also the mini map, which is always
like I can upgrade my arrow.
There was a fighter variant.
I can upgrade my arrow to the C1, and what's it? $35.
So radar, as we call it, is essentially it encapsulates the star map.
God, what's with the green? Jesus Christ!
Cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the minimap
Yeah.
is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access.
See, when I think Halloween, though, I think like orange.
A way for you to get the spatial awareness.
You're thinking incorrectly.
When you're in a 3D environment in FPS.
Okay.
So
this shows all the guns.
What we have in terms of the minimap, it gives you that 3D isometric view. That you
Twin
can
size
move
3
around,
cannons
and
on
all
the
information
wings.
in there is underpinned
Twin size 2s
by,
on the nose.
The FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the
There's a
information
tractor
that you see
beam on it.
The minimap.
Cargo
So if you
hold
go
is
into,
48
say, a
SEU.
known location,
That's
so let's say you go
sad.
To Microtech.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it.
I don't think they're worth it though. I mean, they're cool, but
that will be pushed to your mobiGlass. So you'll be able to
The
then
tractor
load up
beam on the
your
back's
minimap and
cool.
Go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen.
It's basically like a Crusader Colors Black.
Yeah.
So you know, it'd be nice for us
well,
to
like,
go.
don't get me wrong, I love the design of it, but
Here's where you go and buy.
Has one size 2 shield.
And you can just go, cool. I open up my map. And it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it too. So it really allows us, again.
Does the bomber have any extra like weapons or anything?
Scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I
apparently
need to do?
the bombs though, it's
so,
not
you know,
just like
how do you play the game is about
threes. It's like you can
making
switch
the
them
barrier
out
to
for
entry, the
different
controls
style bombs.
smooth and intuitive, what you understand, you know, and then it's like, where do I need to go?
Okay,
Well, this
C1
allows you
Spirit,
to have
the
an idea,
A1
this
Spirit.
allows
What's
you
the
to go,
A1
there's
say
the
here?
spaceport,
This is the
there's
bomber.
the shuttle, or
Okay,
there's
it
the
has
shuttle. This is how I get to this area.
size
And we can
3
provide
nose hard
information that
points.
allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to certain places.
Bomb
'Cause
racks.
everybody, you know, if somebody says to me,
Size 3
tomorrow,
wing
you know,
guns.
come round to my house,
Missile
over
rack.
here, just give
A
me
turret on the top.
put it into GPS. Everybody's
An
saying-
access ramp. So that one has the turret.
You know, you need the street level.
Okay, so weapons, pilot weapons, 2 size 3,
We've long wanted this.
2 size 2,
very critical for
1 twin size
but it's
2,
also,
and bomb racks.
Important for the PU.
Okay.
You know, the concept is that some of the maps.
Let's see what the E1 says. It's the cargo boy, isn't it?
I don't think like that thing you're looking at right now. I don't think that's like accurate. Like what it's saying.
No, like they. I'll send you. They put on this whole new thing that it has like it's like a brochure for them all.
Yeah, that's what I was been looking at.
Okay.
There'll be some cases like we have
That one has a turret, a cabin, guns, VIP lockers, portholes, Mixmaster, take entertainment to new heights with a fully loaded automated drink mixer. Hilarious. Shader style, missile rack, nose guns.
It's just a good backdrop for us to use.
So the VIP one has the turret and it has all the same guns.
But you know that would be an example is you don't.
It's just kind of like a luxury cabin cruiser, but I fucking hate that idea. It sounds terrible. I don't want to take people around.
The A1 has the bomb racks.
Yeah. And what's the C1 is the cargo, and the C1 is just useless.
Dude, it says that all of them have 48 SCN cargo as well.
Really? So if you're getting anything, you get the bomber one.
Yeah, I just got it that.
That's the one I got.
In the middle as you're moving around, but if we run it,
I wonder how long that'll be before that comes out.
The tech is. So first, this is in the editor.
Oh, this is the Idris. Oh, they're showing Idris stuff right now. They have the inside of the Idris all done. That's what they're showing right now.
Layouts, levels, ships. So we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects.
So the Idris, look at how the Idris is laid out. This is sick. I need to record this and go back and watch it.
Geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our minimap. So this is essentially in the engine.
Look at the Idris, man. The Idris is fucking sick.
No, they're making that's what they're basing their mini maps off of.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna have a mini map in the Idris.
To create the minimap without any
great.
This doesn't have.
At least you won't get lost.
Yeah.
Do you see how big it is inside the Idris? How much fucking space there is?
Things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships. Because the environment's already, already in a good.
Look at the hangar. Look how big the fucking Idris hangar is.
being systemic is that
what's the placeholder?
The feature and is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything.
The utility hangar. That's where the Argo cargo is.
Space station.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make custom minimaps.
A placeholder is the ship it gives you until the concept is released.
So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations.
So the A1's actually kind of cool.
Absolutely, for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side.
Yeah, but all the random junk I traded in, it was only $40.
It gives us all the information that we want. And this minimap is not just, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it
this one is.
This is just
what's this one? 135. This is 235.
Yes. And your radar and scanner gives you
335.
That's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state. Can I hack it?
So yeah, buying the pack, it's like you're really not saving fuck all. Like $20 or something.
Well, like one of the ships is like the cargo ship is just pointless.
Yeah. If I'm buying anything, I'm buying that one bomber one.
Yeah,
his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1.
Like I like that the E1 is like balling and stuff, but I mean it's not a ship that should be
via this information.
Well, the way it's balling is separate single compartments, which is dumb as fuck.
Using like the relay networking where the saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from.
For like org meeting stuff.
Yeah,
maybe.
So exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be or security reasons, which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship.
A1 Spirit. I don't even really like the paint for it.
Those two things.
I don't like any of the paints really.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that
Crimson's not bad.
Yeah, one of the packs comes with 3 or 4 paints.
Before we leave today, we've
It's
moved
red.
up into space and talked about our flight experience,
It's kind of shit.
the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements.
You can get the free paint with it if you buy one of them too, though.
What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we
you
have,
buy one ship, you get a free paint.
So did you hear that? They threw away the AI systems they have now.
We wanted to understand where we
Yeah, the AI was kind of garbage. I hope they do good, like fresh AI.
Games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler.
Is that like
AI
a concierge deal there? If you get one ship, you get the free paint.
Well, the A1 Spirit plus Intrepid paint is 155, whereas like the other one's also 155.
And it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Yeah,
it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well, they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it because
$100. Am I really going to spend $100?
6 frames a second. There's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI.
Oh, you can only ship upgrade.
So this is actually a really
you can't war bond on a ship upgrade.
Where Squadron really helps because we're
okay. I see how it is.
Don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI
so
is kind of
melt something.
A lot of the time.
I was going to do
the PU. It's a combination of the it's old.
I kind of drifted out of paying attention to what they're talking about.
Poor performance of the servers and
Warbond is supposed to be
with server meshing.
Yeah,
they're talking about
there's other things that are happening in the
background. The AI and
performance
performance
better, but the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it. Adding sort of interest and complexity and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to worry about this.
Not
all creatures. I don't want to
creatures.
Well, hey, crazy shit that you're saying
but not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player. Having fun, feeling challenged.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go take a shower.
I'm not.
I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
Dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And it's
Is it an
well,
LTI?
been like a long
The
slog on the
A1
AI side. It's partly because we want it to become
no, it's lifetime. It's LTI for me.
Especially in the PU, a massive
just
world that can
Oh,
have all these
true.
different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty.
Fuck, am I gonna buy this really?
Narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent. But
Definitely
really,
not getting the
they're
pack.
kind of
Let's just be
following
real.
scripts. Whereas
Pack's
with us,
dumb.
You know,
A1, only one worth getting.
Locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations
I don't
that AI could
don't
be
think
in.
I'm gonna get any of
There's
them.
no way.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth the trade.
Systemic. It needs to
Well, yeah,
understand
it
the
would be
environment. It needs
fresh purchase because
to
there's no
have
trade
perception of what's
fucking
happening
deal.
around it.
I don't want to pay an extra
be able to
$25.
communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside.
I just feel like it would be cool to
seem
have
like
like a
they're
ship
working
that I
as
can
a
use
team.
as a
And
bomber too, like,
so that takes
Yeah,
time to work.
light, fast bomber that
you
can
know,
actually.
the AI team is been working on it
Hey,
for
I'm
a
not,
long time.
I'm
Led
not
by
conscious.
Francesco Riccucci has been doing a
I
great
just
job.
do not.
And
is it?
you know, we
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah, it's an LTI token too, is
yeah,
what it's
this
also.
year,
Cool.
because I
don't.
maybe
I was looking
both
at
me and
something
Rich
else
actually,
when
we were playing it when
I'm gonna go check
some of
on
the
the
blast
other
systems
thing,
came
but
in,
it's not on Pez.
and it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out, like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And I mean,
Or did
Rich
you
is
get
much
like
better
get the
FPS player than
Warbond
me.
one or the?
I have the A1 Spirit plus Intrepid paint on Warbond, and it's 155.
I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build.
Yeah, that's probably why mine
home. I'm
wasn't.
like, damn it, I'm
Because
gonna
I just
finish
got
this
the other
level.
one that was
Like,
like
oh,
more,
I
so I
managed to
could
do it.
just trade up, like melt my shit
It was
towards
getting,
it.
Yeah.
It was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything, where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you.
Yeah.
It's like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were
Have
doing,
you
trying to flank your
ever
areas,
read or
and they were
heard
behaving
what
intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can, they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3, 4 doors away,
They
whatever,
never talk about the
they wouldn't hear you if
insurance.
you dropped something. And see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching searching.
No,
or
when the game
finding you,
released,
whether
maybe.
they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work going on.
No idea.
On the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great
they'll
stuff.
have to do like an
And so
in-game
that
option
is going to be
minimum.
stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before.
This game
you say
is
we've
Chris
thrown
Roberts
everything
Well,
away.
actually, I was about to come back to that. So,
because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, subsumption, or like how the how the.
Yeah, C1. I don't think I could get the C1. Like theoretically, I love the idea of like this ship, but imagine if it had just like a heavy fighter variant where it's like just like 2 sets of size 3s on the wings, or even like 4s. I don't know. A heavy gunship. This ship would be so cool.
Ciizen wants to go behind you, and then pushes that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go. They can choose combat behaviors. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these.
Yeah, 3s in the nose, 4s on the wings. Imagine 4 4s, 2 3s. It'd be the best thing ever. Or you can put it all like size 3s on the wings, gimbaled.
And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system.
And the turret should be 2 size 3s for fuck's sake. It's kind of useless. I don't even know if I'm going to get it. It's cool, but...
Always defend. You can never re-roll as another behavior. Or I want him to be...
oh, here's pick a ship challenge. I just want to comment and be Drake. Just say Drake immediately.
I want them to You know, be aggressive.
Not
want
Argo.
to have friendly fire.
I
So
know,
you
but
can
I'm just
go
gonna
in
comment
and
and
say,
say
so we've got
Drake.
3 base behaviors.
Yeah, like
that
everyone else.
by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these
What was
3
the ship
is
that they
fun
want
experience?
to
Then
pick?
you can
They
start
want you to
adding
either
in all
pick
the other
RSI,
go, okay, I want
MISC,
this
or
type of
Argo.
upgrade. So you're
It's like I don't want
crafting
any
it
of
like
them
this. So
because they already have
munition, if you've got
mining
a ship
stuff.
coming in and bringing area reinforcements,
Like, did they
we
give
can
like
say,
a premise
okay,
towards
we
what the
can
ship's
weight
gonna
the
be?
behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every
It's
time.
all the mining ships.
Go,
It's
okay,
the Orion,
they're quite
the
aggressive
Mole,
because that's
and
their
the
tactic, whether it's Ninetales
Prospector.
or these guys
It's a
like
no.
Chelsea,
This is what it is. It's a large mining ship that you can
and
also
what we
put
have is these
rocks
traits
and on,
multiply
so you can do
behavior. So
both
now we've
mining,
got
like what me and you were
multiple
always
different
talking
things.
about, Logan.
And then you add
Oh,
different
that should be
weapons in
Drake
there. So you've got
gear.
Yeah,
rifles,
exactly.
engagement ranges,
I
and
agree.
all of a sudden you have
But
this matrix of
the
individual
3
behaviors
bad ones,
that is
Or
multiplied into the
say
hundreds
RSI.
that allows
if
us
they
to have
wanted to be
really
actually
strong
cool as
combat
fuck, it would be a
experience
gray
that's not
cat
the same.
vehicle, like the first gray cat ship, because it's meant to take the rocks. It should be a gray cat's like prospector, but carries rocks.
And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions
Yeah,
play
but
differently. We
Great
want you to
Cat
have
can't
different experiences you
carry
play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI
twin
combat
rock,
behavior,
right?
that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception.
They said it's supposed to carry the DS.
Tweaked that and read that
Oh,
in a
okay.
way that allows us that, you know, you come around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because, to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing. Because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly what, they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No, exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair, and that is, well, you know, when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado.
Where did you find the vote for
Even though it was very
It's on their homepage.
when we died, it was because we
homepage
made a
is shitty
mistake.
on
It was
a
like,
mobile
okay,
phone.
Yeah, it's terrible.
When I came out here and I'm like, oh, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked.
All right, my bad. I wasn't even
that,
paying attention to
being a
anything you're
human,
saying.
you know,
I'm
even
going.
a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger.
Right now they're talking
they take
about
a
the
time to adjust to it. So
the
you know,
different
as soon as
types,
you pop out of cover, they're like,
for
oh, someone's
combat.
there.
Yeah, I'll
It's
just
instantly
record this
on
and go
you.
back and watch
You've
it
got a bit
later.
of time. And then what we wanted to do
If
is
I
we
care.
don't want AI to be 100% accurate.
You have
but
3
we want
different
you
types.
to
It's
still
talking
feel
about some
pressure.
defense,
So we have a
push and
silhouette-based
strafe or
accuracy
something
model
like that.
now, so that if they do
And
miss,
so,
kind of you get in that
and
sense
then
of
with the
like,
different
ooh,
weapons, so
you know,
what they're
it's kind
saying
of
is
going
they're
past your
trying to
head.
make
You're
the
like, okay,
AI
I'm under pressure. And we want the
better
AI
for
to pressure
combat
you,
and stuff.
but pressure you in a way
Nice.
that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, or,
Because,
you know, oh, he's
what's
pushing
his
that
name
way,
is
and you're
Robert.
hearing him. You're like,
He
okay,
was
I need
talking
to, they're
about
coming this way, and I'm being pincered.
like Call
And
of
I
Duty
think
and
that's
other
where we want
FPS.
to,
They
we put a real
basically
focus on terms of
they could
how
script
they
the AI to
perceive
do
you in
certain
the
things and
environment
make it
when
look
you're
more
socially
intelligent
active.
than
How do they perceive you
this
in
game because
combat?
of how much
And then we
different
have pretty much 90% of what I've
scenarios
talked
that
about
it
there
could be
is
in
in the
there.
game. We've had balanced
So that's
passes,
why they
we've
choose
played
them to
it.
do it like
It's
this.
a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, you know, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management.
Everybody go through and
all the other
upvote
advanced combat
anyone who says
behaviors
Drake in the
that
ship.
we can pull on
Yeah.
top, which we're already working on.
I also think Gray
Wait,
Cat
where's
would be
it?
cool, but Drake's easiest
Absolute
for them.
solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back.
Wait, where's the vote thing?
Vote what? Where? When?
Is it fun?
Right? Or...
Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to.
It's on the main. It's on their homepage.
Relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you know, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots don't go in and, you know, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you could be.
This
you might want to do
oddball,
something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say, throwing it away was, you know,
yeah,
it's
behavior. Disingenuous.
But basically,
but
you know, game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, and you have V2, and then
Yeah.
V3, and you know, V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by, you know, a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
See it. Oh no, pick a chip down. Never mind.
The FPS combat behaviors. Correct. Like those 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social. So I mean, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
we've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is
looks like our RSI is gonna.
Messel will never end.
But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and
it's
how
43%.
Combat. Things like accuracy
Argo's in second at 33%, and then Misk is in last at 23%.
That's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, I mean, we can show the clip of.
We've got 4 Atmo Esports guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we enter the combat.
No, it crashed.
You just talked about combat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or if they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system
if I go into
that
my inventory,
Francesco's been working on that allows the RAI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the
silencer and everything.
And it's huge. The conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you
I didn't quite hear what you said.
Patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear.
It's per gun.
Okay.
You have to buy accessories for every single gun.
Conversation, so people can just
I can
whether it's in a mess or they sit down and they just start a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw.
If you always want a silencer and a laser sight and a specific scope, just take them all off the guns before you put them away, and then just put them on the new one.
And we're creating a point, but that's also a system that's going to come into the PU.
In my inventory, and it's still there when I take out the backpack, right?
In the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities. People will be having conversations.
You can meal prep all your gear.
Something went on, the Ninetales attack. But it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action.
Okay, here they're showing some AI here.
Today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So it's the investigation and the test map. And what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player,
essentially. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search.
This AI looks legit.
The spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic.
One up top though, he obviously after you look over once, you keep going.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. and he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy, and once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies.
So here's the thing: if an AI checks one of these corners, you can then go run in the corner, and they won't fucking come and look for you.
That's where they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back. There's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those. So now he's coming around here. And
fire away.
And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we've added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to
that was kind of cool.
Combat, but the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
No, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green, and it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, they flash through memory and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state, and in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
We do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll roll the clip.
Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiardo in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually
Do you see the sight range on them? They seen him like
checking the
75 meters away.
And then,
They're like
a lot
50
of the
at least.
when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat, so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up, where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously
still needs a little bit of polish or whatever, but it looks pretty good.
That nobody's found you.
Like they're a little, you can see them like jigging out a little bit.
Like you may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different. And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. You know,
it's
right
kind of
now,
legit too.
AI, you basically get the jump on them, and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version where but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in. And they roll the dice for, they don't always become defenders or always become pushers.
Oh, he actually has health in this one.
It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal so they sort of understand the environment and how to
That's a lot better. I have to say that AI looks way better.
And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier.
Hopefully they change the time to kill though, because like one slip up and
it's very easy to make.
Well, they need to make, like, if they put armor in on ships, they have to add that to almost like gear as well, so that it's like getting hit in a plate where like you get hit, you don't actually lose any health. You lose like maybe 5 health or something.
All right, well, we are just about
right there. It's like one slip up. The NPC got a freaking one hit on him, and he's on instantly dropped. Or you guys saw that shit like freaking 20 seconds ago.
They won't know about it.
Well, he got hit like a couple times, but yeah, I know what you mean.
There's
the AI in the game, I feel like they just kill you.
In Squadron 42.
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42. It will be
engagements. You have to repair your armor or anything.
Kind of two.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to repair armor. If it gets shot, you have to go fix it up. Or else the damage reduction should lower.
And then we have
so they'll add that in, I believe.
Kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes,
they're talking about skills right now. I want to hear this.
We're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger. So you can actually lift stronger.
Dude, they're putting. I want to see GTA San Andreas. Like you can hit the gym.
But it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much. So you can sprint further.
You're getting Fallout.
It's not affecting your stamina as much.
I hope they don't do it quite like that, but I want to see it like almost like San Andreas, where like if you get jacked, you're just like more jacked, like you look more jacked, and then like honestly, like they said, you can carry heavy armor and sprint just as fast as everyone else.
How resistant you are to the environment. If you look at say Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and Redout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can.
I want to see it go as far as like having like you can swim longer. You can get better at repair. Like if you repair enough things, you get to the point where you use less of the repair stuff to fill the same hole because you're just like you're better at repairing shit. Whereas if you had zero repair, it's like you're just wasting fucking repair juice.
Flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements, so there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage, or we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work. The same if you're like running, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea is there are things that you do during the gameplay that your gameplay can add to it, but if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get.
I want to see that. I swear to God, I want to be able to hit like the gym on the fucking Idris or the like javelin gym and actually like work out.
Your character that way in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world wills, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, Yeah,
because if you're wearing the same armor, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you can run further than them. You can carry things, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you, and it doesn't.
I love everything they're talking about right now. I want that so bad.
Physical attributes. It allows.
I was talking about skills the other day. Our Mace's deafened. We were talking about this the other day.
So we're going to have multiple different techniques.
No amount of
for
time
lots
in the
of
gym
skills
is going to get you to
across the
outrun a
system,
bullet.
but a good one to.
Yeah.
How to explain it? It's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours, kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually.
Also, Sun's flash. That's amazing. They're putting in shift left click to move items. It's perfect.
It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations.
Yeah.
So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to getting all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of
knife fighting skill, boys. You ready to get the knife fighting arena on the go to practice?
Say more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere
or traversal as well,
and learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce because, again, it's, this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car racers, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s. It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, you know, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you
endurance, already official. Every fighter pilot needs to have max
endurance. You will be able
endurance.
to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, you know, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That Pilates area and microtech.
Well, we went all the UFO, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit, but that will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last things that we're going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And,
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp, basically. And,
still rolling. What's up, words? Yeah, it's still going.
Nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just clean the house and make it easier, so then in the PU,
what's up?
Extending things will be
I pre-packed
easier
6
and
backpacks
simpler.
now in
I don't know if you want to say any more on the
backpack.
I've rolled the clip that we have, and we can.
And I've stored a suppressor for the FS9.
The first page that you'll see
laser
right
pointer
now,
and
the overview. So it's the overview of your player, the overview of your ship.
Right?
Yeah, well, 1 second. They're showing the new mobiGlas. It looks
all
nuts.
Of these,
looks way better.
Are kind of shortcuts to the kind
they're
of the main
around
focus
thing.
As you go to the other
like a 3D
page. So.
Well, it's just like it looks cool. Like it's on right now.
The email client, and then on the right,
it's like it's pretty cool.
Coming in with
general
it's
chip like
chat from the AI, which again, it's kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
No, it's like the one on his wrist.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. It's a lot cleaner, and the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Mobi, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the
alerts that looks clean.
Oh man, this looks dope. I love this mobiGlas.
Messages, so it's gone, but there was an alert on the mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it. It's cleared. So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get, notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here. I'll click over to it. now went back.
Remote retrieval?
That's sick. It just flies to you? That'd be sick.
It's like
that'd be awesome.
In everyday life, everybody's pretty much interfacing with computers.
All right, yeah. What was that? What were you saying though?
Google Chrome or
I
search engines. Everybody does it every day.
Right?
Yeah.
So when we come to things like
Silencer, laser pointer, telescope,
okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. You want to make sure that the game that you're playing, removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and, get
Nice.
or find rare loot.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's solid.
And I think a lot of the things when we look at
it, you
it,
can pre-equip all the attachments to your guns
to improve traversal, to improve HUD.
Can you?
Yes, but you just have to know which ones are which in your inventory. Like you can, if you had like all your FS9s, you could put all that shit on them, and every time you take one out, it's going to be ready.
We don't need to reinvent how you read emails.
Oh, okay.
Or we don't need to.
You just have to make sure you do it to all of them, so that you don't.
And you want to have the information at on your Mobi.
And
tell me
I
what
recognize
is my environment outside. Is it breathable? Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold?
I'm pretty sure it usually just stays.
My wife has an Apple Watch. So she's got Fitbit.
Yeah, words. There's been some pretty interesting stuff here and there. A lot of talking and whatnot, but there's a few cool things that I've noticed here that they're going on about. The AI was cool. There's a lot of cool stuff. I could go back and make like a highlights of what I think is the coolest stuff from Ciizen.
You've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or active status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, because as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in with that. It's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, its the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen. Because, you know, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of
Chris Roberts.
how you can seamlessly go from...
We need to get a soundbite of the minions doing that.
Father Roberts.
Constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing a mountain in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. You know, the scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. You know, they're limited to more limited spaces, and you know, we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're, you know, in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone in the player is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, you know, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is a, you know, something I'm always eternally grateful for. And, you know, it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something not working, or, you know, what kind of idiot did this, or which, you know, doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you know, you need a thick skin.
C1 has tractor beam as well as that's on Flash. The Cuddy don't have that.
Really
Yeah, the tractor beam is cool on that thing.
Fulfill that. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a Pandora's.
How much you can use it though is the question.
We realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, you know, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a, you know, next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can
I think,
do and be.
Well, according to how you play, what type of gameplay you doing?
See it, you can go there, do it, do all those things.
My only thing is that it's not the cutty black. It's just a little more.
Yeah, it is.
Have more utility.
Has got the opportunity to do
it's a better cutty black.
Here at CAG, it's thanks to everyone.
Yeah.
That's supporting the project.
And I'm sure it might be flying better too.
And so, like I said, it's hard work. You know, this, you know, no one slacks off. We're working.
I think
really
they're
hard
working on tractor beams for 3.18. I don't think it's going to be in 3.18, but I can see like 3.19, 4.0 tractor beam.
Because we're just sitting here, you know, eating bonbons. So we are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things
because they're working. The SRV's almost done. I imagine they're doing tractor beams with that ship. It's like the main thing.
Even Star Citizen. I mean, you know, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, you know, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself over the last few years has become more stable, it's become more performant, there's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything.
And I know we're talking to you on Discord and really hearing you on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
Making that cool. A really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. That, it's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work and because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about making what's there even better, and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction, and then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the mobiGlas, rest assured we will be following up on the skills.
The skills thing, I like the skills thing personally.
In-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
You what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
Reruns, really?
Them because they continue to support us.
All right.
The only thing that's kept me going.
When everyone gets unmuted here, I'm curious what everyone thinks is like their favorite fucking hype things that we've seen so far.
Unlike anything.
Mason, did you see that they brought up like what I was talking about skills? They brought that.
Yeah, I really actually like that idea.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at with like you can get better at shit.
Pilots and stuff.
Yeah.
They're always
really good.
show people.
I kind of want to wait here until it's actually done before we start shooting shit. I don't.
Breakout sessions.
Yeah.
I got to fly the Carrack.
Oh, what the fuck was that? Is that him going through the wormhole?
When we were flying
That's
through
the
that
old Citizen
wormhole
Con,
was-
like.
Okay, that's cool as fuck. I never seen that.
Their effort they put into like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all their ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
The creative.
That guy's like, they keep me in here all day. I love
community around events. Going to Bar Citizen. It's always fun.
I love that guy.
Yeah, that guy's the best. He's like, can I ever go home?
They're like really frustrated. You can tell it's just they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
Really hoping for a nugget at the end here.
That's what I'm thinking.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
Now, the ship reveal things was like kind of anemic from my perspective of like, those Crusader things are cool, but I wish at the end they were like, and this. Like, something crazy. Yeah, like, yeah, that would have been like, something like that.
That's the most rewarding thing.
Or just like an announcement of like
We're not making the game alone.
like a cool ship that you can like go fly right now after the
They
thing.
really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent.
Okay. This isn't Spectrum. This is like the other thing.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub. And we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely
It's
new
kind of cool.
platform that will
I'll
make
have to
both
check this out
sharing and
on my own
browsing
time, kind of
content
here at some point.
easier
Just scroll through
than
the
ever
new
before.
community hub.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to
Time to go
engage
spam
others.
STAARS ads.
Community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each other.
This is less important than
now,
org
I know I'm a little
thing.
biased, but for these reasons, and
I know, but like, I assume this is like probably first step to that.
And the most creative community.
Getting better AI than just like Spectrum.
If you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and
it's kind of like a ghetto social media is what they kind of are getting on go here.
You can choose from a variety of different categories,
which is like fair enough. Star Citizen specific
comes and play into
social media.
Discover page.
On the Discover
probably find some
page,
cool shit on there.
You can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people.
This is what I'm saying. It's like it's like a ghetto social media.
A live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now.
It's
you
cool
have
though.
a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me,
why does that guy seem so fucking familiar?
Connections with so many people.
It's like I know that guy from something else, or like I don't know.
Those connections I know I will cherish.
Tim the Tatman. For the rest of my life. Cigarette from you
and I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all
so familiar.
with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we're really
I was laughing about that.
As much as us.
Jeez. So you can head over
blue and purple.
Dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay. It's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts. So make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think.
I almost got scammed by those ships, by the way.
And this is just the beginning.
What ships?
So many cool things planned for the months ahead.
All the spirit ones.
Oh, they almost bought them?
Yeah, I'm not touching them.
Yeah, I might buy the A1, maybe.
That's like a close one for me as well, but
yeah.
Right now.
Just because it's they all have the cargo bay, so you could go rock mining.
Yeah.
Technically bomb people. Also have one turret. Like it's a good like 2-3 player ship. Like if you're out doing random. It's like I'm gonna check it out a little bit more before I make a decision.
It's like 12:30 in the morning.
And it's an LTI token. Is the only other reason.
Because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event.
Oh no, they're doing a race.
The new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's go at Atmo.
This is those race guys. I don't think I'm too incredibly worried about that. She traded the Centurion for the A1. Yeah, smart. I might.
That's actually not a bad idea. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what Sunflash said. I'm thinking of just like getting it.
At least get something for the next 318. They're probably going to release this 318, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think I'm not too worried about the racing thing here. But that was pretty cool. Let me close out of this. That was, I don't know, what are your guys' thoughts on the old Citizen Con?
We should just go around the panel and just be like the good and the bad and give people a floor at this point so we don't talk over each other.
Yeah, exactly. Go through the list. I almost should have made a list while I was watching it, but... yeah, no, like, yeah, Captain, what do you think? What you thought was the coolest parts of that? Silence. I'm gonna throw on the old Star Citizen here while I talk about it. Also, I need to spend a couple minutes here and look through.
Oh, I got a delivery. I'll be right back.
Let's see one. Are you there, Logan? You around? Are you there, clown?
Small question: did you record it? So like, could I see the beginning back on YouTube?
Yeah. You can go back to the start of the stream if you want to see it, but I'm also gonna probably make a video out of it too.
They've as soon as they finish a segment, they put it all on YouTube in different parts.
Yeah. Yeah, I might do like a highlight of like. Eventually, I might try and go stitch together like what I thought was the coolest stuff from it. What do you think, Gearhound?
The change of speeds. It's going to take some getting used to, but I think it'll work out. I'm actually kind of liking that, to have like a mini quantum to cover distance instead of having to cruise at something.
Yeah.
It's good to see like the AI stuff and
yeah,
EVA stuff. I really like the EVA stuff, but I just have to remember that all that shit is at minimum 2 years away because they're holding on to everything for Squadron.
Yeah, for sure.
Pleasantly surprised at the new Grey Cat car. I'm definitely gonna pick at least one of those up.
Now, one thing I seen Bandana say in the chat was they didn't even talk about 318 at all.
Yeah. Well, they've been beating that horse to death because everybody keeps asking about it, so they've been beating that one to death.
I'm saying like no word on like how delayed it's gonna be.
Is 317.3 our patch for this quarter, and we're just going to suck it up until
I can't see it like
March.
I can't see it. I think like they keep saying like that they're releasing it mid-November, which sounds insane, but like because it's like mid-October now, you know what I mean?
317.3 was in PTU for like all of 4 days.
Yeah, it was like nothing though. It was like change of like some vehicle speeds.
Yeah, just small bug fixes, I guess.
It didn't destroy the game either, which I appreciate. That was a terrible showcase of development over the past year. I don't know. There was a couple things I was excited about. Curious what do you think, Mesa? Like, how do you like it, or Kier? Either one.
I would like to say that there was a lot of good. There was just, if I'm gonna go over the bad, I'd say there was a lot of talking, which was kind of like, let's see some tech. Let's just see some of it, which was good. They did show it. I felt like I've already seen some of that. Like AI tech somewhere. I feel like I've already sort of watched that, which is interesting. But
Raid Atmos.
I really liked
with 15K viewers.
Yeah. I really liked, one of my things I did like was the reveal about the skills. I liked how it wasn't like over the top. It's like, hey, if you want to do this and be more proficient at it, you'll gain skills however they'd implement that. I think that's great. I know the flight boys probably will be liking that too.
Yeah. I think you'll get some of the PvPers that are like, I don't want to have to go sprint around to get my endurance up, but it's like,
there was
fuck.
something else where
I
I was
like it.
Oh yeah, like for industrial, I was thinking, it'd be kind of neat if you wanted to like be better at like mining or something, like where you're not too shaky or like you have better control, like something like that would have been kind of cool, like if they add something in that route.
Yeah, and just the fact that you're going to get proficient just doing what you do.
Yeah, it's not exactly. It's just like, it's like as you're playing the game, you'll just the more you do that loop or whatever, you'll just get better.
Yeah,
I like that.
Now, if I was just gonna say one thing about like the flow of it, I found it was like flowing really good until Roberts and the other guy started talking about random shit. It seemed like,
and we all tuned out.
Pretty much, it seemed like that was all just like, if they had that a little bit more like dialed in, and then like those clips, they talked for like an hour and then showed like a couple clips, where if they were like showed the clip, talk for 10 minutes, show the other clip, talk for 10 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, but it seemed like they were just like, It seemed like they weren't scripted, that's for sure, because they were just fucking babbling on about random shit. But yeah.
It's bothering me that they're so worried about Squadron 42. Like, I still think that's a I still think that's a ploy to just not have to show anything, to say that they're going to spoil stuff. That's kind of bothering me. Like, I want to see a little snippets. Who cares? Like, the game's 60 hours long, dude. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't have mind if, like, when they're talking about, like, this and that in Squadron 42, if they were just showing, like, B-roll footage of, like, flying around Coil. Like, or something like that. You know what I mean? Where it's like...
I don't feel like... I felt like... I'll be honest, I felt more hyped about the 7-minute video for...
Yeah,
to be fair. Like,
yeah.
I mean, there was good information, but I had that better feeling watching that 7-minute video the other night. So, I don't know.
What if it leads you to expectations that you didn't have?
Like, what do you mean? What expectations?
You mean, like,
so, like
a great game?
10 years of waiting doesn't build any expectations.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, I don't know why they have to hold a lot of that stuff back. People they need that, like, assurance, in my opinion, like, to... But I really liked it. I was going to say, one of the big ones for me during that, because it's tough because it gets overshadowed by things that you're like, that was kind of meh.
Yeah.
But I really liked that bunker, those
Yeah.
insane bunkers.
Yeah.
Like, that is looking promising. That was a big one for me that I liked.
Yeah, the first half was, like, great, in my opinion, of, like, keeping the hype up and being super interesting. But that, like, last thing was, like, cold water. Of, like, some cool things.
Accepting a bunker contract is going to go for I'll be doing that for the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes to I'll be doing it for the next hour and a half.
Yeah, and I want to get a team together to do it. Like, boys, I got the big bunker contract. Are you guys coming?
Yeah.
Like,
because, like, we were doing that, like, little op last night with, like, 5-6 people. Like, that's claustrophobic. Dude,
yeah.
That is terrible.
Yeah.
5 people. It's like, ugh. That, right, what they showed today is perfect prime example of what
you can actually roll in there with a crew of people. Yeah. And send, like, team of 2, you go secure the offices. Like, 2 people, you hold the door and keep an eye on the ships. Like, the other 6 of us, we're going down the bunker. You know what I mean?
I actually would say I enjoyed that the most in this whole thing was those bunkers, to be honest. Even over the pyro, like, just looking at the planets. That wasn't really... I think it was cool looking at the planets. I was hoping to get more of, like, I wouldn't say a tech demo like they did the last year with where they rolled in on that one outpost, but I was hoping to see, like, more stuff like that. But
yeah, I would have loved to see, like, I feel the way that they're showing
exploded.
Yeah, I wanted to see the star, like, pulsating too or some shit, and, like, people just flying around in, like, that asteroid field. That would have been cool. So I would have had like been able to think of, like, what's the asteroid field, or like the jump point, maybe in
jump points. I was thinking that too.
What else would have been cool is if they like, obviously they don't have it done, but those massive bunkers that they showed us, if they had one of them, like, on ground in pyro, would have been cool as fuck to see. But they obviously don't have it done.
Yeah.
What are you guys' thoughts on the new Spirit ship?
Anemic. Like, it's unnecessary. Like, it's the 3 variants, like, almost none of which I really care about. Like, I wish one of them was, like, a heavy fighter, super heavy fighter variant, where it's like, load it with guns.
Like, something like that was kind of amazing that they
like a gunship.
It's a Cuddy Black for the friggin' Origin fans.
Yeah, it's like it's a Crusader Cuddy Black.
The people who roll the Cuddy Black already friggin' love the damn Cuddy Black. You know,
but, like,
freelancers, freaking the Cuddy Black is the Cuddy Black. That's a title that they have to fight hard to try to take.
From my perspective, like, this just like eats the Cuddy Black's lunch. In my perspective, like, better weapon layout, same turret more or less, bigger cargo bay, and it, from my perspective, like, a cooler design. But, like, they're
the same cargo bay, 46.
But it seems like it's, like, laid out, like, more long, and, like, it seems like you could put 3 rocks in it, is what it looks like.
I think I agree with Gearhound. Like,
by that standard, it's the Freelancer. The Freelancer is just 1,000,000 miles long with a giant hallway for a car.
But the Freelancer's ugly as shit from my perspective. Like, it's the space dildo.
And the freaking Spirit looks like a lawn dart.
Yeah, I know, but I love that fucking style of like the 2 sets of 3 boosters down. It looks like just like a mini C2. That's like
I kind of like that idea where it's like
with a
flattened,
VTOL.
it was a flattened C2.
Yeah.
Your daily driver's a C2. My daily driver's a Cuddy Black.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2 different ship perspectives. When does that ship even come out? Oh, when does that ship come out? Who fucking knows? When tractor beams are done. Like,
I just like it. I loved how they gave you a Cuddy Black for one of them. It was kind of like funny to me.
Yeah.
Like the loner matrix. I was like, okay.
Oh yeah, the Cuddy Steel for the one as well.
There's a black and a steel and then a
Yeah.
Freelancer. It's like, okay.
Here's one perspective. The cargo version of it. Is it just me, or is that just like kind of retarded? Because it's like all it has is, instead of a top turret, there's a tractor beam, and it has the same cargo as all the other 2 variants. There's no extra cargo.
That's got to be a typo. It's got to be a typo. The C1, I'm sorry, the A1 has got to have less cargo than the other one.
From what I've seen, it's like, what else? Well, like the A1, obviously it should have less cargo because there's like bomb bays in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and somebody felt prone to copy and paste when they were doing the freaking specs on them. Because I bet you that's going to change.
But here's the other thing: it's like the cargo one that's like, oh, this is for cargo. Like 48 SEU is nothing. You know what I mean? I'd have to see how it's laid out, because unless you can put 3 rocks in it, like, it's practically useless.
Which one were we talking about?
The cargo variant.
Like I said, it's the same thing as.
Let me pull it up.
The Cuddy, I squeezed two rocks.
Let me pull it up here. Let's go full screen.
Is this still going to be another enter from the back ship?
Yeah, it's enter from the back. It's ass end only.
So it's like a Cuddy, yeah.
You can see them like loading it up. You can see him have the ramp with the cargo boxes.
Dude, I wanted to find a way to upgrade my MSR today, and they didn't give me.
Yeah,
that.
I know.
I was like, I actually wanted to get the pack. I was like, I'll just upgrade to the pack, like from the MSR to the 3, you know? And
yeah.
Nope.
just melted.
I'll be right back.
Twin size 3
right,
cannons. I imagine they're gimbaled, so maybe you can put size 4s on the wings. Maybe. So 2 size 4s, best case. And then on the front, it says twin gimbaled size 2, so maybe you can put 2 size 3s. So weapon loadouts on all these, like best case scenario is 2 4s, 2 3s, and then I think it's 2 2s on the top turret, which is like small.
If it says size 3s, that means they're size 3s, and they come with gimbal 2s, like the Cuddy.
Okay.
4 size 3s. Because it's going to say what the biggest hard point is.
The other thing is, you got to look at the shields and like components.
One size 2. One size 2 shield. And this is the which one am I looking at right now? I'm looking at the C1.
Yeah, that's the same as. I think that's the same as the Cuddy. They don't have 2, do they? Does the Cuddy have 2 shields? Can't remember.
No, I believe it's one size 2.
I think it's just one FR-76, right? Or like military, if you put that in, yeah.
Well, no, the FR-76 is the upgrade.
Oh yeah. But I mean, like that's what you would put in essentially if you want military.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says the A1 accommodates a small vehicle.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
The remote to it has size 2s on it. The wing guns, it says size 3 cannons, and the front says a size 3 hardpoint with gimbaled size 2s. And a missile rack.
I think it's just going to be like 4 size 3 guns with.
Yeah, so it's literally comparable
with torps.
Dude, it's literally got 2 SCU higher than the black. I think that's
Are they torps or are they like carpet bombing? Because the freaking Cuddy
carpet bombs.
You can get you can get 28 missiles on that.
Well, this is like carpet bomb, and it has missiles. But you can see what it has for missiles. It looks like 4 size 3 missiles, maybe. It's like
What am I
fuck
looking at,
off
the
the missiles.
A1?
The A1's missile racks. It has 4 missiles, is what it shows.
Okay, it has.
So you probably put 32 size 1s
It
on
doesn't even say it has missiles on the bomb.
it. It does. It
10
does.
size 5 bombs. I'm looking at the specs on it. I don't even see it saying missiles.
If you look at the thing where there's like the plus signs all over, if you click on the one out in the wing, it says missile rack. Total payload of 10 missiles, it says. It doesn't say what size.
Okay. Oh, it just doesn't say size. Okay, here we go. Here's something else. Missiles. 2 bespoke bomb racks. Hang on. 5 S3 to be determined bombs. What?
Yeah, that's what I see on the actual
Like if you download the sheet?
The spec sheet, yeah.
Yeah, I have the spec sheet up here. Yeah, let me pull it up. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah.
2 bespoke bomb racks.
Missiles. Yeah.
Wait, that's even wrong too.
Well, it's like
well, if it follows the A2, the A2 doesn't have bombs or missiles, right?
No, A2 does not have missiles.
Well, it kind of makes sense then, because you can't flip between something that would have bombs, because bombing is its own different. It's its own thing in a ship, you know, like where you pull up the HUD and all that stuff.
Okay.
Like you'd have to flip through like missiles, then bombs, then I don't know.
Boys.
Like when I was listening to what Buddy was saying too, he said the bomb racks on that A1 are going to be like interchangeable, so you don't have to go with 10 size 3s. He said you could do like something else, but maybe I just heard him wrong.
It did say size 5s on the other spec, which is weird that it's now saying size 3s in this. Maybe it can upgrade to 5s.
If you look at them all, cargo capacity is 48 SCU on each one of them.
Less of a different one.
Every one of them has it.
Yeah, I really think that's a copy and paste error.
Maybe, but like I'd have to take them as their word for it.
It completely makes the other two completely null and void. You know, why in the hell?
Take the bomber. Yeah, take the bomber.
Yeah, why would you take the cargo one when the bomber one does the same fucking thing with more armament?
Like it said, like on the cargo one that you could fit 48 SCU and small vehicles, but like on the bomber, it said you could hold.
Well, the C1 also has a tractor beam.
Yeah. Do you want a tractor beam, boys? That's not in the game.
There you go. That's so the C1 would be like the Cuddy Black. The Cuddy Black has a tractor beam, technically.
That's the only reason I went with A1 because like C1, I have a Cuddy Black.
Cuddy Black have a tractor beam.
Yeah, it has a room for it has a future tractor beam.
I just feel like the A1 would be pretty good for your missions too. You grab a little vehicle if you have to park far away, go and bomb the fucking facility right quick.
If it has 48 SCU, I want to see being able to put 3 rocks in it. That's what I want. 3 rocks, like nose to nose, because it's not wide; it's like long, is what it is.
You know, what's the funny part of all this?
There, I'm fine with it. It said you can fit like a fucking.
Dude, the C1 has bomb racks.
What?
The C1 has bombs as well. If you go through all 3 of them on there,
racks.
Again, maybe there is
3
some
size,
errors, but
3 bombs. Yeah, or missiles. It says missiles on it. Oh, that's the Spirit.
Go to the C1.
Oh,
it's in the middle.
size 3 to be determined bombs. Yeah.
So again, who knows? Maybe they are screwed up on this, like, because that's the same.
What do you think of the profile of it head on looking at you? I think it looks so fucking good head on, and even the ass end looks good, and the side profile. Like,
I think it's
the
a well
profile.
designed.
I love
ship.
the look of it.
It definitely looks
what
well designed.
No,
for
it
sure.
looks cool.
Yeah,
it's just
funny.
I don't think it's worth it unless I'm buying it in game.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
We're so critical about these ships, and yet
It's something we've already seen.
Just for their looks.
You know, the only thing
It's
that
like,
we're
what do
seeing
you prefer?
that we like is the only thing we're seeing that we like is the fact that freaking the new one carpet bombs. Like none of us give 2 shits about freaking being an
Really
airline
surprised they
freaking
didn't go M1. What do you think about that? Like, I was expecting them to do like what Dead's talking about. Screw the E1. Why didn't you just make an M1 variant with more guns on it? Like, actual,
here's what I would like to see: a bomber, like the bomber one, how it is, fine, sure, you know what I mean. And then have one that is just straight fighter, where it's like heavy gunship fighter, where it was like almost have like some more turrets on it, or just like bunch of weapons
I
on
would
it.
have insta-bought that today.
Yeah.
I guarantee you I would have.
Heavy gunship one be amazing.
Too, just because they have like A2, C2, M2, it would have been key. If they
And here's what I was about to say: instead of a cargo variant, imagine if they made a medical variant. So it was like heavy fighter, bomber, medical. I would have been like,
I
I'm
just
in.
don't understand the luxury. Who cares?
The luxury's dumb as fuck. Yeah, luxury's dumb as fuck.
It's because too many people are jumping up and down about the Genesis.
But they have just released the Genesis. Like, fuck. Like.
Yeah, but then they have to work on a gameplay loop that 1% of the population is actually going to play.
But I mean, they just released a ship that there is no gameplay loop for. Like.
That loop, so
yeah, this ship, they essentially just released one today.
Yeah, and there's no gameplay loop for it. You know what I mean? Like.
I'm sure Genesis is it going to have it's going to have weapons on it too, I'm sure.
It's like barely any, I think. It's kind of fucked up.
Like,
they've already worked on the design for the freaking the C and the A. You know, it was minimal work for them to freaking just convert over one into an airliner. I don't know. We all agreed.
Yeah.
We all agreed still.
Bomber, I'm okay with the bomber one. The bomber one's cool. Why not? You know what I mean?
Me too. No, see, I'm okay with the bombers because it's not a lot of actual bombers. I mean,
yeah, I'm down for the bomber.
Now a carpet bombing type thing.
A bomber with an interior, like
that you can sleep in.
Like, that's why I like.
Now you guys are selling me on it. Now,
I'm getting the bomber. I'm thinking the A1. I agree with.
Cyclone in there. Fucking go and fuck around.
Because it is unique as well. It's also a unique.
It looks sexy. I like it.
We're not trying to sell you on it. It's just happening that way.
But like, here's the thing:
155 for an LTI token. You know, I know it's not my play style, but I'm even tempted.
Yeah, but here's the thing: bomber, sure. Bomber, sure. The like heavy fighter gunship. The gunship one would have been amazing. If they had a gunship one, it'd be fucking amazing. I would be like, fuck the bomber, I'm getting the gunship. But like the other cargo one is stupid from my perspective.
What do we have in game other than the Redeemer and the Hammerhead that kind of fill the role of a gunship?
The Hammerhead's not a gunship. The Hammerhead's like a Corvette, is what it's classified as. The only gunship is the Redeemer.
Well, the Andromeda's a gunship, essentially.
Technically. Technically.
It's a missile boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I'd barely classify it as that. Like, imagine this size ship just dripping with weapons.
It is, man.
I have a feeling that this ship is going to be smaller than you think. I think.
It is.
I agree.
It's small.
It to be bigger.
It's small. This thing's small as fuck.
It's only 30, dude. It's 35 length.
Yeah.
That's not very big at all. Yeah.
It's like the Redeemer, like in size.
It's the cost essentially of a Cuddy almost too. I mean, not a Cuddy, but like if you compare it by price.
The A1, yeah, it's $100. That's what a Cuddy is.
Yeah, it's.
If there was a starter pack with this ship, though. If you could get this ship starter pack with Squadron 42, if I was floating through their game packages, I'd be like, I'm getting this fucking thing. This thing looks amazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely a sales perspective on it from my perspective of like, but like,
definitely C1's off the table. Definitely the E1. The only thing that leaves it is the A1 because of its uniqueness of like the carpet bomb. That's it.
Now,
that's the only option right now.
Here's one thing too, like getting off that ship, which is in my opinion like just wasted opportunity, retarded. The pick a ship design thing. Drake is the here's the thing. Drake is the obvious answer that if that was an option, it would win immediately. But you know what would be cool? A Grey Cat ship. So that it's like a whole new thing. They could come up with what would Grey Cat make a ship look like? And have it as it hauls the Grey Cat rocks, and it's a Grey Cat mining ship. I think that makes so much sense.
Yeah.
So what about the STV? What do you guys think about that?
I couldn't give a fuck.
Oh, dude. All that stuff, like those, is that like the ground vehicle stuff?
Yeah, it's the Jeep.
Yeah. Hard skip didn't even give two. I just was like, okay, I'm gonna go take a dump now.
Why would you use that if you could just use a Cyclone?
I'm sorry, it looks cool. No, it's great, but it's like, it's like, it's.
So I'm the only one who thought that was fun.
I couldn't care.
Cool, I thought it was awesome.
Oh, I was talking so much shit about it just last night, and I'm the only person who thinks that's fun.
Here's the funny thing. You know what I like the most? The fucking side-by-side variant. The one that they brought up for 2 seconds being like, oh, we're going to make this at some point. I'm like, I like that one. Where it has the gun on the side. Yeah. It's a little side-by-side truck that you could throw in almost like any ship. It's like a better Grey Cat.
Well, yeah, and that's what he's talking about.
No, that's not what got released. What got released is the Jeep
well,
one.
I'm looking at the STV right now.
Oh, well, the one that I've seen on the site, it has a gun on the side.
Yeah, that's not the one I'm talking about. That's the one with the wheel on the back.
Oh, okay.
The other one they showed for 2 seconds, and it was like literally like a sport utility vehicle.
That's the ETV.
ETV, yeah, and it doesn't exist yet. You know what I mean? I want the ETV theoretically, is what I thought was cool. How much is this
What's the new one called?
thing?
The STV.
How much is the STV?
They finally got it on.
Isn't this
$35. Wow.
LTI,
okay.
though?
You know what? Yeah.
How much?
$35.
I would probably buy it just for the LTI token. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm getting to you.
My concierge one, it's blue. Do you see the blue steel one, Mesa? That looks kind of cool. It's $35. Like almost worth it for an LTI token. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I would. That's what I'm even going to use the Spirit for too. Is just an LTI for maybe IAE coming up. Too.
Yeah,
like you never.
You're
know.
not wrong.
It's like
now, I'm getting away from what I swore myself. I almost swore to myself I would not have more than 5 fucking ships, and I'm already looking at buying like technically 2 more fucking ships here.
Yeah, I know.
I already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like fuck off. But I'm melting that. I'm melting that Star Runner, no question.
I'm just. Yeah.
Well, that's what, like, I just had, like, a bunch of useless fucking armor and shit in my hangar, so I melted it all, and by the time I was done that, I didn't get the LTI one, but I just fucking used credits and spent, like, $40 on the A1.
Here's a question, though. If I buy that, like, Spirit thing, and I pay, like, the War Bond price, when I go to trade it up, it's, like, the non-War Bond price that you have value of, correct?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Because that's all I really care about. Like, why would I buy them on War Bond unless it's like I'm saving $15, $20? You know what I mean?
I think you save money, right? Or no?
If you trade that up, it does give you the actual value.
Okay. Because then it's worth it to me. Because then I save like 15. So then if I go to melt it later, or fucking trade it up later, it's like technically.
Yeah, and you get the LTI mon and like. Yeah, and you save.
Yeah, they don't have a blue one for non-concierge.
Yeah, the concierge has like a couple key deals. Not key deals, but it's like you get a paint for free.
Is there? Oh, true. With the Spirit.
Spirit, yeah, the one I have in my cart, it comes with the paint.
Oh,
dude, the A1's 150. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying for concierge. Oh no, that's the other one. Is the 100?
The C1
is 100. Yeah.
The C1 is 100.
Oh yeah.
The A1 is the most.
The E1's 135.
Yeah.
135. Mine says 155.
No.
E1.
It's definitely 155.
It says 135 for me.
It's not 135. It's 155.
It's concierge.
Country.
What is C1?
No, the A1 is 155 concierge.
Are you talking about non-warbound? Right.
No.
Non-Warbond, it's like 170.
Let me pull this up. Where is this
non-Warbond is 175.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at something wrong there, dude.
Okay, yeah, the E1.
It says 135 for me.
Yeah, for me, the E1 right now, if I go to buy the
E1 is 135.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. No,
he was saying the A1 was 1.
He was saying the E. The E1 with the Olympia paint is 135 if the concierge.
Oh, why is this chest empty? Are you kidding me?
Standalone for me too. The E1 on War Bond is 135 as well. Just not War Bond, it's 150.
Ooh, I do like that concierge version.
What is that, Trentar?
C1 is 110 and 100 for the war bond.
For what ship?
US dollars. Yeah.
What ship?
Standalone.
Okay, what we were talking about was the A1. So as long as we're all lazy on the A1.
The A1 I'm looking at right now. The A1 with the paint for concierge is 155. The A1 standalone is 155, and the A1 Spirit non-War Bond is 175.
Yeah, 175.
Yeah.
And what's the paint look like? Is it good?
It's cool. It's like kind of an olive drab green with like an orange stripe and white on it. If you're getting it for free, you might as well get it. But like,
true.
I like the black way better.
Yeah, the black.
I like that. Yeah, that black and gold.
Black sexy. Now I'm curious. Can I melt this paint separately?
Gold. There's black and gold one too.
There was a black and gold paint. I swear to God, I saw it.
Is that in the paint pack though? Yeah, that's for the E1
It's the
Spirit.
Olympia, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Olympia paint. But so are those separate? They can't be used on each ship?
Well,
that would be kind of
here, if you buy the pack of all 3 ships from Concierge on War Bond, it's $370, and you get all 3 ships and all 3 paint jobs for them for $370. Or you can buy just the paint pack for $21 USD that has the 3 extra paints.
I wish you could get the paints non-concierge. It's kind of shit.
You can get the paints. Oh wait, no, yeah, the paint pack is Concierge. All the paints are just Concierge. Yeah.
Yeah, the paints. Yeah, it's shit.
That Olympia one is pretty cool though. The black and gold looks sick.
Awesome.
I can send you a picture of it if you want.
Or just post it on the old Discord.
I kind of want to see what the interior looks like if they have any.
They never showed any of it really. Like it's just like promo fake pictures of it.
I would have been happy if they showed the fucking like the ramp interior, let alone the rest of it.
That's what I mean. They do show the ramp interior, but it's one of those like fake pictures where like the boys are holding boxes and it's like art picture.
Yeah, there's like no perspective.
Yeah. All right, let me post it. I'll post it in screenshots here right quick.
I'm so close. Because I don't want to. I don't know. That's how Roberts is getting me. He's getting me.
Open your wallets, boys.
Yeah, Ryan, that must have been a glitch the other day in the cave because I just did like a couple runs like today and yesterday and did not get a crime stat.
There, Logan. That's that paint job. You see how it's gold black?
All right, just a second. I need to hide.
What do you concierge? What's how do you get concierge?
Spend a lot of money, like an idiot.
$1,000.
Oh yeah, the interior of the concierge looked amazing.
Of the what was that one? You talking about like the Drake ship?
One probably.
Yeah.
The Corsair. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that black and gold is sick. And it's like it almost looks like carbon fiber.
It looks like executive, like the armor set you get to like Space Marshal, or
Yeah.
For like spending $5K, you get like all the executive stuff.
Sick. But is that only for the E1, or is that just?
No, you can buy that paint and put it on any of them.
You can also have me send it to you too. Like if you ever wanted someone to buy it for you, it's sendable for sure.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's
I couldn't send paints. I could not send ship paints for the life of me.
I bought a paint that I missed a concierge buy on, and someone sent it to me, so it's got to be possible.
Man, I bought paints to send
like
to
a
the
one-time
boys,
send?
and it would not let me send because I was trying to
Through
send.
concierge?
I bought a paint for like a Redeemer or something, and I was going to send it to Sunflash, and it wouldn't let me send it.
Huh.
It didn't even have the option.
Try it just to test it.
Rob's just trying to claw
like
190
paints for your mole though.
What?
Or didn't he send you paints for the mole, or did you just buy?
Yeah,
them?
he sent me them, but they were something that he got from subscriber.
Hey, you can just get the paints for the mole right now.
Yeah. He sent me a pack that had all 3 of them in it, or whatever, and it was like a subscriber.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It's possible. That'd be cool.
I forget what I ended up sending him in place of it. Was like gear.
Hey guys, I had to eat something. My belly's under Carl.
Yeah. I should probably eat something too. I'm still on the fence about getting that
$35. Well, I already got an. Did you get your STV? I got an LTI token at least.
I'm so tempted. Am I really going to spend another 190 USD, which is like 230 Canadian?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
So wait, someone bought the little go-kart STV.
I was about to buy it because it's $35 War Bond, and you get an LTI token.
I got one.
Oh fuck, that's kind of a good idea.
Yeah, it's cheaper than
then
the mole too.
What you
or
can
the
do,
mule,
Logan,
so it's like,
is you could melt
Yeah.
your other shit. Like what you have right now for that A1, you could go and melt it. After you buy the little go-kart thing that has an LTI, then upgrade it to the Spirit with the funds that you just melted it for, and then have an LTI one. technically.
Well, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. You wouldn't get the war bond price.
He didn't buy it with the war bond price already.
No, I didn't buy war bond.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have LTI on it.
Oh. Yeah, pretty much. You can do that.
Yeah, but then
You're buying an LTI token for $35, pretty much.
yeah, but if you're upgrading a ship, can you also add credits, or can it
Yeah,
only be
yeah.
cash?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you just can't do war bond upgrades.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
War bonds have to be actual cash.
But
Everything
can
else
you
can just
upgrade
upgrade it.
a war bonded ship to another one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could upgrade that war bond LTI
Yeah.
with credits and pay nothing for that.
Yeah. And then you have an LTI spirit, pretty much, is what you're doing.
Yeah, then the next thing up is LTI.
Yeah, but I can't upgrade to. Or yeah, never mind. Yeah, I understand.
It's so convoluted. I always hated trying to figure this out when I didn't understand it. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's a burn. I'm doing that 100%.
Yeah, because then eventually, whenever you want to trade that A1 in for something else, it's LTI. Yeah.
Puzzle.
All right. Well, I think the thing I was honestly most hyped for while watching was kind of the planets. Seeing the planets.
Yeah, that was
Pyro's
sweet.
looking good from my perspective.
You know what else? You know what stoked me was freaking seeing the Corsair and seeing that the elevator takes you up to the roof.
That was cool.
That was a neat. That was neat. I liked how the co-pilot drops down like
I'm
I
curious
don't
how
know.
much that thing is going to be.
I think it's like 280 or something, isn't it? 2 something.
What is it?
240.
240.
Oh, the Corsair. Yeah.
Does that be something I wouldn't mind upgrading my Taurus to?
Yeah. Because that's it. I don't know how much cargo it's gonna have, but I think it's like Taurus level cargo. Like
No, it's I think it's Connie level cargo, I believe, or maybe a little bit less. I think it's like 86 as
Okay.
opposed to the Taurus is 175.
I forgot the Taurus is
I
175.
don't even use the fucking cargo in that, to be honest.
Yeah, just buy a fucking C2. Done.
Yeah. I don't do anything involving cargo, so I'm not worried.
Now, here's theoretically, when's this A1 ever actually going to be available? Like, let's be real.
I think it'll be available by 318.
It's supposed to be
I have
done.
that feeling.
It's the unannounced one that was actually done.
Yeah.
Okay, here, let's pull up their progress tracker. Do you think they updated that yet? I'm going to pull
I
up
have a feeling
that.
it is one of those like it's like, oh, look what we have. It'll be here the next big patch. I feel like it is too.
That'd be great.
Because what do we get? Hang on, let me look at the Matrix again. What do we get? A Cutlass Black for
So
that? What was the
disappointing.
loaner?
Yeah, it's a Cuddy Black. Or Cuddy
Oh,
Steel.
it's a
Yeah.
Steel.
No, the A1, you get something else, don't you?
It's a Cuddy Steel you
It
get.
doesn't say anything about the that's what you
It
get.
shouldn't be the Freelancer. There's a Freelancer in one of those. It's Freelancer,
Yeah,
Cutlass
the
Black,
Mist.
Cutlass
The
Steel.
Mist is the one. Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Mist you get. To be honest, though, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
Freelancer.
Because I didn't see what
Oh,
I
it's the
got.
Freelancer.
A1 freelancer. C.
How does that even happen? They
Yeah.
should have just been like, here, take an A2.
Yeah.
Be a freelancer, for fuck's sakes.
Freelance is so garbage, I don't even want that on my list, to be 100% honest.
Now you might have made your decision.
Yeah. Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't see them update the progress tracker yet, I don't think.
Oh, shit, Matrix. They didn't. Did they talk about it? Did we miss it while we were chatting? Like it was kind of getting loud. Like, did we miss that they said, "Hey, it'll be available to fly"?
No. No, they didn't say.
No.
No, they didn't say. It said unknown.
Unannounced. They did not update the unannounced, so we don't know. Like, we can't see on the progress tracker if it's like almost done, close to done, mid, like just started, not started yet at all. You know.
Oh, is it because the Miss has actual like big missiles in it? Doesn't
Yeah, I
it?
think
Can it
that's
carry
what
like?
their justification?
Yeah, it can
One-
carry like
one of
size
the-
5s or something.
To be honest, though, I would have been happy with just like a second Harbinger, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no joke.
Going through my list of stuff here, I'm honestly to the point of like, I don't even know if I'm getting it.
Hey, but guess what? You get an Aurora MR for that STV pledge.
Yeah,
You know,
fuck that.
throw that in there.
I thought that STV was available to drive right now.
Yeah, it is.
No,
right
you
now.
get
Right
no,
now.
no. So here's the thing: mules are out, but you also get an arrow with that. They still will give you like loaners if you pledge some of these like early concept slash, you know what I mean, like just released ones.
Yeah.
So
Is that why I've always got a fucking arrow in my
Yep.
shit after wipes? Is it because I bought a mule once?
It's the
I got
the
an arrow in my
Aurora.
Taurus.
Yeah, if you have an Aurora MR, it's because of the mule, and then like a Nox or a Nova.
No, I don't have either. I don't have either of those. I bought a mule when I first pledged because they were the LTI token.
You still have it though?
No, well, I guess technically I see.
Do you have a Centurion?
No.
Oh, because they give you an Aurora for a ton of stuff in this game. Cyclones, Dragonflies.
Yeah, I CCU'd it to a Prospector.
Oh.
So I don't know, but every time there's a wipe, I've always got an arrow, and I can't figure out why the hell.
Oh, an arrow. I thought you said an Aurora.
No, an arrow.
What do you own?
Dude, that's
much.
crazy.
Well, then you probably have it because there is a
Something that I'm kind of pissed off about, boys, is I cannot
Do you have a Redeemer?
melt my.
Yeah, I got the Redeemer recently.
Yeah, that's your loaner is the arrow. You get an arrow.
I can't. I'm not allowed to melt the. They gave me a hover quad with LTI, and I upgraded to an arrow. Now I see I cannot melt that package.
Because it was free.
Yeah. So like, thankfully, I didn't upgrade that to something that I want to like melt. Yeah. Because it's just stuck there forever.
Once you CCU'd it, you can't melt it.
Yeah, it's stuck there forever. So like, I have to kind of like make sure I don't upgrade that to something that I would like rather something less. I don't know. I'm retarded.
So the Warbound ones, how long are they in effect for? Is it like 2 days, 1 day?
That you can buy it on Warbond until it like actually releases. How long are they going to sell it for? I have no idea though.
Yeah,
it'll be like a week. It'll be like a week. Like when the mule came out, it was during Invictus, and they'll still be for sale. But when they drop all their sales, like their Warbomb sales, they'll also drop the LTI ability on it too. So it should be about a week.
I'm gonna have to do some thinking here because I don't know if I'm even gonna buy that A1. I'm tempted to because I love Crusader shit, but like fuck, it's kind of fucking useless. Yeah, I don't want the misc. It's the biggest thing. Yeah.
I know it's like
even if I had, like, I wouldn't use it anyways. I'll just wait for the other.
But I just hate having it on my list. I don't even want to scroll past it.
You don't want the Space Winnebago? Come on, dude.
Nah, bro. I'm good on the space.
No,
still,
I'm
though.
with you, man. At the very least, you get like, so I got the STV. I think that, I hate to say I compromised, but I don't think I'm going to get the A1 either now that I'm thinking about it. Because the price is not going to go. I feel like for how small it is, it's 35 meters, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to go up if that much at all. Like, that's the price it's going to be. It's a Cutlass Black.
And you'll just buy it in game, to be honest, for like what, $2 mil?
Exactly. If it's like the price of a Cuddy essentially, but it's made by Origin, but still, it's like it'll be what, $2 mil max, like you said.
And I'm trying my best to only have 5 ships. Like last thing I kind of want is like 2 more upgrade chains. Fuck off.
Oh, I know.
I don't want it.
Because that opens the pathway for you to like I got all these extra upgrade tokens.
Yeah, I have all these LTIs.
Yeah.
You're fucking stupid.
What are you saying, Kier?
Whoa.
No, I'm talking to dogs.
No.
Oh well. I know the SCV is getting melted and freaking traded for the off-road one when that one comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, ridiculous. I have to wait 24 hours to do that fucking reclaim of the
I think the other thing
one.
too is if the mule ever comes in the game, which hopefully is like 318, I'll eventually just there's no point in it's literally an upgrade token for a mule, you know? It's like that's definitely what I'm gonna do.
I'm trying to think though. It's like the only reason I might get the fucking A1 and the other thing is just for like when IAE rolls around or whatever it's called. Like I have more stuff to melt, so I don't have to put more money on the thing. Then like kind of spread out my spending.
One less thing for you to have to freaking do. You're gonna end up melting it anyways. And
do you remember if IAE has a lot of like? Do they all, for the most part, come with like 10-year LTI or something during those? I can't remember.
I would have to imagine it's minimum 10 years.
It was 240 months.
Okay. I'm gonna go
I
check
think
out
the
my
IA has,
STV.
like, a lot of lifetime ones too.
That's how I got my lifetime pack. Was out of that. Yeah.
So, who bought the STV just now?
I did.
I did.
Let's
I
go in
I got
game and
one.
just look at it real quick.
I got one, and it pushed.
Did we get
pushed
the,
me over in the concierge, and I got a second one in blue.
I was gonna say, did we
Nice.
get like we all get the concierge version?
No, I just have a normal one. It's funny too because when you trade that up, you instantly make $5.
Yeah. Here's the question: the concierge one, Mason, that comes with the paint. Like that paint's not a separate thing that you can melt, is it?
No, it's not. It's like the beachhead paint for the Centurion. Like it's just on it.
It's in a kit. It's like the hanger.
So like if you trade it up, you're just stuck with that paint still. There's no getting rid of it.
No, it goes with it.
It gets rid of the paint.
Okay.
I think so. You're right.
See the goal is green paint.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. I upgraded my C8X Pisces Invictus Week starter pack thing, and I still have the Pisces Invictus Week paint, even though I don't have the Pisces anymore. I assume it's like that, isn't it?
It should be if you melt it down where you.
I think that one was different though because like the Invictus Week paints were like a separate paint that came in the pack. It wasn't like.
Yeah, go look at your hanger and click on the ship itself.
Because I upgraded my Avenger and I still have the Avenger paint as well, like you said.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? With the Golos green, it's on all the ships that I would never buy. So I don't know.
I know, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I know. It's on the Mule. It'd be kind of funny on the Mule, maybe, but.
The only one I found it somewhat even looked good on was the Vulture. I was like, I kind of like that industrial.
Yeah, the green Vulture.
They haven't.
Now that I like the Buccaneer.
The Storm, either the stock Buccaneer paint or the Stormbringer one are the ones I like. The blue accents.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Other thing too is, Kier, what did you think was cool about the thing? Anything you got hyped about?
I thought it was kind of mid. I like that it's STU. That's about it.
So if you buy the Cutlass green,
like I'm excited about other shit too. Like the planets, I'm really excited about that.
Planets. The AI did look good. I'm not gonna lie. The AI, like them hunting, being able to vault, the new Moby Glass. Some of that was cool.
Moby Glass looks sick.
Yeah, new Moby Glass.
I like how you're gonna be able to move a lot better around now.
Yeah. The space.
It's almost like Mirror's Edge. It's almost like Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, and like the space, like EVA looked better. The talk of
I love the EVA.
the systems.
Love that.
The EVA was incredible.
Yeah, the talk about how like you can just like suffocate players and stuff in your ship was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was interesting.
They made him look like a psychopath.
The component thing was very. I was hoping for
It was
a more
rough.
polished
Yeah, it was
presentation.
rough as fuck.
Yeah, some
I
of the
must have
UI
tuned out
changes
during
look
that.
Really, really good. Like the UI updates they're gonna do look really good.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was wanting to pause some of that.
And that remote retrieval of your ship.
That was
sounds
cool.
Like it's gonna be awesome.
I think that's only for Squadron 42. I have to guess. Like,
Yeah, I saw that
Game,
remote
though.
retrieval. That was cool.
I'm bad.
because I think that's like your Gladius, and that is like a super Gladius. So it probably has like it's bound to you type thing.
I thought it was pretty cool that the Moby Glass, the visual, that was pretty for Squadron 42.
It looked really good.
Yeah. And they
what
were
is this thing called? An STV.
STD. The STD.
Are you in game?
The STD.
The STD.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I gotta go to that one. So I'm gonna go over there because Lorville has that little front
look, the
gate.
race is about to start.
A lot of people don't know
There's
about
like fucking like 25 people in that race. Holy
Let's go
shit!
Buccaneer.
You think if they were actually putting together like a fucking CitizenCon race, they'd be able to get like a whole server doing one race? That'd be cool.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah,
It would be cool.
shit
If
ton
the
of people
spear
there.
had the gola screen on it. I'm just kidding. I would buy it then.
Are you guys playing together?
I don't.
Yeah, we
I
gotta
might go
jump
eat
on.
something before I play any
Yeah.
Citizen.
I just had some.
I'm just gonna check out the STV. It says it's the fastest vehicle now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says the fastest vehicle.
But like that means that it's like.
But they also crippled the speed of the other.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So
But
it's
still,
like, you know, it's as fast as a Cyclone used to go. That's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Cyclone's slow as fuck now.
It's like why?
Yeah,
why
they
would the
nerfed
Cyclone
all
be
the
less?
speed. Oh, that's a big thing. What's everyone's thoughts on like how they're doing the like super slow mode on flying? And then
love it. You
your
guys hate it.
shields
I don't-
disappear as soon as you turn on the other thing.
I think there's more thought. No. I think there's more thought involved. Like it's gonna be. I don't think there's all the info we got is like you guys are all putting together the holes part of it where we're like picking apart, you know, like the stuff that's really
I agree
like.
with you.
Well, when you
There's
think about it, if
there's
you're
way
worried
more
about
to
people
it.
shooting you,
Yeah.
then you can do.
Well, it's
like,
more immersive, but I don't want to think about that shit.
You guys say that people can shoot people
per second. Like
Yeah, you guys-
won't be able to chase you.
Yeah, you guys are saying that you can shoot that person, and I'm like, wait a minute, no. If the guy's in quantum, he can go faster than you essentially if you're staying in your like
Yeah.
shooting. So it's
If you-
like
if you drop into a spot and freaking all of a sudden there's hella ships around you, you're already in quantum mode. You can just freaking dip
at
out.
least go faster. You may not be able to quantum, but you'll be able to fly faster.
Outrun them.
Well, here's the biggest one: is getting pulled out of quantum. If you get pulled out of quantum, and the boys are smart enough, if you have your shields down and they have a sentinel there and EMP you, you're not doing anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the only.
But
thing
yeah,
that's
if
the
they
only
can get
factor
close
is, like,
enough to you.
/mantis snare.
But here's the thing: the mantis, you can't turn on your quantum shit. Like you're not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
No. But you're
Yeah.
in SEM mode or quantum
that's
mode.
still-
You're in quantum mode.
that's-
Faster.
Well, no, a mantis,
Quantum mode is
is going to hold you in there and you're done. But that's still something that somebody prepped. But like if you accidentally
But
just
what I was
stumble
getting
across
at.
a couple griefers,
You might not
No,
be
what
able to
I'm
fire
getting
your
at is
quantums,
the
but your ship's going to
quantum
be
mode
faster.
Is a faster ship mode, period,
Yep.
regardless of quantum.
Like SCM,
Yep.
basically, yeah.
So that's great, but you could just go away, like, and then guys, if they have to chase you, they have to turn their shields off and go chase you.
I have to play with it. I honestly have to have hands on because
I think
like
we just gotta play with it.
I don't hate the idea of like the super slow combat mode where it like makes it where if you're in a hammerhead and you're sitting there, you can't have like a gladius doing like 600 around you in a barrel roll and you can't catch them. You know what I mean? It's like they're way more like stuck in front of you because you could probably rotate the hammerhead faster than they could fly out of your range.
Can you guys send me a party invite so I can join you guys in the? Because I'm on your server.
Yeah, I don't have a party going, but if somebody does,
I'm gonna be jumping up for a second.
yeah. I don't know. I think
I
that
got my
space
mom
travel, fast travel thing is going to be interesting.
Yeah, that reminds me.
What's
of
cool is
and,
I like the random quantuming though, where you can like pick wherever the hell you want to quantum.
Okay, the UI elements need some work for
That
sure, but
needs
I like
work, yeah.
what you can do. Yeah, I like the like quick jumping. Didn't Elite Dangerous do that? I feel
It's
like that was
Elite
a new
Dangerous.
thing.
This is Elite Dangerous'
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
It's super crazy.
Because they have it to where their quantum travel is you pick a place on the map and your guy jumps there, but then he comes out in the solar system, and then you have like the super cruise thing on where you do like 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And then they have it where it's like you're just flying around, which is like a couple hundred, where it's the exact same thing they have. It's pretty much exactly.
So in Elite Dangerous, you'll go through witch space, which is what you do when you go between systems. But when you're in system, you can go super cruise, which is like what Death was saying. It's like a multitude of the speed of light. It's not exactly speed of light. It's like 0.3% the speed of light. That's just how fast you're going, but you can't really shoot or nothing in that.
Yeah.
But you can get interdicted and pulled out of it, and then you get the fight.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to. Here's the thing, like, why? My question is, why shut the shields down? What's the purpose? Why? Why don't they just have it as a thing of like, yeah, you just always have your shields up? Because right now you have your shields up in quantum travel. Why not just leave the shields on all the time, and then have that mode? Like, what was their thought process of being like, no, we're gonna have the shields go down? Like, there has to be a reason why they did that.
If you did,
They want to make it so that you can die
it'd be
easier.
impossible to get you because then you'd be fast and have shields. So like the guys that can only do 300 meters per second.
Yeah, they want it to be easier for you to die, so you lose all your armor.
No, like, it just seems kind of silly. Like, just like the charge time on shields is the big thing I was thinking about. It's like, it still doesn't, what you guys are saying is it still doesn't change the fact that you warp in from out of quantum travel with, like, large ships, and then you're just sitting there with your dick in your hand for, like, 2 to 5 minutes while your shields regen.
Like I know what you're talking about because then like a Gladius could just go into quantum mode, catch up to you, and then recharge its shields
In 3 seconds. Well, you're there for, like, 2 minutes. Like, an idiot.
I know what you mean. Escape light fighters.
And you can tell. You're like, oh, well, how are you going to chase them? Well, they said it's, like, one directional. So, like, you have to go straight. So, whatever way you see them move, if they start taking off, you immediately throw your quantum travel on, go in that direction, and, like, chase them as well. You know what I mean?
I have to see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But, like, the whole thing of shields going down seems insane to me.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, if you have shields and the armor, the ballista, whatever it is, that actually can penetrate the shields, what's the point of having those anymore?
What do you mean? Say that again? Like, I didn't get what you're saying.
I was saying, so, like, you know how there's some guns that can penetrate the shields right now?
Like, what guns? Like ballistics?
Isn't it the ballistics?
But they don't fully penetrate.
Yeah, you lose a lot of power when the shields are on. They rip shit apart when there's no shields.
Yeah. Yeah, the shields still stop ballistics. There's like a Sukaran that like stops ballistics 100%, but that's like one shield generator.
Okay. Because I was thinking, you know, what's the point of having those guns now if you just have to have their shields down?
Well, ballistics fucking absolutely rape your ship if you don't have shields.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the drawback is the limited ammo.
Yeah, but I mean, it won't be a drawback if the shields go down, or if the shields are down, then you can just kill them instantly.
Yeah, like instant. Like imagine you're a C2 and you jump into do trade. And then when you jump in towards the trade thing, even if you're 5 kilometers out and there's like a light fighter there with ballistics on, or even a medium fighter, something with the shields on, I don't give a fuck what it is. Say it's a Constellation with its shields on, and it sees the C2 jump in, it's like, well, look at this fucking idiot. And then 3 seconds later, you're just, you can't jump out of there fast enough. Like, that's what, I can't wait to see how this works, you know what I mean? Because I think it's like,
hey,
yeah.
You guys know about the perimeter gate in Lorville, right? For
Yeah.
getting your ships out?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was figuring if no one's seen, like, knows about it.
Outdoor entrances.
I've never done that at Lorville.
Yeah, there's outdoor entrances.
Yeah, it's like way outside the city. It's like a front door entrance where you can get like your
ground vehicles.
Ground vehicles. Yeah.
Are you going to the?
Oh yeah, that's way out there.
Perimeter trail one or line?
Terminal. I'm gonna get.
Oh, is the new car in game?
Yeah, STV. I'm pulling it out right now.
Holy shit!
Yeah, so I want to. You're at Lorville right now.
Are you streaming right now?
Garage 1. Oh, I can.
Yeah, pull it stream. I want to see how fast you can actually get this thing going.
All right, hang on. I gotta get all these windows out of the way. And let's see. Why doesn't it let me stream Star Citizen? Isn't there supposed to be a button that says like when you're playing Star Citizen, there's a stream Star Citizen?
That was just
it's
like
on the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
Satyr Spirit.
Just above like the disconnect phone call thing.
Yep. Screens. How about this? If I go screen 1, what does? Here, let's just
whatever your monitor 1 is.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right,
Watch
so
stream.
can you guys see?
Yeah, I see you at the gate. Yeah, perimeter gate.
Yeah, we can see.
All right. Let me see this. I don't know why it's so fucking blurry though, but
Yeah.
full screen. It's super blurry, but
Weird. I think it's because I'm not doing the application. It's like literally my screen.
yeah. Oh well. This thing's like definitely like it's a cool little off-road vehicle. You know what I mean? But it's not life-changing to me.
Nah, it's like
Yeah, let's see how fast this thing actually goes. Like, what's its top speed? Save your boost for when you get up to its maxed out.
it doesn't even feel like it's going that fast.
Let it get.
I'm even there's no boost, dude.
Hold shift? Doesn't give you a little bit more?
Yeah. I'm holding shift.
34. That is the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You got up to 40.
But like the fucking the Tumbril RC went 100 when you used boost.
Feels nice. It's because we're on planet too.
Yeah, it depends on which surface or planet you are, I guess.
The vehicle speed's just so stupid in my opinion why they put them down. Like, oh, you went too fast before. It's like, I disagree. I like the headlights on it. They look cool. Remind me of like a
Bentley headlights
yeah,
or something.
exactly. But yeah.
I like that you can put the two things of cargo on there.
I like how the dude's excuse for like reducing vehicle speeds. Like, it was scary going too fast.
Yeah. Just think, if you were doing this in real life, it'd be dangerous. It's like, oh my god, buddy.
We don't want to promote Star Citizen as a dangerous game. We don't want to encourage dangerous behavior.
Yeah. Like, would somebody think of the children?
It seems really slow, man.
Dude,
I thought this would be way
Ridiculous.
faster.
Go pull out a Tumbril. See how the Tumbril operates. See if they really nerf them that much. You have an RC, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious if the RC is still like the fast like car. Because I know that does the hover quad still do 200? Because if it still does 200, it's like fuck this thing.
Oh, it can't go over rocks.
That's annoying.
But isn't the hovercraft quad just a piece of shit?
I mean, I guess.
Well, you could get the Dragonfly out. The Dragonfly has shields. Not Dragonfly. The Nox out. The Nox did 200 as well. Had guns and a shield. Yeah, interesting. I'm curious.
I'm getting close to you, so I want to kind of see it in person. If you so don't put it away just yet.
Nah, I got it out the front.
I'm so curious to see how this RC. What? Oh, you just got teleported.
Yeah, wind. I just got winded. Oh my god! Again.
It's Loco saying. I was wondering what happened. Oh yeah, I accidentally server muted Loco and Smoking by accident because I hit that instead of
Which
regular.
one, the RC?
Yeah, RC. I'm gonna see if this is still fast.
Okay. My third vehicle.
Oh, cleared up. Oh no, it's blurry. When you stop moving, it clears up.
Are you getting a different vehicle to see if it's any faster or any slower?
Yeah. This is the race Tumbril. This used to go 100. Like with boost.
So I'll get in.
Yeah, because this has boost. I couldn't boost on the other one.
Yeah.
I'll just go like this actually first.
Yeah, I want to see what its speedometer says.
Okay.
We can also, once I get to you, I can.
Oh my god.
Captain 34? No, 40, 50, 60, 70. Can you boost?
Yeah, I'm boosting right now.
Okay, so they did lower it a bit, but it's still way fucking faster than that thing.
Yeah, it's way faster than that other one. Look at how fast it like turns on like a dime too.
Yeah, it has like the crab steering, somewhat. All right, yeah. 1 second, boys. I'll be back here.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. I kind of got sidetracked here. CitizenCon was interesting. I might make like a greatest hits of CitizenCon, but thanks for watching, and see you next time. It was worth doing.